Chapter 17:18. Song retracted his claws and fangs decisively. Tell me, why are you following us? Do you want to attack us? Chen Zhao stared at the two monsters with a cold expression. It wasn't that they were weak. Itachi was a rather famous monster in Japanese mythology. He wasn't that weak either. However, they were short of one. Moreover, they were facing a large group of people. Their aura was extremely weak. They had no other choice but to pretend to be pitiful. We want to borrow your demon knife. Song looked at Chen Zhao, trembling. Borrow? Are you that elegant? Are you planning to steal or rob? Chen Zhao had seen them kill and rob on the streets. They didn't show mercy at all. Of course, Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to argue with them. This was Japan anyway. It had nothing to do with him. Unless it was like now, plotting against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't care at all. Japan's spirit world was different from North America's. The Japanese mainly dealt with monsters by suppressing or purifying them. To them, it didn't matter how many people a monster killed. The more ferocious a demon was, the more merit one would gain if they were purified. North America was mostly dominated by evil spirits. There would be some disturbances from other monsters or magical beasts. Furthermore, as long as it was an evil spirit or a magical beast that had taken human life, it would basically be hard for it to escape death. The two regions had different standards. Of course, it was also because they had different views. So, Chen Zhao didn't care how many people these two monsters killed. In Japan, there were no monsters that didn't kill people. The only difference was how many or how few they killed. Otherwise, they would be the kind that couldn't even beat normal people. What do you want a demon knife for? Are you going to start a massacre? It wasn't that Chen Zhao looked down on them. With their strength, let alone the fact that they would be controlled by the demon blade if they took it. Even if they could maintain their sense of self, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. In less than half a day, they would be suppressed. Especially since this was Tokyo, the place with the most spiritualists and supernatural organizations. No. We want to use the demon knife to find our brother Yao. What does finding your brother have to do with stealing the demon knife? Every bewitching blade has a special ability, hunt. Song said, as long as it is stained with the blood of the prey, even if the prey escapes to the ends of the earth, the demon blade will still be able to find it. Do you have your brother's blood? Yes. Chen Zhao rubbed his chin. What do I get out of helping you find your brother? Our brother has medicine. He has a medicine pouch. The medicine in that medicine pouch can quickly heal external injuries. As long as it's not the head or a vital point, it can instantly heal any cuts or external injuries, Sickle said. Chen Zhao sank into deep thought. The medicine didn't seem to be effective on him. However, he thought about his family and the people in the association. This medicine was very useful to them. After all, everyone had an emergency. Are you sure your brother is still alive? Of course, we three brothers are of the same origin. If the medicine dies, we won't be able to live either. The two brothers were so anxious to save the medicine. It was not just because of their brotherhood. At the same time, the three brothers' lives were tied together. If one of them died, the other two would die as well. The Weasel Sickle race was like this. They had a litter of three brothers. They came from the same origin and entrusted their lives to each other. Thus, the Weasel Sickle race had always been protective of their kin. Sure, I'll help you. Chen Zhao agreed readily after a short moment of consideration. Just then, Portia pushed the door open and saw more than 20 people in the room. Chen Zhao also had 2 rats in his hands. Aw, rats, these guys are so boring. Gaia walked up and put her arm around Portia's shoulder. I caught 2 rats, and they're having so much fun. Let's go to another room. Portia hurriedly followed Gaia out of the room. Are all Japanese rats this big? Portia asked with lingering fear. Such a big rat was definitely a big shock to her. She thought about the size of the 2 rats. She felt that she would have nightmares tonight. No, I can't feel it at all. Chen Zhao shook his head. He smeared Weasel Sickle's blood on it, but he couldn't feel the existence of the medicine or his location. But it couldn't be helped. After all, Chen Zhao wasn't controlled by the demon blade. Of course, he couldn't enjoy the power it gave him. To Chen Zhao, the demon blade had no other use other than being sharper than regular weapons. Let me try, West said at that moment. West, the demon blade can control people. Are you sure? Chen Zhao looked at West hesitantly. He didn't want one of them to take such a risk to save a monster. President, I'm confident, West said. President, I can cast a soul light on West to protect his consciousness from being eroded, More Raz said. I have a soul pendant here, Ruan Faxben said. It can also prevent consciousness from being eroded. He was rather interested in this deal. He was mainly interested in the medicine pouch. If he got it, he could use it for research. Okay, cast a spell on West first, and hang the soul pendant on him too, Chen Zhao said. West, if I find anything wrong with you, don't blame me for knocking you out. Yes, I know. West nodded slightly. After More Raz cast a spell on West, Ruan Faxben took out the soul pendant and put it on. Chen Zhao shielded Fei Lai, Zhirlin, and Larissa behind him. Chen Zhao protected Fei Lai, Zhirlin, and Larissa behind him. He didn't want anything to happen to his family. The moment West took the demon blade, his body turned into a warrior. West's body instantly turned into a warrior, releasing a red, demonic aura. Everyone stared at West warily. After all, they weren't sure if West could keep his mind. West, how are you now? West opened his eyes silently and turned to Chen Zhao. I'm fine. The demon blade didn't affect my mind. Chen Zhao realized that West's reaction was much smaller than he'd imagined. He felt that even without the soul pendant and More Raz's spell, West could probably resist the demon blade's control. Chen Zhao didn't expect West to be so mentally strong. Can you feel where the medicine is? West wiped the blood on the demon blade and sniffed it. Then he nodded. Yes. Great, where is he? Where is he now? Song and Sickle asked impatiently. Chapter 17:19. Chen Zhao followed West, as did Scythe and Song. West, you don't seem to need external protection, Chen Zhao said curiously. You're still immune to the demon's control. President, it's actually very simple. Think of Devil Blade's mental corruption as a virus. He can invade and control a human's brain, and a human's brain is like a Microsoft system. However, this virus can invade every system. Coincidentally, my system is different from a normal person's. West laughed. It was different from Chen Zhao, who completely blocked the power of the demon blade. West, on the other hand, was completely immune. The results of both were the same, but the method was different. West, are you an alien? West rolled his eyes. Sickle and Tsong were anxious. They really wanted to urge Chen Zhao and West to speed up. But Chen Zhao and West were not in a hurry at all. They took their time. All right, why did that Song Yuan Wang ask you guys to rob for him? He should have that ability, right? To be honest, as long as spiritualists were unscrupulous, it was not difficult to earn money. Moreover, he was a bad person to begin with. Song Yuan Huang shouldn't have such a psychological burden, right? West rolled his eyes at Chen Zhao. President, can we not ask such stupid questions? What? Is that a stupid question? Chen Zhao didn't even realize that he had asked a stupid question. If he didn't know, he just didn't know. The transaction between a spiritualist and an ordinary person must be an equivalent exchange. Of course, employment is also a type of equivalent exchange. If a spiritualist uses extreme means to plunder the wealth of an ordinary person, then he will be punished, and it will be a punishment from fate. Supernatural creatures can't use human money directly, West said. They can only be given, and it has to be the money of the dead. In other words, the two of them have to kill the person before they can steal the money and give the money to the primordial wilderness Sangyi. That's the process. The two of them will bear the consequences. That Sangyi Yuan Wang will enjoy the final benefit. West nodded. Chen Zhao thought about it. That seemed to be the case. Generally speaking, supernatural creatures did not have the habit of using human currency. This seemed to be restricted by the rules. For example, the evil spirit group in the association always asked their followers to pay for their purchases. Only a weirdo like Song Yuan Huang, who was half human and half demon. There was the restriction of a demon, but also the desire of a human. He was driven by Tamamo no Mei, but he also wanted to break free from her restraints. To be honest, the 1,000 years without Tamamo no Mei was probably the most carefree life he had ever had. A long life, a prosperous life, and the power to do as you please. Chen Zhao was a little envious. Of course, Sung Yuan Wang didn't really do whatever he wanted. This was Japan, and there were countless talented people here. Even he needed to keep a low profile. West, since you're completely immune to the Devil Blade's control, I'll let you use the Devil Blade when we get back. It can make up for your lack of attack power. West shook his head. I'm not suitable. Why? Not only can the Devil Blade control a person's consciousness, but it can also subtly change a person's personality, making them cruel and bloodthirsty. This change is very subtle and hard to detect. Therefore, other than you, who can completely resist the Devil Blade's power, no one else is suitable. Didn't you say that your system is different from normal people? It's alive and has its own consciousness. Even computer viruses can self-evolve, let alone the Devil Blade. Fine, but this thing is useless to me, Chen Zhao said with pity. It's a disaster if I keep it. It's better to destroy it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the Devil Blade in West's hand buzzed. What's wrong? He's scared. He's terrified. Is he afraid? As long as he has consciousness, he'll be afraid. It's not strange. Chen Zhao wouldn't be soft-hearted just because the Devil Blade was afraid. This thing was a scourge. Whoever held it would turn into a madman. The Japanese spiritual world had a habit. They always liked to keep some weapons or monsters with great destructive power. To control these weapons or monsters, one would have to pay a huge price. However, everyone enjoyed it and never got tired. This was called preventive measures. Of course, most of the trouble was caused by these things too. Chen Zhao didn't have this habit, not to mention the fact that this thing was useless to him. Even if it was useful, Chen Zhao wouldn't keep it. Unknowingly, Chen Zhao, West, and the two rats arrived at a residential area. West, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? No, I can feel it, West said. West said, based on the feeling from the demon blade, the owner of this drop of blood is nearby and is in a weakened state. Can you confirm the location? Chen Zhao asked. The area wasn't big or small, but it was densely populated. There were probably tens of thousands of people living here. In such a densely populated area, it would be hard to find without special methods. The Devil Blade isn't willing to cooperate. Also, his power is withdrawing from my body. Chen Zhao pouted. This kind of self-consciousness was annoying. Chen Zhao took the Devil Blade from West's hand. If you're not willing to cooperate, I'll destroy you now. Chen Zhao handed the Devil Blade to West. How is it? Is he cooperating? He said he wants to negotiate with you. Fuck, so annoying. You're in charge of talking to him, Chen Zhao said. Fine. Holding the Devil Blade, West stood where he was, not moving at all. Sickle and Tsang were very anxious. They could vaguely smell their brother's scent in the area, but there were too many people here. They couldn't determine the exact location in a short time. After a while, West opened his eyes. President, his only request is that you don't destroy him. Did you agree? My request is that he must unconditionally obey the orders of everyone in the association and lend his power to them. Also, he can't corrupt their consciousness. What did he say? He said that if we want to borrow his power, we have to see blood. Otherwise, he'll become weaker and weaker. Devil Blades all had the ability to kill. This was how they existed for a long time. The more they killed, the stronger they became. For example, Chen Zhao had used it twice before without killing. The Devil Blade was consuming its own power. If this went on, it would become an ordinary blade. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 17:20. This meant that he might not be able to use the demon knife in most battles. After all, there might not be blood in many battles, especially battles between spiritualists. Most of the time, they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. For example, Chen Zhao's few conflicts with the psionic ability team had all stopped at the right time. We'll end a negotiation here, Chen Zhao threatened. But you have to cooperate with us to find the medicine first. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. President, he's starting to guide us. Hikari and Kama were naturally the happiest. They didn't care about the demon knife. They only cared about their brother. It's here. I can feel it. Your brother's medicine is upstairs. 2 people and 2 mice stopped in front of a 5-story apartment. It was obviously a cheap apartment. It was specially provided for low-income people. Many families with low incomes, even families of 4 or 5 people, were squeezed into a small apartment of 20 to 30 square meters. This kind of cheap apartment was very common in Japan, especially in Tokyo. Can you accurately sense which floor it's on? Search one floor at a time. After a while, they arrived at the 5th floor. It should be on this floor, Wes said. The smell here is the strongest. I can smell the medicine too. The 2 mice didn't wait for West to lead the way. They ran up first. It's here. The 2 mice stopped before a door. You 2 hide first. West, put away the demon knife. Chun Zhao had the 2 mice hide because he could sense that there were only 2 people in the room. One of them had some spiritual power, while the other was a normal person. Of course, Chun Zhao also smelled the medicine. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Just then, the door opened. The moment Chio opened the door, she fell to the ground in fear. Ah! Chio's scream attracted Chio Kaori. Xiao Yi. Mr. Chun, you're mafia. He's a mafia, Chio yelled in fear. Are you here to kill me? Chun Zhao and West's faces darkened. What did you do to make us come all the way here? Chio Kaori froze, and her expression darkened. Mr. Chun, I need to explain. Explain what? What explanation do you need? Chun Zhao smiled at Chio Kaori. You hurt my sister. No, I didn't. If I had hurt her, she would have been fed to the sharks. She's my sister. Chio Kaori's face was gloomy. She was a little protective. After all, she was her younger sister, and they had depended on each other since they were young. Chio Kaori knew that her younger sister had many shortcomings. However, she was his sister. Because of this, Chio Kaori couldn't tolerate what Chun Zhao had done. Miss Chio, I'm not here to cause trouble for your sister. Then what are you doing here? My pet ran away. We found that it seemed to have run into your house. What pet? We don't have any cats or dogs. It's not a cat or a dog. In fact, it's a rat. A very big rat. You're here to look for Little Gray? Chio's face revealed a suspicious expression. Little Gray? Is it the new name you gave it? If it liked a new name, maybe I'll consider renaming it, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Can you get it back to me now? What Little Gray? Chio Kaori was also confused. I picked it up on a road a few days ago. It was injured, so I brought it back. Picking up a rat on the street? This girl's taste was really unique. Chio Kaori didn't plan to keep it for herself, even though she didn't want to part with Little Gray. However, its owner had come to find them. Moreover, the owner was someone they couldn't afford to offend. So, she could only carry Little Gray out of the room. Chio Kaori's pupils suddenly contracted. The big rat was very weak, but Chio Kaori could recognize its aura. It also looked almost the same as the previous 2 ferrets. Chio Kaori suddenly reached out and blocked Chio Kaori. Chio Kaori's eyes were like torches as she stared at Chun Zhao and West behind him. Chio Kaori's eyes were like torches as she stared at Chun Zhao and West behind him. Mr. Chun, you're saying that the rat is your pet? Yes. Is there a problem? Can you show me evidence? Chun Zhao snapped his fingers and song, and sickle ran out. Can the 2 of them count as evidence? Chio Kaori narrowed her eyes. She had already recognized them. These 2 mice were the ones that he had encountered in the abandoned factory. Miss Chio, I believe you don't want the situation to become more complicated, right? Give Little Gray back to me, and I'll leave. Chio Kaori's expression darkened. She'd appeared gentle and introverted before. In reality, the real Chio Kaori was an extremely proud person. I can take it away, but you have to at least give me the right to see you. Your sister is an ordinary person. Are you sure you want her to know your identity? Chun Zhao asked. You already knew my identity? Chio Kaori furrowed her brows. This wasn't a good feeling. She'd thought that she'd hidden it well. No one had ever been able to find out her identity before she took the initiative to reveal it. But Chun Zhao had clearly broken this norm. Chio Kaori was confused. She couldn't understand the conversation between Chun Zhao and her sister. This man said that her sister wasn't an ordinary person. What did he mean? Or was it because her English was too poor and she misunderstood? Yes, I knew from the first day. The light in the room started to show unstable voltage. Chio Kaori seemed to want to fight Chun Zhao directly. Cough. Little girl, don't be too stubborn. You don't have any direct conflicts of interest with us. We might have some small misunderstandings before, but there's no need to turn against each other, right? West walked in and stood before Chiyo Kaori. He picked up the medicine and turned to leave. Chiyo Kaori realized that she couldn't move at all. She could only let the old foreigner walk around her, but she couldn't even move a finger. Miss Chiyo, we still need a guide. If you're interested, you're welcome to continue your previous work. Goodbye. Chiyo Kaori's face turned red in anger. Chiyo Kaori didn't break free until Chun Zhao and West left. Damn it! Chiyo Kaori charged out of the room and chased after them. But when she rushed to the walkway, Chun Zhao, West, and the two skunk scythe had all disappeared. Sister, who exactly are those people? And they said that you're not an ordinary person. Who are you? None of your business, Chiyo Kaori said with a dark expression. She didn't want her sister to get involved in supernatural events. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 17:21. After walking around that night, Chun Zhao felt the presence of monsters around him at least 10 times. He didn't know how chaotic Tokyo was right now, but he was sure that the government's head was about to explode. After returning to the hotel, Chun Zhao looked at Song and Sickle. I saved your brother. Where's the thing you promised me? Give it to me. Yao is still unconscious. The pouch is in his stomach. We can only take it out after he wakes up. Chun Zhao's face darkened. How big was the pouch? It was actually in his stomach. West, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Yes, I'll have more watch them. West was also an old fox. It was better to let others do this. But he didn't have to watch them too closely. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was chaotic outside. The three of them weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. But they were afraid that someone would target them. It would be fine if it was a human. At worst, they would be captured and used as a shikigami. Or they would be sealed. But if they were targeted by monsters, they might even be treated as snacks. Dad, where's the rat? Where's the big rat? Jerlin ran in again. Feilai followed behind, clearly not looking good. She was afraid of rats and hated them. Don't ask why. Jerlin had already run to Song and Sickle. She reached out to pull their tails. She didn't know what fear was. To Jerlin, she could play with all the big pets in the house. Rats could too. Standing beside Chun Zhao, Feilai whispered, if Jerlin says she wants to keep them, just kill them secretly. Anyway, they can't appear in our house. Song and Sickle shuddered. They were monsters. They'd heard Feilai's voice. Chun Zhao kicked Rhizome and Sickle. You understand English? We're over 300 years old. 3 of us is 900 years old. What one of us learns, the other can learn too. We have a few master's degrees alone. Do you think English is a problem for us? What are you so arrogant about? Chun Zhao sneered. I'll sacrifice you to the demon knife. Song and Sickle stopped talking. Chun Zhao's fist was bigger. Song, Sickle, and Yao were placed in an empty room. Little Jerlin didn't mind it at all. However, most of the people in the association couldn't stand living under the same roof as rats. Feilai usually gave Jerlin the impression that she was a loving mother, but when it came to rats, Jerlin couldn't help it. She, on the other hand, acted out of character. In any case, she did not allow little Jerlin to keep mice. Greenwood Plains, Suicide Forest. Although this place was originally the world's holy land for suicide, however, there were still a small number of tourist groups that treated this place as a tourist attraction. But now, this place was completely off limits. Since 2 months ago, this place had been shrouded in mist. Several tourist groups had disappeared in the forest because of this. In fact, the forest of the Greenwood Plains had been completely surrounded. All the shrines had sent their elites to set up enchantments here. The Tokyo Grand Shrine's encampment was to the southeast of Aoki Plains Forest. 30 spiritualists set up a barrier here. The leader was a girl who looked like a high school student. In fact, she was a high school student and a candidate for the Grand Shrine of Tokyo. Nagasaka Reiko, the daughter of the monk Seiwa. She was also the granddaughter of Yoko Shirai. In Japan, most of the shrines were managed and passed down through the family inheritance method. Of course, normally, the shaman and the abbot were the leaders. One was in charge of internal affairs, while the other was in charge of external affairs. However, the two belonged to 2 completely different priesthood systems. One was Shinto, mainly serving the Tianjin gods who were led by the Amaterasu great god. The other was Buddhist, of course, serving the Buddha. However, this kind of combination wasn't rare in Japanese shrines. Although there were religious conflicts in Japan, they weren't fierce. They would even merge with each other. The Tokyo Grand Shrine wasn't an exception. The shamans were like the spokespersons of God. So most of the time, their words represented the will of God. Some shrine shamans were specific. In order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, they would use intermarriage within the clan to give birth. Just like the Japanese royal family, the royal family in the past used intermarriage within the clan to ensure the purity of the bloodline. The Tokyo Grand Shrine didn't have such a requirement. For example, the current shaman, Yoko Shirai, was an outsider. However, Yoko Shirai herself was an extremely powerful spiritualist. Plus, she had an illustrious background and was also Zhang Tianyi's student. To put it bluntly, she was equivalent to returning from studying in the spiritual world. Therefore, it was only natural for her to marry into Changban and take over the position of shaman. Damn it, the miasma is expanding outward again. Nagasaka Reiko cursed. Retreat 1 kilometer. Although they had set up a barrier here to prevent the spread of the miasma. But the effect was not obvious. Miss, the miasma is growing especially fast this time. I'm afraid 1 kilometer is not enough. We have to retreat at least 5 kilometers. The one who spoke was Nagasaka Reiko's henchman. Every generation of shamans had their own henchmen and followers. It was similar to the change of government. Those in power would have their own leadership team. Of course, to subdue henchmen and followers, one needed enough ability and personal charm. Then retreat 5 kilometers. Nagasaka Reiko said with an ugly expression. By the way, report the situation here to Grandma. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. What's going on? A group of monsters wants to break through our line of defense and enter the miasma. Damn bastards, destroy them all for me. Nagasaka Reiko had a fiery temper, and she was in a depressed mood. Just like in human society, there was also worship among monsters. There were always some monsters who felt that the appearance of Tamamo no Mei could change the situation of monsters. Therefore, they couldn't wait to pledge their loyalty to her. This was not the first group of monsters. Before this, there were several groups of monsters who also had the same idea. At this moment, a bird monster in the sky rushed into the mist. Not long after the bird monster disappeared into the miasma, a miserable scream was heard. A bunch of idiots. Nagasaka Reiko said with a black face. These monsters also couldn't escape the misfortune of entering the miasma. They thought that they could hug the thigh, but in fact they would only become nourishment for the stone of slaughter. Would Tamamo no Mei care about the loyalty of these ants? Obviously not. To him, these weak little monsters were no different from humans in essence. At this time, the miasma spread out a bit more. Nagasaka Reiko quickly retreated with her people. If they also fell into the miasma, it would be very troublesome. There is only one person who could freely enter and exit the miasma, Zhang Tianyi. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1722. Early in the morning, Chen Zhao did not expect Zhang Tianyi to come at this time. Chen Zhao. Zhang Tianyi looked at the sumptuous breakfast before him, and his face darkened. Is this what you eat every day? More accurately, it's breakfast. Last night, we found 3 corpses in the suburbs. They were all powerful monsters and confirmed to be 3 of Tamamo no Mei's 4 generals. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. You did it? Yes. Didn't you say that killing the 4 generals could stop Tamamo no Mei from appearing? They happened to be together. It was a rare opportunity, so I killed them. Chen Zhao asked, what? Is Tamamo no longer going to appear? You came all the way here to thank me? Zhang Tianyi smiled wryly. It's not that Tamamo no longer will appear, but that she'll be unsealed earlier. What? It didn't work? Chen Zhao asked. No, we all fell for it. Stopping the 4 generals can stop Tamamo no Mei from appearing, but it's actually Tamamo no Mei's scheme. I don't understand how this has anything to do with her. I didn't either, but the 3 generals you killed had remnants of Tamamo no Mei's demonic aura on them. And then, they were born because of Tamamonome. Tamamonome left monster chi on them. Before she was sealed, she purposely said that their appearance would cause her to come out. That's not wrong, though. Zhang Tianyi bitterly smiled and shook his head. Because once they appear, the spirit realm will do everything in their power to hunt them down, and their demonic chi will return to Tamamo no Mai. Now that Tamamo no Mai is sealed in the Stone of Slaughter, the demonic chi has become masterless. It will attack the seal on the Stone of Slaughter from the outside, forcing the seal to collapse even faster. With both the inside and the outside working together, Tamamo no Mai will appear earlier. So you're here to denounce me for my crimes? Do you think I dare? Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. You're the main force this time. Are you prepared? When do you think Tamamo no Mai will appear? It won't be more than 3 days. As for the exact time, it's not up to us to decide. It's up to Tamamo no Mai to decide. She can come out whenever she wants. Let me ask you something, Chun Zhao said. What? Is this Tamamo related to the nine-tailed fox in China? I don't know. Zhang Tianyi thought that Chun Zhao was going to ask something. Rumor has it that Tamamo no Mai is a nine-tailed fox from China. She came to Japan to cause trouble. However, this was only a rumor. There was no concrete evidence. Also, it was rumored that Tamamo no Mai was a man. However, it seemed like even the Japanese could not prove it. This was because no matter where they were in Japan, nine-tailed fox or Tamamo no Mai would always appear as a woman. Furthermore, the nine-tailed fox was rumored to be the fox of Green Hill. It wasn't a mountain spirit or a wild monster. There were also wild foxes that became spirits, but they wouldn't grow more than one tail. There were only females in the Green Hill foxes, no males. If they wanted to continue the family line, they had to go out and find a man. Since Tamamo no Mai was a nine-tailed fox, she should have come from the Green Mountains. If that was the case, then Tamamo no Mai should have been a woman. No, more accurately, it should be a female. Of course, Chun Zhao was more interested in the legendary beauty's face. Just how beautiful was this peerless face? How much longer do you want to eat? Until I'm finished. Why? Do you want some too? Come with me to the forest of Greenwood Plains. Guard there. There's no rush, right? Once Tamamo no Mai comes out, we have to stop her immediately, Zhang Tianyi said frankly. I can't stop her, so you have to do it. Of course, this was also because he cherishes life. If he wanted to stop Tamamo no Mai, he might have to risk his life. It was better to let Chun Zhao take the lead. After all, Chun Zhao's strongest point was his thick skin. But my wife and kids are here. I'll watch for you. Zhang Tianyi felt a headache coming on. Fine, watch for me, but I'm telling you if anything happens to my wife and kids, I'll tear down Dragon Tiger Mountain. Okay, I'll make sure your wife and kids are safe. With Zhang Tianyi's guarantee, Chun Zhao wasn't worried about anything happening to his wife and kids. As long as it wasn't a powerful demon like Tamamo no Mai, nothing could threaten Fei Lai and the kids. But she doesn't need to come so early. The yang energy is so strong during the day. Tamamo no Mai probably won't come out during the day. Boom! Just then, there was an earthquake on the ground. The tremor was very strong. In the tremor, Chun Zhao could clearly feel a strong demonic aura. Chun Zhao really wanted to slap himself. I jinxed it. It hasn't come out yet, and there's already such a terrifying demonic aura. No wonder it's a powerful demon. I wonder if she's pretty. Chun Zhao started imagining Tamamo no Mai's unparalleled beauty. I heard she's really pretty. She can mesmerize even the heavens. Zhang Tianyi started acting like an old man again. With a conflicted expression, he said, I suddenly want to go and see. The miasma is gone. What's going on? Why is the miasma gone? I don't know. During the earthquake, the miasma retreated a few kilometers. Nagasaka Reiko's expression was serious. I'm afraid that thing is going to come out. Just then, a group of people came from behind. Most of them were monk soldiers. Some of them were dressed like witches. The ones in the lead were Hikari Yoko and Holy Harmony. Grandma, father, why are you here? That thing is going to appear. How can we not come? Hikari Yoko said seriously. Grandma, is Tamamo no Mai really going to appear? Nagasaka Reiko's expression was complicated. It was hard to tell whether it was excitement or fear. No matter how terrifying Tamamonome was, she was still a legendary existence. But now, they were about to witness history, an existence that only existed in history and legends. At this moment, another strong earthquake occurred on the ground. On Mount Fuji in the distance, the snow on the top of the mountain caused the rocks to tumble down. Very soon, it became a landslide. An even stronger demonic aura emanated from the forest of the Greenwood Plains. At the same time, the miasma shrunk again. However, in the area that had been covered by the miasma, the leaves had withered. There was no vitality at all. Another group of people came from behind, but they weren't from the shrine. They weren't even Japanese. Instead, they were spiritualists from other countries. There were quite a few of them, too. Judging from their skin and hair color, they could form a United Nations. Ms. Yoko, hello. One of the older priests walked over. He seemed to know Hikari Yoko. Father Okur, you're here. Hikari Yoko called out in surprise and joy. Although this place isn't illuminated by the Lord's light, the lambs here also enjoy the Lord's glory. They can't be blasphemed by evil. Father Okur's words sounded more like a missionary. Those who didn't know might even think that he was a devout priest. In truth, Father Okur had already been expelled from the headquarters due to his presumptuous contact with heretical magic. 9 Heavens God Emperor. Chapter 17:23. Although the church was also one of the 3 major religions in this world, they were more resistant to foreign religions. They felt that other religions were all heresy and that other gods were all evil gods. Father Okur was, of course, a staunch shepherd of the Lord. However, he felt that the magic or spells of other religions had their merits. Simply put, Father Okur was a believer of God, but not a believer of the church. When it came to upholding justice, he was almost impeccable. For example, this time, the seal on the Japanese Rock of Slaughter had loosened. He directly brought people to help. Although the Japanese spiritual world had already sent out a request for help to the entire world. But Father Okur came purely on his own accord. Not long after, another group of spiritualists arrived. This time, all of them had blonde hair and blue eyes. Vestana rubbed her nose. The place was filled with an unpleasant smell. She smelled demonic aura. Even though she wasn't a spiritualist, she still smelled demonic aura. The demonic aura here was so thick that even ordinary people could smell it. She and the psionic team already saw a large group of spiritualists in front of them. However, they didn't go up to greet them. This was her first time leading a team on a mission abroad. However, as soon as they arrived in Japan, the Japanese spiritual world sent out a request for help. This forced them to change their plans. Of course, this time in Japan. Vestana also realized the difference between a spiritual desert and a spiritual peak. During the first 2 days of her arrival, she was still somewhat proud. Then, she found a few Japanese spiritual organizations and communicated with them. The process was quite pleasant. After all, the Japanese paranormal organizations had treated them warmly after receiving the money. However, they didn't want to be treated warmly. They wanted to communicate. Of course, it wasn't that there was no communication at all. However, through this communication, Vestana felt similar to the feelings of the Chinese football fans. The other party also pointed out their shortcomings. For example, the members of the psionic team were too simple. Their individual strength couldn't be said to be very weak. They could only be considered average. However, when they teamed up for battle, their cooperation was almost non-existent. If it was a one-on-one battle, they could still fight back and forth. They could win 2 or 3 out of 10 battles. However, if it was a team battle, it was simply unsightly. The other party won almost every battle with an absolute advantage. They even won with 0 casualties. Vestana made up her mind to look for an Eastern instructor when she returned. With enough money, he would definitely be able to find a powerful instructor Dongfang. Miss Vestana, the man in front seems to be waving at us, Britt said. Vestana looked ahead and saw a man dressed like a priest waving at them from the crowd in front of them. Vestana stepped forward and greeted the priest. Hello, how can I help you? You're an ordinary person? Or are you so strong that I can no longer tell how strong you are? Father Okur asked. Hello, Father. I am an ordinary person. Ordinary people? All right, call your men over. Father Oak said. He did not ask why a normal person like Vestana would join in the fun. Everyone has their own reasons. He would not interfere with other people's decisions. Call my people over? What for? Little girl, Father Oker has the reputation of being the #1 saint in Northern Europe. He called your people over to give them blessings, Bairi Yoko said. Oh, please wait a moment. Vestana called the psionic team over. All of you, stand over there and gather together. Father Oker ordered the psionic team members to stand together with the people from Tokyo Grand Shrine. After the two sides stood together, Father Oker activated his magic. Holy light. Father Oker let out a resonant shout. In an instant, a ball of holy energy appeared above the heads of the dozens of people. The holy light enveloped everyone, and everyone felt their bodies were filled with power. Even Vestana felt her body was filled with power, and her spirit was at its peak. Miss Yoko, do you want a blessing? No need for that. You should save your mana for a direct confrontation with Tamamo no Mei, Bairi Yoko said. The two of them were evenly matched. If Father Oker gave her a blessing, half of Father Oker's mana would be used up, while Bairi Yoko might not be able to increase her strength by even half. So in comparison, it was a bit of a loss. All right, if you need anything, you can ask me anytime, Father Oker said generously. At this time, more and more people arrived. There were already 200 to 300 people gathered here, and the number was still increasing. Some were excited, while others had a serious expression. There were so many psychics from all over the world, including many experts. This was also one of the gathering points. The other gathering points of Aoki Plain also had quite a lot of people. Preliminary estimation, there were at least 2,000 psychics from all over the world. Kaori, there are quite a lot of people here, Sakurako exclaimed. This place was like a huge and noisy market, with people coming and going. Ishino Murata kept swinging his left arm. His arm had already been reattached, and it was quickly healed using magic. But Ishino Murata was still not used to it. Little Devil Star was wiping 2 brand new katanas. Chio Kaori's expression was very heavy. There's so many people, Mitsuki Kishimoto said doubtfully. No matter how strong the 1,000-year fox spirit is, she can't win, right? Hard to say. Chio Kaori did not know how strong the legendary Tamamo no Mei was. But her spiritual retainer was telling her to run. Run. This was the first time Chio Kaori's spiritual retainer had lost its composure and panicked. In the past, she had also encountered strong enemies. But even the legendary monsters, her spiritual retainer had never retreated. As long as she needed it, it would always fight bravely for her. But this time, her spiritual retainer was not normal. Just how terrifying was the legendary Tamamo no Mei? She could actually scare her spiritual retainer like this. Oh, Miss Chio, you're here too. Chio Kaori heard an annoying voice. Turning around, she saw Chun Zhao walking over with his hands in his pockets. What are you doing here? Watching the show, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Chio Kaori looked at him unkindly. Aren't you afraid of dying here? I won't die. Chun Zhao grinned. Kaori, is he your enemy? Do you need our help? Mitsuki Kishimoto asked in a low voice. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1724. Chio Kaori and her companions were all on the same side. Years of revolutionary friendship had made them trust each other. They were all pointing their guns at the same time. Therefore, Chun Zhao seemed a bit weak when facing the 5 of them. Are you sure you want to fight me here? That's not a smart choice. Chun Zhao looked at the 5 with an annoying smile. It doesn't take much effort to take care of you. Little Devil had already taken out a pair of katanas. Mr. Chun, do you need help? West Anna walked over with her people. Of course, she wasn't here to help Chun Zhao. She was here to watch the show. She didn't know how strong these Japanese spiritualists were. It would be great if they could teach Chun Zhao an unforgettable lesson. However, she had clearly underestimated Chun Zhao's shamelessness. Of course. I'm glad you came to help me. Thank you so much. I'll leave them to you, Chun Zhao said decisively. West Anna and the members of the psionic ability team were all unhappy. Very unhappy. Rumble. Just then, there was another earthquake. This time, it was much stronger than before. Many people couldn't stand still. To the Japanese, they had long since gotten used to this feeling of being shaken at the slightest provocation. But foreigners might not be used to it. The miasma had shrunk even more. The demonic aura in the air was much thicker. However, this earthquake gave Vestana an excuse to get away. We should fight against the evil monsters together instead of wasting our power on internal fights, Vestana said righteously. Of course, if you insist on fighting, we won't interfere, Vestana said sternly. Chun Zhao couldn't help but give her the middle finger. Fuck, that pitiful university student had become so cunning. Were all politicians so shameless? Chun Zhao didn't think that he had also become the kind of people he hated the most, rich people. At this moment, the sky began to darken. At this moment, everyone present could not help but look up. Solar eclipse. Chun Zhao frowned. Was this a coincidence? No matter how strong Tamamo was, she couldn't change the trajectory of the celestial bodies. If she was really strong enough to change the stars, then Chun Zhao had to admit that he lost. In that case, he had to admit that he had lost. The probability of people seeing a total solar eclipse was much lower than a lunar eclipse. The lunar eclipse could be seen by half of the people on Earth. However, because the moon blocked the sun during a total solar eclipse, the moon's shadow was visible during a total solar eclipse. Through the moon's shadow, it was reflected on Earth with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. In other words, when a solar eclipse occurs, only people within a radius of more than 100 kilometers will be able to see the total solar eclipse. People outside this area could only see a partial solar eclipse at most. Therefore, Chun Zhao felt that the probability of this coincidence was too low. But it really happened. There was another possibility. Tamamo no May had already calculated the time of the eclipse. The shadow was slowly eroding towards the sun. Gradually, the entire land was plunged into darkness. When the sun was completely covered, the outer corona could still be seen. However, the corona did not last long. The moment the shadow completely enveloped the corona, true darkness descended. Who? A gust of wind blew through the center of the Greenwood Plain. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone knew that a peerless demon had been born. A huge figure the size of a small mountain appeared in the center of the Greenwood Plain. Chun Zhao looked over. It was a body even larger than Amanda Didier. A nine-tailed demon fox. Boundless demonic aura spread out from the nine-tailed fox's body. The trees around Chun Zhao were blown down by the wind. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Mount Fuji erupted without warning. Crimson magma and volcanic ash burst out and soared into the sky. The sky was immediately covered by volcanic ash. It was too fast. Before the eclipse was over, the volcanic ash had already covered the sky. At that moment, be it the Japanese spiritualists or the reinforcements, they were all stunned by this shocking scene. Was this the phenomenon caused by the appearance of a peerless demon? Formation! Yoko Hakui, who was at the front, yelled. The people from the Tokyo Grand Shrine formed a huge formation. The outermost were the monks' soldiers. In the center were the 5 witches. Yoko Hakui stood in the center and took a golden bow from her shoulder. Wheat ears were carved on both sides of the bow. The bowstring seemed to be made of hemp. Chun Zhao looked at the Tokyo Grand Shrine's formation. He didn't understand formations, but it didn't stop him from observing the flow of magical power. All the monk soldiers and witches poured magical power into Yoko Hakui at the same time. Yoko Hakui slowly pulled the bowstring. There were no arrows on the bowstring. However, Hakui Yoko had condensed the purest mana into a golden arrow. Just then, the huge nine-tailed fox noticed the commotion, but he didn't stop it. Instead, he watched the Tokyo Grand Shrine form the formation and Yoko Hakui pull the bow. Suddenly, 2 huge nets appeared on both sides of the nine-tailed fox. The nets rose from the left and right sides and merged into an even larger net, covering the nine-tailed fox. This was a premeditated ambush from the shrines on both sides. Yoko Hakui's eyes flashed, and she released the bowstring. The golden arrow turned into a beam of light and shot toward the nine-tailed fox. Whoosh! Wherever the golden arrow passed, the forest was split open. That was an indescribable arrow that carried with it a mighty force that could destroy anything. The nine-tailed fox lowered its head and suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! In an instant, the roar erupted like a monstrous wave. The golden arrow disappeared before it could even touch the nine-tailed fox. The trees in front of the nine-tailed fox were uprooted. The area within a few kilometers had become a barren wasteland. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. Everyone in the vicinity had already disappeared. The Tokyo Grand Shrine's formation also collapsed. The dozen monk soldiers didn't even have a complete corpse. The witches in the inner circle all spat out a mouthful of blood. Hikari Yoko's face showed a hint of decline, and her body was on the verge of collapse. The nine-tailed fox's 9 tails slapped the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several kilometers began to crack. The cracks spread like a spiderweb. Many spiritualists fell into the cracks. Everyone was shocked by the scene. This is Tamamo no Mae. Vistana's face was filled with shock. This monster. Could humans really fight against it? God Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1725. Following that, the dark clouds in the sky rumbled, and rocks carrying scorching lava fell from the sky. Just like a meteor shower if they were separated by a screen. If it was through a screen, it would definitely be a beautiful scene. However, when one was personally there, one would experience a hellish feeling. Chio Kaori looked at the falling rocks. This is the end of the world. This was a battle that couldn't go on. What they were facing wasn't a real monster at all. It was nature. They weren't thinking about how to defeat Tamamo. They were thinking about how to survive. Hundreds of spiritualists had died in the earth-shattering battle. The others were just struggling to survive. Chio Kaori, Little Devil, Kishimoto Mitsuki, Murata, Ishino, and Sakurako wanted to escape. But the ground in front of them had cracked into an island. They were trapped on a piece of land that was less than 30 square meters. There was a bottomless chasm around them. Chen Zhao also looked at the collapsing sky and earth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing, unimaginably powerful," whether Chen Zhao was willing to admit it or not. The power of the fox demon was beyond his imagination. At this time, Yoko and the people from Tokyo Grand Shrine once again formed a formation. They knew the difference in power was too great, but they still didn't plan to retreat, because they knew that they couldn't retreat. They were less than 200 kilometers away from Tokyo. Once the nine-tailed fox approached Tokyo, the casualties wouldn't be dozens or hundreds. It would be tens or hundreds of thousands of people. To be honest, Chen Zhao quite admired them. Putting aside the historical and political issues, this was the first time. No matter which country, they all had their own noble people. Confrontation. A huge confrontation. Rune rose and hit the nine-tailed fox's head. The nine-tailed fox shrieked in pain. The nine-tailed fox waved its tails, shaking the earth. In the distance, another rune rose in the forest of Aoki Plain. It was the Bing rune. The rune slammed heavily onto the nine-tailed fox's body. The nine-tailed fox raised its head and howled. Another fighting rune rose. Then it was Jia, Zhen Lai Zai Qian. The 9 words mantra was a Chinese Taoist mantra spell. It was also known as the 6 Jia secret blessing. It came from a 17th volume of Bio Puzi, the 5th paragraph. However, the 9 words of Sanskrit was only known to people because it was mentioned in Japanese anime. In fact, the 9 secret words were pure Taoist incantations. The different word orders of the 9 secret words would produce different effects. If they were arranged in order, it would be the holy word. Writing it normally could dispel nightmares and ward off ghosts and evil spirits. If he used his magic power and spiritual power, he would have the power to subdue demons. Now, the 9 shrines were working together to form the great array of truth. Its power could be said to be top-notch. The nine-tailed fox was slapped by the 9 words incantation, and in an instant, it went berserk. Nine-tailed fox's front paw slammed heavily on the ground. In an instant, a giant claw burning with black flames descended from the sky. The members of the 9 shrines started chanting loudly. The 9 secret words regrouped and turned into a giant golden palm, rising from the bottom. It happened to collide head-on with the giant claw burning with black flames. Bang! A terrifying power rippled in the air. The giant golden palm suddenly turned into specks of starlight. The giant claw that was burning with black flames was still unscathed as it landed on the ground. The impact brought with it black flames, which spread in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the impact was the array formed by the 9 shrines. Under the impact, it was almost non-existent. The great array of truth collapsed instantly. The spiritualists who were trapped here watched the battle that was like a battle between gods. Everyone was deeply shocked by this. Some people managed to escape, but only a few. More than half of them had died in the earth-shattering battle when the 9-tailed fox was born. Many others died in the battle between the 9-tailed fox and the 9 shrines. Right now, the 9 shrines also suffered heavy casualties. The black flames couldn't be extinguished once they touched a person. It was foxfire. Legend had it that it could burn anything. Only the rain of Green Hill could extinguish foxfire. Chen Zhao walked up to Hikari Yoko. Hikari Yoko lay on the ground weakly. Her son, Seiwa, had already been reduced to ashes in the first wave of impact. She had a chance to protect herself. After all, everyone in the Tokyo Shrine had focused their magic on her. She couldn't say that she could fight against the 9-tailed fox, but she could protect herself. But she had to protect her granddaughter, Nagasaka Reiko. She used most of her magic to protect Nagasaka Reiko. Now, she was heavily injured. Nagasaka Reiko hugged Hikari Yoko. "Ms. Yoko, you don't look good." Hikari Yoko raised her head slightly and looked at him weakly. "Mr. Chun, why are you here?" "That's strange. Is it hard to understand why I'm here?" "I thought you left already," Hikari Yoko said honestly. She'd seen his power, so it was definitely possible that he'd escaped. Hikari Yoko looked up at the 9-tailed fox. "Teacher, why isn't Teacher here? Teacher, where are you?" Hikari Yoko yelled in grief. She felt that only Zhang Tianyi could turn the situation around. But to her disappointment, Zhang Tianyi didn't appear. Her yell attracted the 9-tailed fox's attention. 9-tailed fox didn't forget Hikari Yoko. She'd been causing trouble for her ever since she came out of the Stone of Slaughter. 9-tailed fox's bloody mouth descended from the sky, biting at Hikari Yoko and Nagasaka Reiko. Chen Zhao lifted his foot and kicked 9-tailed fox's head. 9-tailed fox took a step back in pain. "Can you show some respect?" Hikari Yoko, Nagasaka Reiko, and Chiyo Kaori and the others behind all had stiff expressions. Wasn't this guy a bit too daring? Facing the 9-tailed fox, who had the power to destroy the world, he didn't retreat at all, nor was he timid at all. 9-tailed fox lowered her head again and looked at Chen Zhao up close. Chen Zhao just stood there. He didn't attack or retreat. He was less than 10 meters away from 9-tailed fox. They looked at each other, even though 9-tailed fox's gaze was all focused on Chen Zhao. But Hikari Yoko and the others felt endless fear. Even though it was just a gaze, it still gave them a huge sense of pressure. "Who are you?" 9-tailed fox finally said. "I heard that you're a peerless beauty, so I came to see if it's true and see if I can kill you," Chen Zhao said. "Change into your human form. Let me see if you live up to the title of peerless beauty." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They'd never seen such a bold person before. Who was that? It was the legendary world-destroying demon. Chen Zhao actually spoke to her in such a tone. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1726. The 9-tailed fox was gone. A woman walked out of the black fire. She was barefoot and had long legs. She wore a light muslin dress with a low collar. Her breasts were faintly discernible. Although her figure was not exaggerated to the point of exploding, it gave people a feeling that it was just right. Of course, to use the most popular saying, that pair of long legs could be played for a year. Her face was like jade. She was breathtakingly beautiful and had a hint of feminine charm. Her hair reached her waist, and she wore a pair of white jade bracelets on her arms. Her hands were slender and slender, as if they didn't have any bones. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the 9 furry tails on her back. "What do you think? What I look like?" Tamamonome, stood before everyone and stared at Chen Zhao. Beautiful, Chen Zhao said honestly. But I guess people in your era never saw beauty. So, any woman can be called a peerless beauty. Tamamonome was indeed unbelievably beautiful. But it was an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. Besides, if she really had a devastatingly beautiful face, she would not have been sealed in the stone of slaughter in the end. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Tamamonome's 9 tails curled up. Tamamonome's body floated up, breaking free from gravity. Her eyes glowed purple, and her long hair moved without any wind. Now you can die. One moment, she was as light as a breeze. The next moment, she was like a mountain crashing down. Everyone felt a boundless pressure. Chen Zhao twisted his neck. That's right. Since you don't have a peerless beauty, let's fight for real now. Mortal, Tamamonome said softly and raised 2 fingers. A black flame swept across the ground. It shot up from Chen Zhao's feet and ignited his body. When everyone looked at Chen Zhao, they all thought that he would definitely die. However, Chen Zhao didn't seem to feel anything. Let's both show our true abilities. You show your real body, and I show my trump card. This is a meaningless test. Even if we fight until the end of time, we won't be able to decide the winner. I underestimated you. But if you want to force me to show my real body, let's see what you can do. Tamamonome didn't want to kill Chen Zhao because of his words. Definitely not. She just wanted to kill him. He didn't want to kill Chen Zhao. That was all. Ms. Yoko, you really should leave this place. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Hikari Yoko had long since lost all thoughts of running for her life. To her, not dying in battle here was a dereliction of duty on her part. Chen Zhao shook his head, seeing that she wasn't going to leave. Then her life and death had nothing to do with him. Chen Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, Chen Zhao grabbed one of Tamamonome's tails. However, Tamamonome's reaction was incomparably fast. She turned around and swiped with her claws. A piece of Chen Zhao's chest was torn off. In pain, Chen Zhao punched through Tamamonome's chest, grabbed her heart, and pulled it out. Tamamonome flew backward. Chen Zhao also took a few steps back. Tamamonome looked down at her empty chest, and then at her heart in Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao casually crushed the heart, muttering to himself. What a freak. His heart had been dug out, but he didn't show the slightest change in expression. Tamamonome licked the blood on her hand. The hole in her chest was closing up. Chen Zhao's chest was also healing. Hikari Yoko, Nagasaka Reiko, Chiyo Kuru, and the others all stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. What had just happened? Had that guy crushed Tamamonome's heart? He hadn't lost in that exchange? Tamamonome raised one arm high. She grabbed at the sky and then pulled it down. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly seemed to be ignited. All the dark clouds in the sky turned red. Then, stones that had been ignited fell from the sky at a super high speed. They had accurately locked onto Chen Zhao's position. Fist shadows. Chen Zhao waved his fists that filled the sky. The stones that had been ignited were shattered 100 meters in the air. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. So powerful. Everyone had seen Tamamonome's strength. Therefore, they were already used to it. But Chen Zhao was actually on par with Tamamonome. He wasn't any weaker than Tamamonome. This made them turn pale with fright. Is that all you've got? Chen Zhao smiled at Tamamonome. If you don't use your real body, I'll really kill you. That's all. Tamamonome waved her 9 tails. Behind her, a large amount of miasma appeared. Then, Tamamonome's clones appeared in the miasma. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, there were countless clones. Some were flying in the air, while others were standing on the ground. They were all in different poses and had extraordinary auras. What do you think of this? Hikari Yoko's face was pale. Nagasaka Reiko was shaking in fear. No matter how strong Chen Zhao was, he was just one person, but Tamamonome could have thousands of clones. How could they fight? They couldn't win at all. A great demon was indeed a great demon. Every single one of his methods was so shocking. Any spell could shock the world. Chen Zhao lifted his arm and pointed at Tamamonome. 7,000 stone swords appeared in the sky above Chun Zhao. Each stone sword radiated with a piercing, murderous intent. The moment Chun Zhao's move appeared, everyone's expressions froze. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Tamamo no Mei's thousands of clones faced Chun Zhao's thousands of flying swords. Was this man the legendary Huaxia, Sword Immortal? Right now, Chun Zhao could control 7,000 stone swords even without using his clones. He could even control more stone swords. Tamamo no Mei's real body narrowed its eyes. I can't believe humans nowadays have such powers. I'll take your words as a compliment. Chun Zhao smiled at Tamamo no Mei. You're too happy too early. Go. Tens of thousands of Tamamo no Mei's clones pounced at Chun Zhao or cast spells in the air. Chun Zhao ignored the spells. Standing where he was, he pushed his arms forward. The stone swords turned into a storm of blades, sweeping toward Tamamo no Mei's army. Tamamo no Mei was strong, but she couldn't be stronger than Old Turtle. Her clones weren't clones either. Each one only had 1% of her original strength. They touched the stone swords or even the slightest bit of sword aura and instantly turned into smoke. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. Bai Ryuko had thought that Chun Zhao was Zhang Tianyi's junior. So what if he was talented? But now, she realized that Chun Zhao wasn't just talented. Chun Zhao wasn't just talented. His peers had nowhere to go. Even her teacher, Zhang Tianyi, probably couldn't compare to Chun Zhao. Could it be that the supernatural world of Huaxia was already this powerful? An unknown young man actually had such strength. Zhu Qian Divine Emperor. Chapter 17:27. Chiyo Kaori and the others were even more shocked. Little Devil turned his head and looked at Chiyo Kaori. Kaori, how big is your grudge against him? The other three also looked at Chiyo Kaori. Everyone was feeling bitter. They also wanted to know how big the grudge was between Chun Zhao and Chiyo Kaori. In other words, let's not take revenge. How can we take revenge? Chiyo Kaori was also desperate. According to her script, Chun Zhao was supposed to be an arrogant spiritualist. He bullied his sister with his strength. Then, as a genius spiritualist, she would find out and teach Chun Zhao a lesson. She would let him know that his sister wasn't easy to bully. But now she suddenly realized, this bastard who liked to bully ordinary people and minors was actually the big boss. To be honest, if Chun Zhao and Tamamo continued fighting like this, they would most likely die of boredom. Chun Zhao couldn't kill Tamamo's clones, but they couldn't outlast Chun Zhao's 7,000 flying swords either. Chun Zhao stopped and put away the 7,000 stone swords. Tamamo didn't summon more clones either. Tamamo narrowed her eyes at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also stared at Tamamo. Looks like normal methods can't kill you. Tamamo finally confirmed that Chun Zhao was indeed qualified to make her reveal her true form. Instantly, 100 times more demonic aura exploded from Tamamo's body. Tamamo revealed her nine-tailed true form again. Her true form was like a small mountain. Even though she had no aura, she could still bring immense pressure. Chun Zhao turned around and looked at Yoko and the others. Are you sure you're not going to run? Yoko Hikari finally confirmed that this was their last chance. She hadn't run before because she didn't think they had a chance. Now she understood that if they got involved in Chun Zhao and Tamamo's fight, then they would really have no hope. Let's go. Nagasaka Reiko supported Yoko. Chiyo Kaori and the other four were trapped on an isolated rock. They wanted to run, but they couldn't. Chun Zhao glanced at the five. Dark lava shot out instantly, wrapping around Chiyo, Tsutomu, and the others. Then he tossed them into the crack. At first, the five thought that Chun Zhao was going to deal with them. It wasn't until he landed that he understood Chun Zhao's intentions. The five people looked at each other, and Chiyo Kaori said in a low voice, "Let's go." After a few steps, Chiyo Kaori looked back at Chun Zhao. "Don't die." Chun Zhao also floated up and looked at Tamamo no Mai, who had revealed her true form. Avatar, 10,000 techniques returned to one. Dark assimilation, mighty miracle god, eye of power. Chun Zhao had turned into a giant god. Is this your trump card? Tamamo no Mai looked at Chun Zhao. She didn't notice anything amiss. After all, Chen Zhao didn't change much apart from his body shape. His aura didn't grow any stronger. For existences of their level, the transformation of their bodies was nothing. The nine-tailed body suddenly spread open. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky turned into a huge fox mouth and bit down at Chen Zhao. At this moment, Yoko and the others, who were already 2 kilometers away, felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the terrifying attack behind them. How terrifying! Could that person really be a match for that kind of peerless great demon? Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Immediately, the fox mouth formed by the dark clouds was shaken and scattered. Chen Zhao threw a punch and tore a hole in the dark clouds in the sky. But he immediately changed directions and charged at the nine-tailed body at full speed. The yin and yang powers in his body circulated rapidly, bringing even more surging immortal power. 100 meters away from the nine-tailed body, Chen Zhao threw a punch. The punch wasn't green like before. Instead, it was as dazzling as a star, and the punch was as vast as the ocean. Danger! The nine-tailed body almost instinctively avoided the punch. The shadow of the fist swept past like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Everything that stood in its way disappeared in an instant. After charging more than 10 kilometers, the punch finally landed at the foot of Mount Fuji. The foot of Mount Fuji collapsed, leaving behind an eternal scar. The nine-tailed body looked back and couldn't help but gasp. Now, she was finally sure that the human before her was at the same level as her. No, in terms of combat ability, Chen Zhao was definitely above her. This time was different from last time. Last time, there were many people surrounding her, but none of them could truly match her. In the end, they just barely managed to seal her. But this time, the human before her could really kill her. Chen Zhao's attack missed. He approached the nine-tailed body and followed up with another punch. The nine-tailed body was hit solidly this time. The nine-tailed body's huge body was sent flying. Chen Zhao pressed forward again and threw a punch from above. Boom! The ground was shaking in the fierce battle between the human and the demon. Smoke had already filled the entire forest. Apart from Hakui Yoko and the others, no one knew what was happening in the dust. They could only feel the shock waves spreading out wave after wave. Some people couldn't dodge in time and were affected by the shock waves. In the end, there was nothing left of them. Hakui Yoko and the others had already escaped 20 kilometers away. Right now, they were standing on a road that had long been sealed, looking down at the forest of Aoki plains below. In the center of the forest, the battle was still going on. Every impact was shocking to the eyes. It wasn't like a battle humans should have it all. It was completely different from the battle they'd imagined. It was the ultimate manifestation of destruction. Mount Fuji was still showing the ultimate power of nature. The ground continued to shake, and volcanic ash continued to fall from the sky. He didn't know whether it was caused by the battle in the center of Aoki Plain or the eruption of Mount Fuji. The government couldn't intervene at all, unless they launch a nuclear bomb. But the center of the battlefield was at the foot of Mount Fuji. If the nuclear bomb hit Mount Fuji and caused Mount Fuji to go out of control, the situation would be even more troublesome. The only thing they could do now was to seal off the surrounding hundreds of kilometers and control public opinion. Fortunately, the sky was too dark because of the dark clouds. Therefore, it was almost impossible to know the exact situation outside of the Greenwood Plains. They also thought that the battle at the foot of Mount Fuji was between Zhang Tianyi and Demonic Fox. This made them even more reluctant to launch the nuclear bomb. Who was Zhang Tianyi? To put it bluntly, if they hurt Zhang Tianyi because of the nuclear bomb, then the consequences might not be any worse than the demon fox wreaking havoc. Therefore, they could only wait for the results. He was waiting for the battle between Zhang Tianyi and Tamamo no Mei to end. At the moment, the spiritualists who had escaped from the forest alive were only a tenth or two of the original number. One could imagine how tragic the battle was. At the same time, it also showed how terrifying Tamamo no Mei was. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1728. I'm starting to admire those who were able to seal you 1,000 years ago. They're really amazing. Qin Zhao sighed as he looked at the nine-tailed true form. Are you going to admit defeat now? The nine-tailed true body was panting. Qin Zhao's body was too tough. When Qin Zhao was in his normal state, she could even hurt him in her human form. However, after Qin Zhao used the mighty miracle god, Qin Zhao's body was almost indestructible. To be honest, Qin Zhao had a headache too, even if he could fight better than Tamamo no Mei. But he didn't have the power to absolutely surpass her. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill her. There was another way, and that was to seal her. But what Qin Zhao lacked the most was seals. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. Both Qin Zhao and Nine-Tailed looked up. They were three F-22 fighter jets, probably from the U.S. military. Tamamo no Mei stretched out her claws and clawed at him from a distance of more than 10 kilometers. The dark cloud turned into a giant claw and grabbed the three American fighter jets. Boom, boom, boom. Tamamo no Mei looked at him. Do you still want to fight? Let's fight for a while longer, Qin Zhao said honestly. If there's really no other way, we'll go home and find our own mothers. Qin Zhao could only give it a try to live up to the Japanese government's pay. Qin Zhao couldn't really risk his life. Actually, in this battle, Qin Zhao and Tamamo had more or less figured out each other's strength. In terms of destructive power and area of effect attacks, Tamamo no Mei was truly amazing. It was impossible for her to sink Japan, but given enough time, she might really be able to flatten the entire Japan. Of course, if that really happened, a nuclear strike would probably come down. But in terms of single target damage, Tamamo no Mei was much weaker than Qin Zhao. All of Tamamo no Mei's attacks were useless against Qin Zhao's body. That was why Tamamo no Mei was having a headache. He took out the black trident. Tamamo no Mei's hair stood on end. I'm a little tired. Let's fight another day. Tamamo no Mei's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Even Qin Zhao couldn't catch up. Qin Zhao was dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly run? Wait, she's afraid of my weapon? The black trident had been modified by Old Turtle. Other than feeling heavy, Qin Zhao didn't feel anything else. However, he was able to scare Tamamo no Mei away. Could this thing really kill her? Qin Zhao silently put away the black trident. He took out his phone. Hello, Mr. Zhang. It's over. What do you think? He won? Or did you lose? Tamamo no Mei ran away. Ran away? I can't kill her. I used everything I had but couldn't do anything to her. She's almost immortal now. He didn't explain the actual situation. After all, it was better to be cautious. Qin Zhao and Zhang Tianyi weren't that close. All right, it's not our country's business anyway. After this, I'm even with the Japanese government. Zhang Tianyi didn't care about that. If he could kill them all, that would naturally be the best. Since he couldn't kill it, there was nothing he could do. The next day, the entire world was flooded by a piece of news. Japan's Mount Fuji, which had been asleep for 300 years, erupted. Tokyo was almost submerged in volcanic ash. This disaster also caused a lot of casualties. Of course, under the Japanese government's deliberate push. Other news did not have much of an impact. That night, Tamamo no Mei's appearance wasn't completely unknown. But in the end, under the joint efforts of the government and the supernatural world, things seemed to have calmed down a little. This time, the Japanese spirit world had suffered heavy losses. The 9 great shrines suffered the most casualties, and the spiritualists among the people also suffered great losses. However, this was an area where paranormal activity was active. It wasn't that there were a lot of spiritualists left, but that no matter how great the losses were, they could recover their vitality in a short period of time. This was the advantage of being in a supernatural region. The foundation was there, unless everyone was dead. Otherwise, he would be able to recover in a few years or even a decade. If they were in a supernatural desert like North America, if half of them died, half of the spiritualists would be gone. He might not be able to recover even after a few decades. However, because of the eruption of Mount Fuji, the entire city of Tokyo is now closed. Because of the volcanic ash falling with the rain, as long as they went out, their faces would be covered in dirt. They even had to use a purifier indoors. The most unfortunate thing was that all the airports were grounded. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Furthermore, it would be sealed for at least a week. The eruption of Mount Fuji didn't just affect Tokyo. Almost half of Dongying was affected. More than 20 airports were grounded. If Chun Zhao wanted to leave Japan, he had to go to another city. Speaking of which, Tokyo is really a bit chaotic right now. Because all the shops were closed, some lawbreakers began to run rampant. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't plan to return to Los Angeles for now. There was one thing he hadn't done yet. 3 days later, Zhang Tianyi was going to return the Yasukani no Magatama to the Japanese royal family. Zhang Tianyi had already forged in Yasukani no Magatama. Chun Zhao had seen it before, so he could definitely pass it off as the real one. President Tokyo Grand, which Yoko from the Grand Shrine is here to visit, Wes said, running to Chun Zhao. Invite her in, Chun Zhao said. Yoko came with Nagasaka Reiko. Both of them were wearing traditional witch attire. Their attitudes were even more humble and respectful. Mr. Chun, hello. Yoko looked old. It seemed like she'd been under a lot of pressure in the past 2 days. But it was understandable. Her son, Seiwa, had died. Tokyo Grand Shrine had suffered heavy losses. Nagasaka Reiko wore a white flower on her head, representing her family's funeral. This was similar to the Chinese tradition. Nagasaka Reiko's attitude was also more humble. She even seemed a bit fearful. Hello, Ms. Yoko. How may I help you? I heard from my teacher that Mr. Chun is the president of the Supernatural Organization of North America. Reiko is going to study in Los Angeles this year, so I'd like to ask Mr. Chun to take care of her. Of course, I also hope that you can take her in so she can contribute to the organization. Chun Zhao looked at West. West said, Ms. Yoko, there are already a lot of people in the organization. We don't plan on taking in more people in the short term. Of course, it's our duty to take care of Ms. Yoko. After all, Los Angeles is under our jurisdiction. West's words were very professional. He seemed to be amiable, but in reality, he was saying that they didn't want her. Los Angeles was their territory. If she behaved, everyone would be fine. If she caused trouble, they wouldn't give face to anyone. God King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1729. How smart was Hikari Yoko? Back then, she had gone to China by herself. That was still a time of war. China and Japan were like fire and water. Hikari Yoko had relied on her own persistence to make Zhang Tianyi accept her as a student. Now, she saw Chun Zhao again. Of course, she couldn't be his student again, but her granddaughter could. The Tokyo Grand Shrine had suffered heavy losses. It would take at least 20 years to recover. And her granddaughter, Nagasaka Reiko, was bound to take over the Tokyo Grand Shrine. If she could have a backer like Chun Zhao, then her position would be very stable. Even though Nagasaka Reiko had a pure bloodline after she died, then the other branches might come to take over. Whether it was the royal family or a shrine like theirs, it was a problem that couldn't be ignored. Just like how she had taken over the position of witch back then. As a woman with a different surname, she had married into the Nagasaka family. She had received difficulties from the other branches of the Nagasaka family. If Zhang Tianyi hadn't been there to support her, at the time, she had doubted if she could have persevered. And in the future, Nagasaka Reiko would definitely encounter the same problem as her. Even her bloodline couldn't defeat the ambitions of the other branches. So, she had to prepare for Nagasaka Reiko. Back then, Zhang Tianyi had supported her. But after she died and Nagasaka Reiko took over as Magus, Zhang Tianyi had no reason to appear. So, finding a strong backer for Nagasaka Reiko had become a top priority. Without a doubt, Chun Zhao was the best candidate. Mr. Chun, you might not believe it, but Reiko is Donya Tianqi's niece. Huh, they're that close. Chun Zhao hadn't expected this. If that was the case, he could consider accepting Nagasaka Reiko. The association had always been generous to their own people. Donya Tianqi had joined the association later. But no matter what, he was still one of them. Yes, Donya Tianqi is my nephew. So according to kinship, he's also Reiko's uncle. There was a huge difference between a nephew and a nephew. The nephew should be the child of Bairi Yoko's cousin, which was already a different surname. Moreover, Nagasaka Reiko's surname wasn't Hikari, so the blood difference was even greater. Their bloodline was 6 or 7 generations apart. Were they considered relatives? It wouldn't be a problem if the two families were close. But if the two families didn't have any contact with each other, what kind of relatives were they? Of course, Chun Zhao still had to ask for Donya Tianqi's opinion. West, call Higashino Tianqi over. After all, Higashino Tianqi is Ms. Yoko's nephew. Since Ms. Yoko is here, how can he not pay a visit to his elders? Yes, guild leader. West was actually going over to ask for Donya Tianqi's opinion. If Donya Tianqi was willing to be the guide, it would not be a problem for Nagasaka Reiko to join the association. After all, Donya Tianqi had made contributions to the association. Together, Donya Tianqi and Jinkura were equivalent to a master blacksmith. It had a very important function in the association. A few minutes later, Donya Tianqi arrived. When Donya Tianqi saw Hikari Yoko, he immediately greeted her with the etiquette of a junior. The Japanese were more serious about status and seniority. Of course, Donya Tianqi's salute was also a show of his attitude. Thank you, Auntie Yoko, for taking care of me in the past. I will always remember it. Don't mention the past. Yoko will be studying in Los Angeles soon. Please take care of her then. Yes, I will. Don't worry, Auntie Yoko. Donya Tianqi was very respectful toward Hikari Yoko. Then, Hikari Yoko and Nagasaka Reiko left. Donya Tianqi, how is your relationship with your auntie? We don't talk much, but Auntie Yoko helped me introduce a bladesmith 30 years ago, so I'm very grateful to her. Actually, she and Donya Tianqi were not close. They had never even talked to each other. But she knew one thing, and that was if you planted 100 seeds, there would always be one that would sprout. In the past few decades, Donya Tianqi was not the only person she had helped. Moreover, she had never thought that this seed would sprout one day and return to her. But reality proved that her decision back then was correct. Some favors did not need to be mentioned actively, because the more you didn't mention it, the more the other person would remember it. Hikari Yoko was too good at manipulating people. Actually, there were some things that both Hikari Yoko and Donya Tianqi understood. After hearing it, Chun Zhao and West also understood. To put it bluntly, Donya Tianqi owed her a favor. Unless Donya Tianqi was willing to give up his surname, his family, and even his reputation. Otherwise, he would have to return the favor even if he did not want to. Actually, it's not a big deal to let the girl called Yoko join the association. It's not like there's no benefit in persuading her, West said. West said, Japan is a supernatural area. This will make it easier for us to come into contact with the supernatural world in Japan. We can also carry out missions and activities and develop our connections in Japan. Donya Tianqi is also Japanese, Chun Zhao said. No, he's an American now, West said. He's already immigrated. Actually, Chun Zhao understood this too. Even if Donya Tianqi had not changed his nationality, his connections in Japan could not compare to those of the Tokyo Grand Shrine. After all, it was a famous shrine in Japan and had an important position in the Japanese supernatural world. If Nagasaka Reiko joined the association, it would symbolize the alliance between the supernatural organization and the Tokyo Grand Shrine. Even if it was not the alliance, outsiders would not believe it. In terms of benefits, the advantages indeed outweighed the disadvantages. Donya Tianqi, when Nagasaka Reiko comes to L, you'll be in charge of observing her for a while. If you think she's okay, you'll be her referral to join the supernatural organization. Hi, President. Donya Tianqi and Yoko Shiranui were old friends, but he also knew who he was loyal to. As long as it did not harm Chun Zhao and the association's interests, he obviously hoped to gain a favor. How's the situation in Tokyo these 2 days? Still chaotic. Not only are there criminals, but monsters are also very active. Any news of Tamamo no Mei? Chun Zhao asked. To be honest, after Tamamo no Mei escaped from the forest of Aoki Plains, it was basically impossible to destroy her. From now on, Tamamo no Mei could fly as high as she wanted. Even if Tamamo no Mei appeared before Chun Zhao now, he could not fight her in the city. unless Chun Zhao did not care about the consequences and destroyed Tokyo. Both he and Tamamo no Mae had the destructive power of nuclear weapons. If they fought, the world would collapse. Chapter 1730. President, the kid you bullied the other day seems to be here. Have I bullied kids recently? Wes turned his head away, not wanting to continue talking to Chun Zhao. Kaori, why are you here? Feilai and Portia were very happy to see Chiyo Kaori. However, they turned to look at Chiyo Tsukasa. Is she your sister? You two look alike. Yes, she's my sister, Knight. Chiyo Kaori nodded. Chiyo Kaori now knew exactly what had happened. Of course, if it was someone else, she would still maintain her attitude. But now, she had to lower her head before Chun Zhao, because she didn't know whether Chun Zhao had let it go or not. If Chun Zhao still hated her sister, even she couldn't protect Chiyo Tsukasa. So, she had to bring Chiyo Tsukasa here to apologize. Is Mr. Chun here? You're looking for Chun? Yes, Knight did something wrong, so I need to bring her here to apologize to Mr. Chun. It's okay, Feilai said, smiling. He won't argue with kids. Chiyo Tsukasa lowered her head. She'd been threatened by Chiyo Kaori for the entire night. As a 16-year-old girl, she'd been terrified. Chiyo Kaori brought her to every room on this floor. Some rooms were open, and she saw a few familiar figures. They were all people she'd seen that day. She felt that the entire hotel had been taken over by gangsters. Miss Chiyo, why are you here? Chun Zhao walked in with a smile and asked, even though he already knew the answer. Mr. Chun, I'm very sorry for the previous offense. I brought Knight here to apologize. Huh, didn't you want to teach me a lesson 2 days ago? Chun, don't make things difficult for Kaori. Feilai couldn't help but say. I didn't make things difficult for her. When did I make things difficult for her? Yeah, Portia said. The boss has always been tolerant. He won't make things difficult for Kaori. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Feilai and Portia teamed up. He clearly couldn't do anything to Chiyo Kaori and Chiyo Tsukasa. Forget it. If there's nothing else, please go back. I won't pursue the past. Chun Zhao didn't plan on making things difficult for them. Chun Zhao wasn't an emperor. He couldn't kill anyone's family just because they offended him. Smokey, stay and talk to us for a while. That damn volcano has been erupting for the past 2 days, so we can't leave the hotel. Now, the entire city of Tokyo was gray, and through the glass windows, one could see the embers falling like falling snow. But it wasn't snow, it was volcanic ash. Inhaling it into the mouth and nose will cause respiratory damage. During these 2 days, every hospital in Tokyo was packed with people. All of them were symptoms caused by inhaling volcanic ash. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't let Feilai and the 2 kids go out in such a situation. With this kind of air quality, Chun Zhao really wanted to take his family away from Tokyo. This situation would not be alleviated until the next rainfall. The eruption of Mount Fuji brought immeasurable economic losses to Tokyo and even the entire Dongying. Chiyo Kaori looked at Chun Zhao, who shrugged and left the room. It was better to give the room to these women. He did not intend to stay here and join in the fun. President, look at the TV. I don't understand Japanese. What's there to see? Tokyo TV's program, West repeated. Chun Zhao glanced at West and turned on the TV. It was a talent show. In the show, the beautiful contestants all showed off their talents, singing and dancing. West, if you're lonely, go find a woman yourself. Henry has been to those places before. You can ask him to take you there. West rolled his eyes. I'm not asking you to watch this. Then which one? Just then, contestant 99 walked to the front of the stage. This woman was very beautiful, and her figure was perfect, especially her pair of long legs, which left a deep impression on people. After introducing herself, contestant 99 started to show off her talent. She danced a piece of dance full of ancient charm. Moreover, the dance was full of charm. Chun Zhao shuddered. Contestant 99 was clearly wearing clothes, but he felt a primal desire rising. This woman was too devilish. What's with this woman? She should be the nine-tailed fox, Tamamo no Mae, Wes said. Are you sure? I don't remember her looking like this. President, is it hard to change her appearance for someone like her? That's true. But how can you be sure she's Tamamo no Mae just from her performance? Others might not be able to tell, but I'm sure that she is, West said. Chun Zhao looked at West. He knew that West was good at sharp thinking and slow reaction. Why do you think she's Tamamonome? She can break through my calm thinking, West said. West said, her dance is filled with all kinds of hints. These seemingly simple dance moves make me unable to think calmly. This kind of power is unprecedented. She could drive any man crazy. Hearing West's words, Chun Zhao couldn't help but become serious. But then again, even if she was Tamamonome, he couldn't do anything to her. Perhaps she knew this, which was why she'd appeared. She might even let people know of her existence on purpose. But those who could find out her identity might not dare to expose the truth. Because if the Japanese government found out about her identity, they'd definitely start a war. If Tamamonome caused a ruckus in Tokyo, in that case, the problem would be huge. Tamamonome was like a moving nuclear warhead. The spiritualists in the spiritual world knew, but the government might not. So, she was sure that even if spiritualists knew her identity, they wouldn't dare to reveal the truth to the government. Chun Zhao thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Even Chun Zhao didn't dare to reveal her identity. Whatever, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. What does she want to do? It has nothing to do with us. It wasn't worth it to continue chasing Tamamonome. Plus, he'd experienced the battle in Aoki Plains. Chun Zhao felt that he'd already paid back everything he should. It was impossible for him to fight Tamamonome to the death again. The talent show was recorded and ended with Tamamonome's victory. This was within Chun Zhao's expectations. After all, those mediocre women were facing a peerless great demon, and the charming Tamamonome again. All the women in the world, combined, might not be able to compare to her. God Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1731. Purely from an aesthetic point of view, the show is indeed good. Record it and send it to me. I'll study it. Actually, Chun Zhao didn't think that Tamamo could cause any trouble. Times were different now. If Tamamo wanted to continue doing whatever she wanted, in the end, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being destroyed or sealed. In the first round, Chun Zhao and Tamamonome couldn't do anything to each other. But it didn't mean that Tamamo was immortal. Chun Zhao didn't even dare to say that he was immortal. Humans hadn't found a way to kill her yet, but it didn't mean that they couldn't. Plus, humans had ultimate weapons. Chun Zhao estimated that he could withstand the explosion of a nuclear weapon with the equivalent of 10,000 tons of TNT now. But if humans were determined to destroy something, 100,000 tons, 1,000,000 tons, or even 10 million tons were possible. After all, decades ago, the former Russia had created a nuclear weapon with a yield of 100 million tons, Big Ivan. The current level of technology was many times higher than it was a few decades ago. This was no longer a world of monsters. It was ruled by humans. Even if Tamamo was hiding in a crowded city, humans would kill without caring about the casualties. That day in the forest of Greenwood Plains, Tamamo realized that something was wrong and immediately flew away. This meant that she wasn't a mindless monster. She was smarter than most monsters and even more intelligent than most humans. So, Chun Zhao didn't think that she would cause a huge commotion. A heavy downpour completely washed the entire Tokyo. Hundreds of thousands of tons of volcanic ash were washed into the sewers. The entire city looked brand new. The citizens and tourists who had been suppressed for almost a week finally released their strong desire to shop. All the malls, supermarkets, restaurants, and even bars were filled with people. People enjoyed shopping like crazy, as if they were celebrating a festival. Zhang Tianyi strolled in the Japanese palace, the East Imperial Garden. This was the modern royal residence. A royal servant followed beside Zhang Tianyi. The outer area of the Imperial Garden was for tourists. However, the inner area wasn't open to the public. Just then, a man in hunting clothes walked out. The man's makeup was slightly feminine. He held a folding fan in his hand. He was a member of the royal family, Minamiya. In Japan, the Minamiya and the Abe family were known as the two heroes of Japan. They had both risen during the Heian era and had been worshipped by the royal family for generations. Greetings, celestial teacher Zhang. Minamiya had a high status, but he couldn't be arrogant before Zhang Tianyi. Of course, even though Zhang Tianyi had a high status, the current emperor of Japan wouldn't see him. Minamiya was the best person to meet and receive him. "Hello, Mr. Minamiya." Zhang Tianyi had a smile on his face. "This time, I'm here mainly to return your royal family's national treasure." Yuan Minamiya was stunned and looked at Zhang Tianyi in astonishment. "Celestial teacher, what? The Yasukov Magatov of Japan, of Z. How can we do that? We promised it to the heavenly master. Celestial, to of the emperor, to you. He, of hand, he." Jinamiya was obviously happy that the Yasukov Magatov of the emperor had returned to the emperor. Of course, he still had to make excuses on the surface. Jinamiya opened the brocade box. Seeing the Yasukov Magatov inside, he was even more assured. If Zhang Tianyi didn't return the Yasukov Magatov, he might have to wait for a few more years. After Zhang Tianyi reached the end of his life, he could ask for it back through political means. Just then, a wave of demonic aura spread over. Zhang Tianyi and Jinamiya's expressions changed drastically. Zhang Tianyi looked at Jinamiya. Where did the demonic aura come from? Jinamiya's face was also filled with astonishment. This was the imperial palace where the royal family lived. It was impossible for a monster to come in. Just then, a figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed. "Oh no!" Zhang Tianyi slapped out. The figure was sent flying. A strange look flashed across Zhang Tianyi's eyes. It wasn't Chun Zhao. It was a fox demon, a white fox. Then, 9 more foxes jumped out. They surrounded Zhang Tianyi and Jinamiya. A woman flew through the air. Of course, it was Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo no Mei was still barefoot, and her clothes were extravagant. One of the foxes flew past. Before Jinamiya could react, Tamamo no Mei snatched the brocade box. Is this the new palace? Has the imperial family already weakened to such a degree? Tamamo no Mei looked around the imperial palace as she held a brocade box in her hand. "Demon, leave the Yasukov Magatov here," Zhang Tianyi shouted. "Little old man, you're too weak." Tamamo no Mei waved her hand, and a wave of demonic aura surged over. Zhang Tianyi pulled Jinamiya over and shielded him behind him. Tamamo no Mei waved her hand, and the 9 foxes circled around her. Then, he looked into the depths of the imperial palace. "Found it!" Tamamo no Mei flew out. "Oh no, heavenly teacher, stop her!" Jinamiya paled in fright. "What is that place?" "That's where the Yada no Kagami and Kusanagi sword are kept." Zhang Tianyi was also shocked. He immediately charged out. Just then, a figure flew in front of Zhang Tianyi and blocked him. A few strands of Zhang Tianyi's hair were cut off. Zhang Tianyi immediately retreated. Looking closely, he saw that Chun Zhao had come. Both of them were making eye contact. "Demon, get lost. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson," Zhang Tianyi shouted. "Don't even think of stopping my master's great plan. Take this." Zhang Tianyi immediately stood together with the white-faced ghost that Chun Zhao had turned into. "Chun Zhao, what's going on?" "Tamamo no Mei has nothing to do with me," Chun Zhao said in a low voice. "I didn't expect her to show up either, but this is good. I can blame it on her. But that peerless demon fox wants to snatch the Yada no mirror and the Kusanagi sword. If these 2 divine weapons were to fall into her hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who cares?" Chun Zhao didn't care. He just needed to prove Tamamo no Mei's crime. Whether Tamamo no Mei snatched the Yada no Kagami and the Kusanagi sword had nothing to do with him. At this time, Tamamo no Mei rushed into the treasury hall. The defensive formation in the treasury hall collapsed upon contact. In just a few seconds, Tamamo no Mei broke through the roof with the Yada mirror and Kusanagi sword. "Children, let's go." Chun Zhao immediately separated from Zhang Tianyi and chased after Tamamo no Mei. When Tamamo no Mei saw Chun Zhao, she was stunned at first, but then she smiled charmingly. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1732. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao and Tamamo no Mei had disappeared from Tokyo. "Chun Zhao, we meet again. How do you know my name?" "Your hotel is registered," Tamamo no Mae said. You've changed your way of speaking. It's so stupid to talk like that again, Tamamo no Mae said. How did you appear there? Wait, let me guess. Tamamo no Mae suddenly stopped Shunjiao. She thought for a moment. You used that old man as the intermediary and took the Yasakani no Magatama as payment. The condition was to destroy me, and you were afraid that the royal family would go back on their word and find you. So you put on a show with that old man. Tamamo no Mae paused and thought for a moment. I just happened to appear, so you planned to blame me? Chen Zhao smiled at Tamamo no Mae. How did this fox's brain work? Tamamo no Mae took out a brocade box and took out the fake Yasakani no Magatama. She looked left and right and then grabbed it. Without much effort, she crushed it. So it's fake. Tamamo no Mae waved her hand and tossed the powder away. Since I took the blame for you, shouldn't you give me some benefits? For example, the Yasakani no Magatama. No. Chen Zhao shrugged. I did the same thing you did to the real thing. Tamamo no Mae looked at him. You solved the secret of the Yasakani no Magatama? Oh, apparently, Amaterasu from Japan is a god. Your method is very similar to that. It seems that you really solved the secret of the Yasakani no Magatama. How about sharing it with me? After all, I took the blame for you. No way. Chun Zhao rejected Tamamo no Mae's request without hesitation. Tamamo no Mae was already so difficult to deal with now. If she knew the secret of the Yasakani no Magatama, she would definitely be even more difficult to deal with. Then I'll tell the Japanese government about your plan. Tamamo no Mae suddenly stopped. All right, no one will believe me. Give me either the Yasakani no Magatama or the Kusanagi no Mae, and I'll share the secret of the Yasakani no Magatama with you. Hee, don't even think about it. Tamamo no Mae refused decisively. She had snatched the Yada no Kagami and Kusanagi sword to guard against Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao's black trident was too much of a threat to her. If Chen Zhao took out his black trident the next time they fought, he might really be killed. This was why Tamamo no Mae wanted to unravel the secret of the 3 divine artifacts. And Chen Zhao already knew the secret of the Yasakani no Magatama. If he obtained another divine artifact and was able to decipher it, then he would be in even more danger. You want to use Kusanagi's sword and Yada no Kagami to deal with me? That's right. Tamamo no Mae didn't plan on hiding it. After all, it was too obvious. In this world, there was no one who could threaten her. Chen Zhao was the only one left. If he didn't have any means to protect himself, she really felt insecure. Tamamo no Mae took out the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, even though she did not decipher the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. However, she could still feel that this was an invincible divine sword. It might not even be weaker than Chen Zhao's black trident. Tamamo no Mae's jade-like hand gently stroked the ancient blade. Do you want to try what it feels like to be cut by it? Chen Zhao's teeth hurt. He shouldn't have let her take the Kusanagi sword so easily. He felt a long-lost threat from the Kusanagi sword. If it really cut his body, he might really be injured. Let's not fight. We don't have to kill each other, right? Chen Zhao took out the black trident. Although he said he wouldn't fight, he still felt that he needed the black trident to feel safe. Okay, put away first. You're making me feel very insecure with this thing. You're the one who feels insecure, Chen Zhao said. Put away the Kusanagi sword first. You're a fox demon. You make me shiver with the Kusanagi sword. Why are you so loud? I know people like you only think about subduing demons, right? Put down your weapon, or I won't go easy on you. You're the one who should put down your weapon. Hurry up and put down your weapon. Chen Zhao raised his voice too. No one was willing to put down their weapons, but no one planned on fighting. They were just shooting their mouths at each other. They were both wary of each other. In the end, they retreated cautiously. Chen Zhao didn't plan on taking the Kusanagi sword and the Yada no Kagami. It was mainly because they were too troublesome. After all, Tamamo no Mae had been snatched from the Japanese royal family's nest. It was 100 times riskier than the Yasakani no Magatama. At least the Yasakani no Magatama had been traded in a proper way. But the Kusanagi sword and the Yada no Kagami no Magatama had been snatched. They felt hot in his hands. Chen Zhao didn't plan on sharing the pressure with Tamamo no Mae. Wes had booked a plane and chartered it. They would fly to Los Angeles at noon tomorrow. The matter in Japan had also come to an end. But this time, the original Scarlet mission could be considered a complete failure. No one from the association had a chance to do anything. Fortunately, Chun Zhao and West hadn't been careless. If one day the people from the association were to get involved, not to mention how useful they would be, at least they wouldn't be able to avoid losses. The news of the attack on the royal family's residence hadn't been leaked. Even the spiritual world didn't know. The impact of this matter was too great. After all, the Yada no Kagami, Kusanagi no Magatama, and Yasakani no Magatama were the national treasures of Japan. But now, all three had fallen into Tamamo no Mei's hands. If this matter were spread out, everyone would definitely be in a state of panic. It would be a huge blow to both the public and the spiritual world. So, the royal family could only use the three fake for now. Anyway, the three divine artifacts didn't have much use. They were more symbolic than practical. So, as long as they were in the royal family's hands, they were real. If they fell into someone else's hands, even the real ones would become fakes. Finally, Chen Zhao boarded the flight home. He lowered his head and looked at Tokyo, which was getting further and further away. Every Chinese had complicated feelings about Japan, especially those at Chen Zhao's age. This was especially true for people his age, because he had grown up watching anti-Japanese dramas and Japanese comics. But to Chun Zhao, Japan had nothing to do with him. Chun Zhao didn't plan on sinking Japan either. He didn't want to come back to Japan either. Tamamo no Mei was really a dangerous woman. Whether it was her power, her intelligence, or the divine weapon in her hand, Chun Zhao felt a sense of danger. "President, we plan to go to Norway in a week," West said, walking to Chun Zhao's side. "Huh? So urgent? Do you need me to go with you?" Chun Zhao asked. 9 Heavens God King. Chapter 1733. "President, you shouldn't go. If you go, we won't have to go." "I just want to watch," Chun Zhao said, pursing his lips. "Plus, I've never been to Norway." "President, you shouldn't go." Whether Chun Zhao went or not, whether he was there or not, were two completely different concepts. "Fine. Actually, I just want to see Norway's scenery." After booking the entire flight, everyone had much more freedom on the plane. Portia was extremely impressed by Fei Lai. She took care of 2 kids by herself. Both little Jerlin and little Larissa were extremely noisy. Ever since they got on the plane, they hadn't been quiet. Chun Zhao didn't care at all. The 2 of them could do whatever they wanted to. Only Fei Lai would restrain them. However, Portia was more concerned about Chun Zhao's subordinates. All this time, Portia had thought that Chun Zhao was a gang leader. But after seeing Chun Zhao's subordinates, she realized that they didn't seem to have anything to do with gangs. They weren't gangs. For example, Klaus and the Lightning Squad. In the beginning, he looked like a gang killer. But soon, she realized that Klaus and the others were just old-fashioned. After all, they'd stayed under the same roof for a long time. She realized that Klaus and the others were more like retired soldiers. As for the others, there were old people, children, and women. They had no discipline or rules. They looked more like a big family. They didn't look like a gang with a clear hierarchy. So, she was even more curious. What exactly did they do? It was as if all kinds of strange people were mixed together. They didn't look like gangs or a company. Portia even felt that they weren't from the same company. They were more like friends traveling together. But she'd seen Chun Zhao, West, and a few others discussing something in the house. They were indeed showing the attitude of subordinates. "West, what do you think about getting a plane?" Chun Zhao asked. "We have so many people. If we want to get a plane, it can't be small." "President, do you want to buy it yourself or the association?" West asked. "I can pay too. I made a lot of money recently," Chun Zhao said. "But where do we keep the plane? Is it stored at the airport?" "I do have a way to get the construction permit for a civil airport, but even the construction of the lowest grade airport requires a lot of money. Don't think that an airport is just a runway and a parking apron. The runway of the airport was not an ordinary road. Even the road conditions of the expressway could not be compared to it. If a medium or large aircraft were to land and take off on an ordinary plane, it would directly cause an accident. Regardless of whether the plane was taking off or landing, The weight and speed of the plane would create a huge pressure. Ordinary roads simply couldn't withstand this kind of pressure, and the final result was damage to the road. Once the road was damaged, the debris or potholes would directly cause the plane's tires to burst. At that time, the control of the plane would be lost, and the final result would be the destruction of the plane and the deaths of the passengers. Therefore, the cost of building a runway was tens or even hundreds of times that of a normal road. An ordinary highway would cost 100 kilometers, while a runway would only cost 1 kilometer. There were also parking aprons and aircraft warehouses that required high prices. Even the most ordinary private airport would require at least $1 billion. Moreover, the most ordinary airports couldn't accommodate large planes. Of course, the most expensive part was still the land. However, the land problem was the easiest for Chun Zhao and the Supernatural Organization to solve. The Supernatural Organization's headquarters was large enough to build a private airport. Do an estimate and see how much it'll cost if I want to build a private airport. Okay. Wes saw that Chun Zhao had made up his mind, so he didn't stop him. But we're not professionals in building a private airport. I don't know how much it'll cost. President, don't you know an engineering company? Ask them. He knew Chun Zhao's assets quite well. This was because of the high return rate of Dash and Beer. Last month, Dash and Beer's production had increased. This caused the value of Dash and Beer and even Chun Zhao's assets to skyrocket. At the same time, Chun Zhao's monthly income even exceeded $80 million. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to build a private airport and buy a private plane. The organization didn't have that much money, but it was also a good thing for Chun Zhao to have a private plane and airport. They needed a plane, so Chun Zhao couldn't say no. That's true. Chun Zhao nodded. Chun Zhao found Felwood Cisco's number. Hello, Mr. Felwood. Hello, Mr. Chun. Do you want to ask about the progress of the Mirror Lake project? No. I want to ask if your engineering company has the ability to build a private airport. Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao wasn't asking if they had the ability, but if they had the ability. He wasn't sure if there were any technical difficulties in building an airport. Mr. Chun, you want to build a private airport? Yes. I plan to buy 1 or 2 private planes. They should be medium or large ones, but it's too troublesome to store them in a civil airport, so I plan to build a private airport in my territory. That's why I'm asking if you have the ability. Yes. Felwood Cisco realized that his company didn't want any clients. He only needed Chun Zhao as a client. In the past 2 years, how many projects had Chun Zhao provided him? It was already over $100 million, right? Chun Zhao's wealth had also exceeded his imagination. There aren't any technical difficulties? Mr. Chun, there aren't any technical difficulties in building an airport, Felwood Cisco explained patiently. However, the runway isn't made of regular concrete. It's a special high-strength cement. Most of the money for building an airport is spent on this cement. Building an airport? This was building an airport. Even a small airport was a huge project for his company. Give me a budget, Chun Zhao said. I'll evaluate it. Okay, Mr. Chun. Felwood suppressed his excitement. Oh, don't be careless with a Mirror Lake project. Build it as you should. There's no need to rush. The earliest construction for the private airport will start next year. There are only 2 months left until the new year. Even if they decided to build a private airport, it would take at least a few months of preparation. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1734. I'm finally in Los Angeles. Chun Zhao let out a long sigh. This journey was so tiring. When Chun Zhao walked out of the exit, he saw Vestana and the others. He immediately went up to greet them. Ms. Vestana, how are you? When Vestana saw Chun Zhao, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy really didn't die. Well, with his strength, it wasn't strange. Chun Zhao glanced at the dozen people behind Vestana. Looks like you're missing a lot of people. Did you inhale too much volcanic ash? Chun Zhao teased. Because they'd lost more than a dozen people, the psionic team had been in grief and anger. Now they saw Chun Zhao come up to pick a fight. Everyone felt like they were about to be swallowed by anger. Mr. Chun, don't you think it's too much to say that now? Vestana was also angry. It wasn't a surprise that the mission had failed. After all, Vestana's original plan was to bring them here to see the world. Always moving around in North America had limited their horizons and strength. So, the original plan was to make them suffer some setbacks. Even if there were casualties, it was still part of the plan. In the end, their horizons had indeed broadened, but they were also frightened. Tamamo no Mei's appearance had the power to destroy the world. It made them truly understand the difference between the strong and the weak. Even the most arrogant tank and the others had wet their pants in fear. Tamamo no Mei's power had exceeded their understanding. But Tamamo no Mei hadn't targeted them at all. Just the shockwave of her attack had killed half of the psionic team. They'd practically pissed their pants as they escaped from the forest of Aoki Plains. There was also the battle with Tamamo no Mei. They'd heard that it was the Taoist master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial sect, Zhang Tianyi. Even though they were separated by dozens of kilometers, they could still feel the destructive power of that battle. It also made them understand how powerful the two scariest existences in the world were. This also caused everyone's will to be very depressed. If the gap wasn't big, they could fight and surpass it. But that battle made them not know how to surpass or make up for it. Now, they were provoked by Chun Zhao again. Someone patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. Wes came to his side. "President, you're too much." "Am I?" You've gone too far." Wester took 2 steps forward. "Miss Vestana, I apologize for my president's words." "I'm sorry. President, we should go back." Portia did not understand what grudge Chun Zhao had with these people. The people on the other side were the same as Chun Zhao's group. There were people of all ages and genders. Wistana looked at his back and suddenly said, "Mr. Chun, didn't you also escape? So, there's actually no difference between us. It's true that you guys didn't lose anyone, but you guys don't even have the courage to face danger. In the end, don't you, the guild leader, still have to come out personally?" Needless to say, Vistana's words had indeed provoked the members of the supernatural organization. None of them wanted to accept that, but they really didn't go, because Chun Zhao had stopped them. Portia was even more curious now. Escaped? Where did Chun Zhao escape from? From the woman's tone, they seemed to have gone somewhere before and escaped together. "Because I'm smarter than you. At least I won't send my subordinates to their deaths." Chun Zhao looked back at Vestana. Chun Zhao would not let his subordinates take the risk, even though he knew it was dangerous. It was fine to cultivate their courage and battle awareness, but he did not have to sacrifice some people to cultivate the courage of the rest. "Ms. Vestana," Sam Mira said in a low voice, "are you just going to let us endure other people's provocations? When you're not strong enough, you should learn to swallow your anger," Vestana said. "Sometimes, challenging the strong is also a part of cultivation," Sam Mira said. "When I think you're qualified to challenge that person, I won't stop you. But before that, you'd better control your temper. If you fail the challenge, you'll only humiliate us even more," Vestana said. "Then when do we need to?" "I have my plan," Vestana said. Vestana's heart was heavy. Everyone had their own thoughts. She could not forcefully combine everyone's thoughts. She could only manage and barely control them. She did not have enough power to suppress everyone in the psionic team. This meant that she was not as strict as Chun Zhao was with the supernatural organization. Vestana's eyes sparkled. Of course, she had her plan. But to complete it successfully, she needed the psionic team's cooperation. Of course, there were also people who cooperated. For example, Britz was someone she had chosen to cooperate with her. Britz was strong enough. However, it wasn't to the point where it could completely suppress everyone else. Sometimes, Vestana really envied Chun Zhao. He was strong enough, and he was the one being chased. He was like the rabbit in the tortoise and the rabbit race. She was the tortoise chasing after the rabbit. She could only chase after the rabbit tirelessly. She did not even know if she had the chance to catch up to the rabbit. But she also did not know if she had the chance to catch up to the rabbit. She knew how strong Chun Zhao was, so she restrained herself every time he provoked her. "President, that girl called Vestana is not simple." "Huh? How is she not simple?" "She's an ordinary girl, but there are traces of some secret technique on her." "What secret technique?" "A technique that allows one to obtain magic power. Normal people can obtain magic power through secret techniques. Of course, not under normal circumstances, but as long as you're willing to pay a price, it's possible. Is it a heavy price? These spells are called secret techniques because there's an unbearable or even unacceptable price. That's why the user doesn't dare to publicize it. Oh, you can tell? She looks no different from a normal person, but I saw the rune on her hand. It should be some kind of Chinese spell. Chinese? Yes, Huaxia is the most active region in the supernatural world. Moreover, it has the most flourishing metaphysical sections. Moreover, they're completely different from the mystical sects in the West. For example, most of the sects in Japan have inherited the teachings of Huaxia, and that's how they've become the most active region in the supernatural world. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1735. Think about it. If a few sects spread to Japan, it can create a prosperous and active supernatural area. How terrifying is China's heritage? As for Huaxia's orthodoxy and inheritance, apart from internal control, the other countries and regions are also controlled to a certain extent. China wants to maintain its advantage, so it controls the spread. I can understand, but why do other countries control and restrict it? Because it will break the existing power balance. Think about it. If a giant like Dragon Tiger Mountain suddenly appears in North America, what will happen? Chen Zhao thought about it. That was indeed the case. If such a behemoth really appeared, Chen Zhao might not let it grow stronger. It had nothing to do with good or evil. Chen Zhao called himself the manager of LA. If any random person came here to criticize him, Chen Zhao would be the first to beat him up. But what does this have to do with Vestana's secret technique? Apart from the orthodoxy, the main restrictions in each region are secret techniques, especially dangerous ones, West said. There's no need to talk about the orthodoxy in China, but many times, even a secret technique can break the balance of a region's spiritual world. West looked at Chen Zhao with a serious expression. Vestana is a normal person. Since she used some secret technique on herself, she has 2 requests. One is to turn herself into a spiritualist and have magic power. The other is to break the supernatural organization's power suppression. Or both are possible. Chen Zhao was taken aback by West's words. I hope she can complete the technique as soon as possible. West glanced at Chen Zhao and didn't say anything else. He could more or less guess what Chen Zhao meant. It was better to act earlier than later. It was better to act directly than to be on guard for a long time. If the counterterrorism department and the psionic team didn't have enough power and courage, then they would only scheme in the dark forever. The supernatural organization would always be on guard. Both Chen Zhao and West didn't like being on guard like this. That would tie their hands and feet. This was the trouble of fighting. This was the rule of modern society. The weak could hide. The strong couldn't attack first. They could only wait for the weak to attack. As long as people lived in this society, they would be bound by all sorts of rules. Even the strongest demon king in hell was bound by the rules, let alone Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai returned to Moon Villa with the 2 kids. Kalon was currently living a luxurious life. These few days, he was almost completely immersed in the bright Moon Villa. The life of the rich was beyond his imagination. Those who had never experienced it would never be able to imagine it. Over the past few days, Kalon had truly understood what it meant by poverty limiting one's imagination. Chen Zhao saw Kalon lying on the sun lounger in his swimming trunks. He didn't react at all when his family came back. Chen Zhao went up and kicked Kalon off the chair. Ah, Mr. Chen, why are you back? Chen Zhao's face darkened. This is my home. Why did I come back? Ah, I didn't mean that. Chen Zhao whistled. At the same time, he spread out his aura. All the pets felt Chen Zhao's presence. Chen Zhao looked at the pets, gathering over one after another. Looks like you took good care of it. Of course, I didn't slack off, Kellen said proudly. Little Jerlin was already greeting the pets excitedly. Let's go. I'll see if you've been slacking off these days. Come, I'll surprise you. I've been sparring with Cerberus these days. Filled with confidence, Kalon stood before Chen Zhao. Then, 10 minutes later, Colin's head was full of bruises. Looks like you haven't been too diligent. Chen Zhao looked at Kalon on the ground. Lying on the ground, Kalon looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chun, what did you do this time? Did you carry out a mission? Sort of, Chun Zhao said. It's also a deal. What kind of mission? Is it hard? Do you know about the Mount Fuji eruption in Japan? Yeah, it's been all over the city these days. Apparently, the Japanese government lost over $100 billion because of it. It's a huge loss. In fact, it was caused by a monster escaping from a seal. Chun Zhao didn't hide it. After all, the entire spiritual world knew about it. The news was just an explanation for normal people. Since Cao Lan was a spiritualist, there was no need to hide anything from him. Monster? What kind of monster? You don't even know what a monster is. Whatever, I'll go back and look it up in the dictionary. Mr. Chun, the monster you're talking about is a spiritual creature, right? Sort of. She can cause a volcano to erupt. She must be really powerful, right? Powerful? Powerful isn't enough to describe her power. She's like a moving nuclear bomb. If there's no restriction, she can even kill all of humanity. Kellen sucked in a breath of cold air. At his current level, he couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of terrifying existence that was. Is it unimaginable? Kalon nodded. It was indeed unimaginable. Don't even think about it. Don't think about surpassing her one day. Don't even think about risking your life if you meet her. In order to stop that peerless fox demon, we gathered 2,000 to 3,000 spirit controllers, but she easily killed more than 1,000 spirit controllers. Kalon shuddered. Chun Zhao continued. The strongest 9 shrines in Japan, with hundreds of people working together, couldn't even block one attack from her. Mr. Chun, what about you? How did you come back alive? Because I'm strong enough. I can't do anything to her, but I can protect myself. Kalon felt that Chun Zhao was also part of the group that had escaped. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't say it clearly for the sake of his reputation. So there's no one in the world who can deal with that fox demon. There are people who can deal with her, but not many. However, the real threat to her is mankind's ultimate weapon, nuclear weapons. I estimate that if a nuclear bomb with a yield of 1 million tons was dropped on her head, it would be enough to make her suffer. Even so, Kalon still felt that it was too exaggerated. A monster that could only be dealt with by humanity's superweapon. Kalon couldn't imagine how powerful that monster would have to be to need nuclear weapons to kill it. Either way, he only needed a high explosive grenade. That would probably be enough. The difference was more than 10 million times. Mr. Chun, do you think there's still a few people in the world who can deal with her? 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 1736. Hi, Gaia. Portia walked into Gaia's gym. This place of yours sure isn't small. Portia was touring Gaia's gym. What? You don't have work today? I don't have anything to do today. If I don't have anything to do, I won't follow him. Do you want to get a gym card here? Can you give it to me for free because of our relationship? Actually, we're not that close. Gaia smiled at Portia. In the end, Portia didn't get a gym card here. She had plenty of time, but it wasn't fixed. Hello, are you Mr. Chin's assistant? Yes, I am. May I know who you are? I'm Felwood Cisco from a construction company. I'm sending you a document. Please pass it to Mr. Chun. Okay. After hanging up, Portia looked at Gaia. I have a job again. Okay. Remember to come here next time. If you're willing to give me a gym card for free, I'll be happy to come here. Ever since Portia returned to L, she didn't dare to spend money casually anymore. She did some calculations and realized that she'd spent at least $200,000 in Japan. Apart from paying off her credit card, she also owed Chun Zhao a huge sum of $150,000. Portia didn't dare to spend a single cent recklessly. As for her current job, if she dared to do it carelessly, Chun Zhao would probably make her corpse strewn on the streets tomorrow. Portia opened the document. It was a price list, a private airport construction evaluation report, and a budget. Among them, there were 4 different specifications, all of which were design specifications for medium and small airports. The cheapest of these 4 specifications cost $300 million US, and the most expensive one cost $630 million US. Portia sucked in a breath of cold air. Her boss was way too rich. Portia had heard Chun Zhao mention buying a private plane a few times before. But buying a private plane and building a private airport were 2 different concepts. Unless it was a giant in the sky, The cheapest one was only a few dozen million, while the expensive one was around 100 million. But a private airport was different. The cheapest one was already $300 million. Including the land, the price would double. Portia went to Minghua Villa and passed the document to Chun Zhao. Boss, this is a document from Felwood Cisco. Take a look. Okay, got it. Chun Zhao was sparring with Fei Lai, who was punching and kicking Chun Zhao. This was the first time Portia had seen Fei Lai fight. In fact, Fei Lai's body was already very outstanding. However, because she was an ordinary person, the notification could not be raised too much. Because there was no protection from magic power, if one's physique was increased too much, deformities would appear. Even so, Fei Lai's constitution was still 4 times that of a normal person. After all, Chun Zhao would provide Fei Lai with food from big dishes whenever he was at home. The food wouldn't cause any changes to Fei Lai's body structure. However, this kind of influence was subtle. This kind of change would quietly happen in Fei Lai's body. Fei Lai preferred to fight with gloves. She didn't like direct contact with her fists. That would leave calluses, and she didn't want her skin to become rough. Plus, Chun Zhao's skin was really thick. If she didn't protect him, her hand would be badly hurt. After a while, Fei Lai finally stopped attacking. Portia, do you want to try? I don't think so. Portia really wanted to try how it felt to beat the boss. However, after thinking about it, she still gave up this tempting thought. It's fine. Come and try. Portia looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao shrugged. Come on. In the end, Portia still put on the gloves. She didn't have any fighting foundation, so her punches were no different from a normal woman's. Your arms have to be level with your shoulders, Chun Zhao reminded. Punch at a 90-degree angle and use the flexibility of your joints. Portia tried again. She felt like she was punching a wall. Chun Zhao covered his face with his arms. At the same time, he said, you could try attacking from other angles. Your straight punches are too monotonous. After 10 minutes, Portia was so tired that she was covered in sweat. I can't anymore. Panting, Portia put her hands on her hips. Let's go swim at the beach. Fei Lai pulled Portia away. Portia was very envious of Fei Lai's stamina and body. There was almost no excess fat on Fei Lai's body. Her muscles didn't bulge exaggeratedly. However, she gave off a streamlined sense of beauty. Although she was envious, Portia knew that she couldn't compare to Fei Lai. Fei Lai could shop, work out, and even eat nutritious meals with relish. She was someone who had to work hard for her life. She also heard that Fei Lai was going back to the coastal rescue team. It was still a job, but Fei Lai's job was her interest. Her job was to make a living. In the evening, Fei Lai asked Portia to stay for dinner before Portia left. Hey, Miss Portia, there's a small role tomorrow. You can come and try it. The person who called Portia was from the Screen Actors Union. Although Portia was an amateur actress, she still registered with the union. Actually, it was very simple to register as a member. You just had to have at least one role, even if you didn't even have a proper face. You just had to be willing to pay $1,000 a year. Of course, there were benefits too. Members of the Screen Actors Union could enjoy some internal resources. At the same time, they had a guaranteed salary. However, being a member of the Screen Actors Union wasn't all good. For example, the producers of some blockbusters didn't like to use small actors from the Screen Actors Union. Because actors from a Screen Actors Union had to follow the rules, such as a guaranteed salary, working hours, and at least 1 second of close-up scenes. Of course, with rules and a bottom line, it also meant that the actors from the Screen Actors Union were better than those who were pulled from the streets or became actors out of interest. When Portia heard the news, she was overjoyed. She already started to imagine what her new role would be like. How long the close-up scenes would be, whether there would be any lines, whether it would be a big production, and so on. In fact, it was this kind of dream and fantasy that supported most actors who weren't famous clench their teeth and persevered. Chapter 1737. Boss, can I take a day off? Portia called Chun Zhao carefully. Sure, Chun Zhao said. I don't have anything tomorrow anyway. Portia was very excited. Chun Zhao didn't make things difficult for her. The next day, Portia contacted the Screen Actors Union. She also got the address of the set from the union. The union had resources, but their biggest disadvantage was that they couldn't guarantee any roles. They couldn't even guarantee minor roles. All the major film companies would cooperate with the union. It was a mutual benefit. However, this cooperation was very fragile. To put it simply, the union had the right to recommend roles, but not the right to decide. For example, when a movie started filming, the producer would send a list of required roles to the union. The list wouldn't only be sent to the union. It would also be sent to all the major management companies. In this aspect, the union didn't have an advantage over the management companies. The managers of the management companies would help their artists with PR and travel. And the Screen Actors Guild wouldn't help their registered members move around. Portia hurried to the set. She still didn't know what role she was going to audition for. There were a lot of people in the audition studio that day, and they were all mediocre actors just like her. However, it could be seen that the producers had released many roles today. They were minor roles, but they were very important to every actor who came for the audition. Every actor had heard all sorts of stories before entering the industry. How hard it was for an actor to become famous. How he started from a young age and finally became famous. This story was common in the entertainment industry all over the world. Of course, it was also the truth. However, it was still a minority. In fact, most of the famous actors were. Their first role might be a role with a close-up and a line. Only a small number of people with no foundation could become successful and famous in the end. However, most actors who could enter Hollywood had the mentality that it was either success or death. They knew that their chances of winning were very low, but they still kept going. They lived in the slums and worked 3 jobs every day. However, as long as there was a role, they'd spend half a year's salary on clothes and makeup. They'd work hard for a role that a dozen or even dozens of people were fighting for. In Hollywood, there were many unspoken rules of using sex to get a role. And this unspoken rule was not limited to men and women. Portia got her script and the requirements for the role. Her script only had 1 sentence, but there was a close-up shot. For an extra like her, getting 1 line and a close-up was already a great stroke of luck. For today's audition, Portia had specially put on the clothes and shoes she had bought in Japan's Ginza. She was lucky today because she felt that she fit the role. The ones auditioning were the casting director and a camera director. Both of them were assistant directors. The 2 of them set up a platform in front of them. Then the actors went up one by one, did a performance, and read their lines. The process was very fast, and each person had less than 30 seconds to perform. Both of them replied in unison, "Thank you for your cooperation. Please go back and wait for further notice." "Portia, you look so beautiful today." At this moment, a blonde walked over and greeted Portia. "Elisa." Portia turned to look at the woman. Angelisa, like Portia, was an extra. They had arrived in Los Angeles at almost the same time and had been roommates at some point in time. However, the difference between them was that Elisa already had a management company. Portia, on the other hand, was still a lonely ghost. Compared to a year ago, Elisa seemed even prettier. She seemed to have done some minor surgery. From a woman's point of view, Portia could still tell which minor surgeries Elisa had done. It seemed that she had made some money in the past year. Portia wanted to do some minor surgery too. She had always felt that her jawbone was a bit big. She wanted to make it smaller so that she would look more feminine. However, the surgery was not cheap. It would cost at least $8,000. "Your dress doesn't look cheap." Elisa tugged at Portia's clothes. Her behavior was a bit rude and seemed very impolite. Portia pulled back her clothes. Elisa covered her mouth and chuckled. "Your taste is still so bad. You should ask me to be your advisor. I can give you the right guidance." Portia's face darkened. "Don't touch my clothes. You might not be able to afford it. Do you know that this dress looks really old-fashioned on you?" In Hollywood, there were no real friendships between women, even for actresses who had yet to become famous. Back then, when they were competing for the same role, Elisa set the alarm in Portia's room 2 hours late and cut the clothes she prepared. In the end, Portia naturally missed out on the role, while Elisa managed to snatch the role. Their friendship and roommate relationship ended there. Portia turned to leave. Elisa looked at Portia's back. Although she said that Portia had poor taste in clothes. In fact, Portia's dress was very expensive. It matched Portia's temperament very well. It was fashionable and sexy. Moreover, they were auditioning for the same role today. Moreover, the role was set to be a fashionable woman. Therefore, Portia's appearance made Alyssa feel threatened. Alyssa went up and probably kicked Portia's high heels with her toes. Ouch! Portia immediately lost her balance and sat heavily on the ground. The heels of her high heels broke. At the same time, the tightly fitting dress also split due to the movement. Portia, are you okay? Alyssa pretended to help Portia. Portia didn't know that it was Alyssa's trick. As soon as she got up, she heard a tearing sound. It turned out that Alyssa had deliberately stepped on the corner of Portia's dress. In an instant, half of Portia's clothes were torn. The originally sexy and dignified dress now made her look like a beggar. Huh? Laughter came from the audition studio. Portia covered her face and fled the scene. In fact, both the two assistant directors and the actors auditioning knew what had happened. And this kind of thing happened too many times in the audition studio, so many that they were already numb to it. However, they wouldn't feel sympathy for the actress who was schemed against. They could only say that she didn't have the mentality of a real actress. Jiuqian Shenhuang. Chapter 1738. Portia felt like she'd lost all her face. As for the audition, she'd forgotten about it. She ran away from the audition studio like she was running for her life. The audition almost broke her. When she got home, Portia felt like her world was collapsing. Portia just wanted to get herself drunk. She didn't know how much she drank. She didn't stop until she heard a police siren downstairs. Hello, who's this? Chun Zhao was unhappy to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Miss Portia's boss? Yes. Is there a problem? I'm from LAPD. Miss Portia is in the police station now. We asked for her contact, but she only gave us your number. She's in the police station? What did she do? Chun Zhao asked, frowning. She's drunk at home. That's not a reason for her to be in the police station. She screamed in her apartment. The neighbors thought something happened inside. Portia lived in one of those old-fashioned apartment buildings where the neighbors were separated by a door or a wall. Basically, if a man and a woman made a little louder in bed, the neighbors could hear them. Okay, I'll have someone bring her out. Chun Zhao's head hurt too. It was always the assistant who solved the boss's problems. Why was it the boss who solved the problem for the assistant when it came to him? Alex, my assistant's in the police station. Bring her out. An hour later, Alex drove Portia, who reeked of alcohol, to Moon Villa. Alex walked up to Chun Zhao and looked at him suspiciously. Chun, did you do something to her? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fei Lai walked out. Hey, Alex, Portia? She doesn't look well. Auntie Portia, what's wrong? Jerlin ran out too. After all, Jerlin and Fei Lai were the ones she interacted with the most at home. Jerlin, what about me? Seeing that Jerlin didn't greet her, Alex was very unhappy. Auntie Alex. Little Jerlin revealed an angelic smile and opened her arms. Alex leaned over, and little Jerlin hugged Alex's neck. Help me deal with her and ask her what's going on. Chun Zhao did not want to get involved in Portia's problem. Looking at her current state, she was either heartbroken or someone had died in her family. Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered to talk to her. Fei Lai and Alex carried Portia to the bathroom. Portia was still yelling, "Wine, I want more wine." Not long after, Chun Zhao, who was watching DVDs in the living room, heard Portia crying upstairs. After a while, the noise gradually subsided. Fei Lai and Alex came downstairs. How is it? Did her relatives die? Or is there something wrong with your relationship? Chun, is it really okay to curse her family like this? All right then, what happened to her? It seems like she went to a movie set for an audition today, and then something went wrong, but we don't know the details. Was she assaulted at the audition studio? I don't think so. She doesn't have any injuries, Alex said. Do you know what movie it is? Chun Zhao asked. I don't know, but I know the address. It's on set 122 in Hollywood. I'll call and ask, Chun Zhao said. How's Portia now? She's already asleep. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and picked up the phone. It's me. Chun, I heard that you went to Japan. I remember that the volcano erupted there. Weren't you trapped there? The lockdown was lifted long ago. You still don't know? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I want to ask you something. Tell me, what is it? Do you know what movie is being filmed at Hollywood Studio 122? Studio 122. Let me check. After a few minutes of silence, Rasfa said, "It's James' new movie, Apocalypse Now." Why do you ask? It's James' movie? Yeah, you don't know. I don't know either. Never mind. I'll call James. Okay. Our movie is going to be released soon. Are you paying attention? It's not released yet. The premiere is on September 29th. Are you and Failai coming? Nah, we're not celebrities. We won't go on the red carpet. After chatting with Rasfa for a while, Chun Zhao hung up and dialed James' number. James, it's Chun. Chun, how come you're free to call me? I heard that your new movie started filming. Is that right? Yeah. Why? Do you want to be a guest? No. I have a friend who went to your crew for an audition today. When she came back, she was in bad condition. It seems like something happened to her. Can you help me look into it? I want to know what happened. No problem. What's your friend's name? I'll call you later. Portia. About 20 minutes later, James called Chun Zhao back. This kind of thing was not difficult to investigate. After all, when it happened in public. Dozens of actors and staff at the scene saw what happened. In the morning, Portia found herself in an unfamiliar environment, but she soon knew where she was. Although she was a little drunk, Portia still couldn't let go of the humiliating experience the day before. Knock, knock. Portia, are you up? Failai's voice came from outside the door. Portia didn't really want to respond. Eventually, she said, Failai, come in. Portia, how do you feel? Not good. I feel like my head is going to explode. Portia got off the bed and stretched. Failai, why am I here? You went to the police station, and Chun had someone send you here. Did I say anything yesterday? No. You were already drunk when you came back. I had to spend a lot of effort to wash you. You fell asleep not long after. Failai didn't want to open Portia's wound. Portia still felt embarrassed. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. It's just a small thing, Failai said. Get up. You'll feel better after eating breakfast. When Portia arrived at the dining room, she realized that Chun Zhao and Failai's family's breakfast was terrifyingly sumptuous. It was even more sumptuous than the breakfast provided by the hotel. She really didn't understand how much time Chun Zhao and Failai had spent preparing breakfast. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 1739. Portia was very lucky. Chun Zhao had given her 2 days off. Of course, it was Failai who had spoken. Chun Zhao didn't say anything. But Portia knew that Chun Zhao and Failai were taking care of her. Portia indeed felt that she was in a bad state today. She couldn't let go of the stain in her life yesterday. Portia didn't know how she spent the whole day. Her mind would never be able to forget the humiliating experience yesterday. Just then, Portia's phone rang. Are you Miss Portia? I am. May I know who you are? I'm the assistant director of Apocalypse Revelation. I think you're very suitable for a role in our movie. Are you interested? Yes. Portia paused. Suddenly, she calmed down again. He's a liar. He's definitely a liar. If the movie crew really needed to choose an actor, the director or assistant director couldn't call the actor directly. If it was a famous actor, it might be possible, but she'd only gotten a minor role. The assistant director couldn't call her directly. You liar. I'm not interested in any role. After that, Portia hung up the phone. Liar. He didn't even know the rules of Hollywood and wanted to trick her. Was she really that easy to trick? On the other side, the assistant director looked at the phone in shock. He turned around and looked at James. How was it? Did she agree? Mr. James, she thought I was a liar and hung up. The assistant director said gloomily. Give me the phone. I'll call her myself. James called Portia. Hi, Miss Portia. I'm James. Which James? Have you seen Animal Mart? Yes. Are you going to tell me that you're the director of Animal Mart? Portia sneered. She wasn't that stupid. Animal Mart was one of the most popular movies last year. Director James became famous overnight and became an upstart director in Hollywood. Many of his experiences were also dug up. For example, he'd once been Steven's assistant for more than 20 years. Of course, she knew James' name, but she didn't believe that James would call her personally. Portia wanted to be famous, but she didn't believe that James would call her. She was aware of her own limitations. Yes, I'm that James. Mr. James, I don't have money, and I don't want to play with you anymore. Please stop harassing me. Thank you, Portia said in disgust, then hung up. James was also depressed. After all, he was a famous director. He was actually treated as a swindler. James thought about it. Chun Zhao was his benefactor. Moreover, Chun Zhao had great influence on Rasfa and Steven. Also, Chun Zhao, Rasfa, and Steven's new movie was about to be released. If the investment for this movie is successful, then he would have more influence on Hollywood. Although James was famous now, it did not mean that he could ignore everything. Moreover, he had a good personal relationship with Chun Zhao. Thus, he suppressed his displeasure. He called Portia again. Miss Portia, it's still me, James. All right, James. What will it take for you to let me go? Portia felt that she had nothing to do now. Since these films were going to continue pestering her, she would let them continue. It was a good way to kill time. Portia hoped from the bottom of her heart that this James was real. However, her rationality still told her that it was fake. He was a swindler. Miss Portia, if you don't believe me, you can come to the set, James said. It's the audition studio where you had your audition yesterday. We'll be filming here. Portia's heart jumped. She was a little tempted. There were two voices in her mind that kept controlling her heart. Anyway, I won't ask you to transfer money, nor do I need your driver's license number or your credit card number. Fine, I'll go and take a look. Portia felt uneasy. Was it real? No, that was impossible. Why would Director James call her personally? Was it a scam? As long as she made up her mind not to transfer money, even if the other party was a swindler, he would not succeed. Nevertheless, Portia still decided to drive to the Hollywood set. There was a huge set in Hollywood. Many studios were arranged neatly in the field. This was the most famous set in the world. Since the 1970s, after Hollywood's reformation, Hollywood movies had become famous all over the world. Hollywood movies became famous all over the world, and this place became the most famous and developed filming location in the world. Portia arrived outside the studio where she had auditioned yesterday. She was still a little hesitant. She was worried that the more hopeful she was, the more disappointed she would be. However, in the end, she plucked up her courage and walked into the studio. At this time, the studio was no longer the same as it was yesterday. After entering the set, she saw an area that had been transformed into an office. There were more than a dozen people and a few actors there, and they were filming. Portia hesitated as she walked in that direction. Just then, Elisa saw Portia. Elisa seemed to have just finished filming a set of scenes and immediately walked towards Portia. Hey, Portia, why are you here again? By the way, we're filming here. How did you get in? Elisa said in a mocking tone. You're not here to try your luck, are you? Hee. Portia, of course, knew that it was Elisa who played tricks yesterday. That was why she made a fool of herself in public. Portia tried her best to restrain her anger as she sized up the interior of the studio in silence. She seemed to be looking for something. Hee. Don't tell me you knew that Mr. James would come to the studio today, so you came looking for an opportunity. Don't be silly, Portia. Why would James want to see you? Portia's expression was uncertain. Could it be that this scam was deliberately arranged by Elisa? Did she deliberately trick her here and then humiliate her? You bitch. Portia finally couldn't help but slap Elisa in the face. Elisa was stunned. You dare hit me. I'll kill you. In an instant, the two women wrestled with each other. They didn't care about their image at all. They grabbed each other's clothes, pulled each other's hair, and rolled on the ground. Stop, both of you stop. Just then, a majestic voice sounded. Chapter 1740. Tell me what's going on. James looked at the scene angrily. This was a film crew, his film crew. Now, there was actually a fight in his crew, and it was two women. Portia had thought about it when she made the move. She would take revenge on Elisa, even if she went to the police station. This woman is crazy. She hit me for no reason. Call the police, call the police. She hurt me. I want an injury report. Elisa roared hysterically. I'm an actress. This woman broke into the crew and hurt me. James looked at Portia. Miss, you'd better explain yourself. Otherwise, I'll have to call the police. It's this bitch. She hired a swindler to trick me here. She used Mr. James' name to trick me. Portia said. James was stunned. You're Miss Portia? Portia was a little dazed. She suddenly raised her head and looked at James. Mr. James, you know me? She didn't hire a swindler. I called you before. Portia felt like the whole world was turning upside down. What did she just do? What did she do? God, he had ruined everything. What would Mr. James think? Would he think that she was crazy? This was a chance similar to winning the lottery. She was completely ruined now. Bolton, bring script number 012 over and show it to Miss Portia, James said. Miss Portia, this role has a few minutes of scenes. It'll take about 3 days to shoot. You'd better plan your time well. Huh? What? Mr. James? What? Is there a problem? James asked. Don't you need an audition? James looked at Portia, thought for a moment, and said, I think your image is good and suitable for this role. It's that simple. Okay, you can go back and study the script after it's here. I hope you can get into the right state on the day of filming. I don't have much time. With that, James turned and left. But after a few steps, James looked at Elisa again. Miss, since you're my crew, I don't want any scandals to spread about you before the movie is released. Otherwise, I don't mind making you disappear from Hollywood forever. Elisa was dumbfounded. Portia was equally dumbfounded. They didn't expect their identities to be transferred so suddenly. Portia had actually gotten an important role. Don't underestimate a character with only a few minutes of screen time. In any movie, he could be considered one of the main characters. After all, Elisa's movie roles from last year to this year didn't even have as many lines and scenes as Portia's. How is this possible? Did Portia know Mr. James? But Mr. James clearly didn't know Portia. And Portia didn't know Mr. James. James even called her himself. When Portia was asked to come to the studio, she was stunned. Portia still thought she was lying. They clearly didn't know each other. So why would James call Portia? And he would even give her such an important role. At this moment, Elisa felt extremely jealous. Why? Based on what? Why wasn't this role his? He had more experience performing than her. Furthermore, he could do anything that Portia couldn't or wasn't willing to do. But very quickly, Elisa controlled her emotions. She forced a smile at Portia. She hoped that Portia could sense her kindness. Unfortunately, Portia left with the assistant director without turning back. From afar, Elisa saw the assistant director hand a script to Portia. One had to know that Elisa's own script was just a few pieces of printed paper bound together. But Portia actually had script. This made her so jealous that she couldn't control herself. Why? How was she inferior to her? She worked harder than her, was prettier than her, had better taste than her, was more fashionable than her, and had better acting skills than her. Apart from being more educated than her, what else did she have that was better than her? Why did Mr. James call her? He invited her to play an important role in a movie, but she didn't even have a chance. At the same time, Portia felt like she was dreaming. It was all too surreal. Portia still didn't feel real. Portia used the afternoon to calm down. At this moment, Portia began to wonder why James would give her a role, and he obviously didn't know her. But after thinking about it, Portia couldn't figure it out. Why was this happening? Was it because he coveted her beauty? Portia didn't doubt the unspoken rules of Hollywood, but James didn't know her at all. There was no reason for him to covet her beauty. Moreover, when James had seen her, she'd even fought with Elisa. At that time, Portia knew how pathetic she was. James clearly didn't have any desire for her, but he still gave her the script. Portia, didn't I give you 2 days off? You don't need to work today, Chen Zhao said. Portia's mental state was clearly different today. I need to work now, Portia said. I need to support myself. Chen Zhao generously gave her 2 days off. But Chen Zhao also maintained the good capitalist tradition, stingy. Vacation was fine, but paid leave was out of the question. It was just as Portia had said. Portia needed money now. Of course, it was mainly because she wanted to show off in front of Chen Zhao these few days. She also wanted to borrow some money from Chen Zhao. But in her words, it wasn't borrowing money. It was an advance on her salary. Actually, Portia felt that working for Chen Zhao was really easy. Apart from the high salary, she had more freedom in her time. Her work was also very easy. She would receive and forward some documents and answer some calls. She would also report some things to Chen Zhao. Occasionally, she would go on a business trip with Chen Zhao for a few days and play around. Was there anything more perfect than this job? She couldn't shine like a Hollywood star. If that's the case, help me go to Mountain Town. I have a villa there that's being rebuilt. Help me check the progress. Of course, as Chun Zhao's employer, Portia didn't just have to check the progress. She also had to check the account books and see if there were any low-quality materials. Chun Zhao was friends with Felwood Cisco. He'd also attended Jerlin's birthday party. But business was business. Plus, it was where Chun Zhao's family lived. Chapter 1741. Evil Capitalists. Portia stared at the villa that was already taking shape beside Mirror Lake. When Felwood Cisco learned of Portia's intentions, he immediately invited her into his temporary office. Whatever documents Portia needed, Felwood Cisco would bring them to her as soon as possible. Even if the documents weren't at the construction site, Felwood would have someone send them over immediately. Portia had been someone's assistant before. She had also inspected a construction site before. Back then, the contractor had various shady relationships and refused to give her any excuses. He tried to evade her requests in every possible way, causing her investigation to be very unsuccessful. Before coming to Mirror Lake, she was already mentally prepared. In the end, Felwood Cisco was much more cooperative than she had expected. Felwood Cisco didn't make things difficult for him or reject him. Little did she know that Felwood didn't dare to do anything to Chun Zhao's project, even though he knew that some actions were unspoken rules. But Felwood didn't dare to do anything either. For example, he could change the steel to a substandard one. This was almost impossible to detect in the quality inspection. Even the substandard steel would meet the requirements and quality requirements of the project. The only loophole was that the material bill had to be fabricated to avoid the customer's inspection. Of course, there were still traces to be found, such as transfer records and the like. It wasn't as if Felwood Cisco had never done such a thing before. But that was before he met Chun Zhao. After that, Chun Zhao gave him projects one after another. Each one was bigger than the last. Felwood had already set his mind on Chun Zhao. As long as he clung on to Chun Zhao, his company could definitely develop and become stronger. For example, the Mingwe Villa project. It had already become a famous scenic spot in Los Angeles. At the same time, it was Felwood's superstar project. Thus, many rich people asked Felwood's company to design and build their own villas. There was never a lack of rich people in Los Angeles. Of course, there weren't many projects that Felwood could supervise personally. Most of the time, he stayed in his office with the air conditioner. In the past 2 years, his company had developed quite well. In particular, the completion of Mingwe Mountain Villa had given his company a certain amount of fame in the industry. Right now, his company couldn't compare to the top companies. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to feed himself. Only projects commissioned by Chun Zhao would require him to stay at the site for at least 4 hours a day. Of course, the workers in Felwood Cisco's company loved Chun Zhao's projects the most. After all, Chun Zhao was the most generous customer they had ever seen. During the holidays, he had never neglected them. Because the account book was very clear and clean, there were almost no mistakes. Therefore, Portia settled the accounts very quickly. Mr. Felwood, thank you for your cooperation. Not all. This is what I should do. Can I walk about? Asked Portia. Of course, but if you want to enter the construction site, you need to wear a safety helmet first. Portia saw a pasture a kilometer away from Mirror Lake. Hundreds of cows were grazing on the grass. Because of the direction of the wind, the smell of the ranch would not come here at all. Portia could not help but be suspicious. Was Chun Zhao in the livestock industry? That wasn't right. There were a few big bosses in California, but Chun Zhao shouldn't be among them. Furthermore, a few hundred cows was not considered a large-scale operation. He wasn't even in the top 1,000. Just then, a woman dressed like a cowgirl rode over. She was Murphy's girlfriend, Rebecca. Ever since her matter was over, she was controlled by Chun Zhao in L.A. She was also warned by Chun Zhao. If she dared to leave L.A. quietly, then Chun Zhao would fill the sea with her. But her current situation was not bad. At least she didn't have to run away like before. Murphy was nice to her too. She was also in charge of taking care of the cows. It wasn't hard, nor did she have to work a lot of hours. The salary that Chun Zhao paid her was not bad. Therefore, her life was not bad. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Portia. I'm Mr. Chin's personal assistant. Oh, I'm Rebecca. I work for him too. I'm in charge of taking care of the cows, Rebecca said. Are you one of us? What? Portia looked at Rebecca in confusion. No, nothing. From Portia's reaction, Rebecca could tell that Portia was a normal person. She did not know Chun Zhao or her identity at all. What do you mean we're one of us? Nothing. Rebecca shook her head, chuckling. Portia could only scratch her head in confusion. Do the cows in this pasture belong to the boss? Yes. Does the boss only have this pasture? Portia asked tentatively. The boss eats the cows himself, Rebecca said. He doesn't sell them. What? Eat them himself? Portia was speechless. That was too much. Raising so many cows for himself to eat? His entire family probably couldn't eat more than a few cows in their lifetime. I send him 10 slaughtered cows every week, Rebecca said. Portia suddenly remembered that Chun Zhao did indeed have a lot of beef at home. Plus, they were not the only ones at home. He had many pets, including the sea. She remembered that she had helped Feilai feed the sharks last time. This made Portia feel the difference between the rich and the poor again. Rich people were like this. They raised so many cows, but most of them were used to feed their pets. Portia couldn't even afford one. Rebecca, can you take care of so many cows by yourself? Of course, Rebecca said nonchalantly. By the way, my boyfriend works for Mr. Chin too. I'll introduce you to Murphy some other day. Let's go. I'll show you around. Does this all belong to the boss? Yes. With Mirror Lake as the center, everything within 16 square kilometers is the boss' private land. Portia sighed. The pasture was at least 5 square kilometers. It was still a waste of resources to only raise a few hundred cows on such a large area. With such a large area and good quality grass, it was more than enough to raise a few thousand cows. Hey, there's a factory over there. That's a brewery, Rebecca said. It's also the boss property. Portia remembered that Gaia had once told her that Chun Zhao sold alcohol. So she was talking about this brewery. But looking at that brewery, it was obviously not very big. It might not be Chun Zhao's main property. Divine Emperor of 9 Heavens. Chapter 1742. Chun Zhao walked around Mirror Lake. Portia was stimulated. Minghua Villa was fine. But Chun Zhao had built another villa that wasn't any worse than Minghua Villa. Did this guy have too much money to burn or something? Actually, it was because Chun Zhao thought it was too easy to make money. If he made money, why would he keep it in the bank? Most capitalists had enough funds, or they would make investments. Otherwise, they would be like Chun Zhao and exchange all their money for luxury goods. In fact, buying luxury goods was also a type of investment. For example, mansions, yachts, and planes wouldn't depreciate easily. For example, Chun Zhao's Minghua Villa was originally bought from Amira. But now, Amira wanted to buy Minghua Villa and Moon Beach for 20 times the price. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't agree to such a request. Now, Chun Zhao had cleaned up Minghua Villa. Some of the investments seemed to be from Chun Zhao's own pocket, but its value was far greater than a few hundred million. Living in Minghua Villa would increase one's lifespan and make one's body and mind comfortable. Its true value wasn't something Amira could understand. The depreciation of planes and yachts was much slower than the depreciation of the currency. So, without good investment projects, rather than keeping money in the bank, it was better to buy luxury goods. At least, after enjoying the luxury goods, they could be resold. The price wouldn't be much lower than the cost. If they were kept in the bank, the depreciation of the currency would make Chun Zhao cry, even if he wanted to. This was also why most rich people would choose to live luxuriously. Of course, while enjoying a good life was one reason, maintaining the value of one's wealth was also another. On the way back, Portia called Alex. Ms. Alex, I want to hire a lawyer. Portia needed someone to sign the contract for her. Because she didn't have a manager, it would be more troublesome to sign the contract. Hollywood had a rule that a professional had to be present when signing a contract with an actor. It had to be either a manager or a lawyer. Because in the last century, an actress had signed a contract. In the end, she was sold to San Fernando Valley. The reason was that the actress didn't have professional knowledge and didn't even know she was sold. To prevent such a vicious incident from happening again. That was why there was such a rule. This was also why the manager system was flourishing. All professional actors must have a manager. However, Portia was not a professional actress. He didn't have his name in the agency either, so she needed to hire her own lawyer. Of course, there was no need for a famous lawyer. As long as he could understand the contract, that was enough. Alex straightforwardly expressed that she would send a lawyer to Portia for free. How would Portia know? Actually, Chun Zhao had said it before. If Portia was in need of a contract, let Alex help Portia with this. At this time yesterday, Portia felt that the whole world had turned gray. Today, Portia felt that the world was so colorful. Not long after, Portia arrived at Bright Moon Villa. Boss, I've checked all aspects of the Mirror Lake Villa project. At present, 35% of the project has been completed. The accounts of the project are also very clear, and there are no problems found. The quality of the project needs to be tested by a professional evaluation agency. I've already contacted the Project Quality Evaluation Agency. There should be results in 3 days. The evaluation of the quality of the project was not to be carried out only after the project was completed. Instead, there were 3 to 4 testing cycles. If there was a quality problem during a certain period, it could be stopped or corrected in time, instead of waiting for the entire project to be completed before testing it. If there was a problem with the quality, they could only tear it down and rebuild it. It would be a loss for both Chun Zhao and the engineering company. Therefore, early or mid-stage quality testing was necessary. If it was a large project, the testing would be more frequent. It might need to be tested every 5% of the progress. Just then, Sardin's voice suddenly appeared in Chun Zhao's mind. Sardin Starry Night's shadow, the god of otherworldlings, was Nanchi Island's true form. Back then, Chun Zhao had threatened Sardin to submit to him. He had also left dark magma in Sardin's core, allowing him to completely control and dominate him. At the same time, Chun Zhao had Sardin continuously move toward Los Angeles. However, Chun Zhao hadn't contacted Sardin for a long time. He only occasionally observed Sardin's current location. Now, Sardin had contacted him of his own accord. This meant that he wasn't too far away from Los Angeles. That night, Chun Zhao went to confirm Sardin's location. Currently, Sardin was between Hawaii and Los Angeles, about 2,000 kilometers away from Los Angeles. However, Sardin had always been moving under the sea, so even satellites couldn't find him. However, Chun Zhao started to worry about how to settle this island. Should he just leave him in the distant sea and ignore him? This clearly wasn't in Chun Zhao's interest. Then, there would be no point in controlling him. Chun Zhao thought about it and decided to find someone he could negotiate with. The person he thought of was Del. Del was a rich man, and he was also a psychic. Plus, Del and Chun Zhao had a close relationship. So, Del was the only person Chun Zhao could think of that could be discussed with. Del, are you free? What? It's late. What do you want? I'll go to your house, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao quietly went to Del's manor. Del had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Chun Zhao run over mysteriously, he didn't know what Chun Zhao wanted to say. Del, let me ask you something. If I have an island that can move, and this island is approaching Los Angeles right now, what method do I need to use to make it? Its legal owner and name? Del's eyes almost popped out. Chun, are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. Do you have any ideas? Yes, Del said. You need to become the owner of that sea first and buy it in the name of a marine farm. Then how do I make this island appear in front of the world? It won't be too sudden. At least it'll be reasonable. An underwater volcano eruption or an earthquake. Del looked at Chun Zhao. You're serious, right? I said I'm serious. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He knew that this was unbelievable even to spiritualists. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1743. Chun, tell me, where did you get a moving island? Dale was too interested in this. He was a capitalist just like Chun Zhao. Plus, he'd received an elite education. He knew better than Chun Zhao how attractive an island that suddenly appeared in front of the world could be. Do you remember the sinking of the Phalai? I do. You said you went out to play, but when you came back, the Phalai sank. That time, I actually went out to search for pirates' treasure, Chun Zhao said. My partner and I found Nanchi Island, the island where the Big Belly family has lived for generations. This island is actually a seal monster. I call that monster the god of otherworldliness. I found it and controlled it. It listens to me now. If I wanted to float on the water, it will float. If I wanted to sink into the sea, it will sink. Chun Zhao said, my partner and I found the god of otherworldliness. Dell's eyes were filled with excitement. He was clearly attracted by Chun Zhao's adventure story. Westerners had an irresistible attraction to adventure and pirate stories. This was also related to their culture and history. Plus, Chun Zhao's adventure story was filled with fantasies. A monster the size of an island that could move. How big is it? Dell exclaimed. How big is it to support an island? About 10 square kilometers, Chun Zhao said. If it's in shallow waters, it'll be bigger. Chun, I gave you such a great idea. Shouldn't you reward me? What do you want? I want to build a hotel on this island. I believe that as long as the location of the island is right, it can definitely be made into the best vacation island in the United States. At that time, as long as shopping malls and living facilities are built on this island will become a priceless treasure. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. Indeed, he wanted to make it a private island. But from Dell's words, it seemed like the island was indeed a super big project. It was also very valuable as an investment. If he turned the island into a vacation spot, Chun Zhao could earn money while lying down. If he could increase the unique attractiveness of the island, he would be able to attract more attention. Chun Zhao thought about it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I've thought of a great idea, Chun Zhao said. What idea? This otherworldling god has some heirs, and they all have huge bodies. Say, if we find a huge body of a certain creature on the island, wouldn't it be more attractive to build a museum of such creatures on the island? That's right, Sardin has some skeletons of his descendants. I can use these skeletons as a gimmick. Why not alive? Nothing alive. There's a living one. That's the descendant of the unusual god. It's nothing more than an ordinary creature that transformed into a giant after being infused with his power. But I'm worried that it'll be too shocking. If we find the skeletons of these giant creatures, we can easily find out the age of these skeletons. Skeletons that have only died a few years or decades ago can't be hidden from biologists at all, so it's better to find living creatures. Dell thought for a moment. And it's best if it's an animal that doesn't pose a threat to humans. Normal people can get close to it. That's the biggest gimmick. One had to admit that Dell's thoughts were more comprehensive and perfect than Chun Zhao's. Of course, Dell was also helping himself by helping Chun Zhao. What do I do about the marine farm? Don't you have your own team of lawyers? Just let them handle it for you. Now, you have to decide where you want the island to appear. Do you have a map? Dell took out his tablet, and the two of them studied the map on the tablet. First, it can't be too far from the ground. Around 1,000 kilometers is the best distance. It won't be too far on a boat. Why not build an airport? The investment for an airport is too big, and it'll take up too much space. I think that it'll take up the island's commercial resources, so I think it's best to use a boat to travel between the mainland and the island. What do you think about filling up the sea and increasing the island's area? If that's the case, the investment will be over $10 billion. Dell looked at Chun Zhao. Unless you can get more investors. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and thought. If he had to pay for it himself, he could get that much with a loan. However, Chun Zhao didn't like debt. Plus, if he took everything for himself, people would be jealous. In this world, no one could take everything for themselves and still enjoy it. So, he could only get financing. But rather than letting outsiders take advantage of him, he might as well take advantage of his own people. Risfar and Dell could be counted as one. Stephen and Rasfa could also be counted as part of his plan. Amira put aside her identity as the regional manager of Citibank. Her family was also super rich, so she could be counted as one. His mother could also be counted as one, but he would definitely take the majority. The people Chun Zhao counted were all worth more than $1 billion. On the other hand, Risfar, Amira, and his mother were all worth more than him. However, they might not have that much cash. but they were all super clients of the bank. It was easy for them to get a few $100 million from the bank. Apart from sharing the risk, getting people to join this super project was also important. At the same time, they could share the pressure from the profits. Of course, Chen Zhao would definitely take the majority. After all, the entire island was his. He had to share the profits with everyone, so he had to eat his fill first. Of course, this plan was still in his imagination. Chen Zhao first had to take ownership of an area of the ocean. Only then could he start his plan. Moreover, Sardin wasn't fast. He needed time to move to his designated location. Chen Zhao and Dell discussed the time for the whole night. Finally, they decided on a location. It was 850 kilometers away from Dell and Risfar's hotel. Dell, from now on, you have to save money. When the time comes, don't look for me to borrow money. Of course, this was just a joke. If Dell didn't have enough money to borrow from him, Chen Zhao would still lend him money. Oh, tell Risfar that there's a big project. Tell him to prepare some cash in the next 2 years. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1744. This couldn't be leaked yet. So, Chen Zhao only planned to tell Dell. Dell was a capitalist too. He knew very well that as long as this went smoothly, he'd definitely make a lot of money. But once the news got out and the capital market noticed, he'd lose his advantage. On one hand, it was unusual, but on the other hand, it was for the sake of profits. So, Dell would take this secret more seriously than others. Of course, there was no sign of it yet. No matter what Dell did, it wouldn't attract the attention of the capital market. As long as this succeeded, Chen Zhao's assets would double or triple. Chen Zhao would be ranked among the top 10 richest people in the world. Moreover, it would be done anonymously. As long as Chen Zhao's business wasn't listed, he didn't need to disclose the shareholders and financial statements. Of course, Forbes' ranking wasn't completely accurate. This was because the Forbes World's Richest list only counted the shareholders of listed companies. However, in this world, there were too many companies and individuals who were not listed on the stock exchange, but had the wealth of a country. But this plan would take a long time. First, he had to show the island to the world. This would take more than half a year. Then, he'd have to build the island. Reclaiming the sea, building the island, the airport, and so on would take at least 3 to 4 years. Chen Zhao had plenty of cash right now, so, as long as he didn't take out all his money directly, he still had plenty. But other people probably didn't have that much cash. However, the others probably didn't have that much cash. If they wanted to join the plan, they would have to borrow from the bank. It would take at least 5 years to officially open the island. In the short term, if they didn't have enough cash flow, the bank's interest could crush them. Therefore, Chen Zhao also needed to spread some news to the investors he liked. At the same time, he had to sound them out. If they weren't willing to invest, then all his efforts would be for nothing. Investment was not something that could be decided by friendship alone. Dell knew the inside story, so he could predict the market and the rate of return. That was why he was so proactive. But not everyone could see it. Before dawn, Chen Zhao returned to Mingwei Villa. "Alex, are you free this morning? Work?" "Yes," Chen Zhao answered. "Okay, I'll go there in the morning." Alex ran over in a hurry. "Chen, what's up?" "Don't rush. Have some breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, right?" Alex sat across from Chen Zhao. "I need the ownership of a sea region. How much money do I need? How big is it? Where is it located? What is it used for?" "I need an area of about 100 square kilometers between Los Angeles and Hawaii, about 800 to 900 kilometers away from Los Angeles. It will be used for aquaculture, but I need full ownership." 800 kilometers from land? This was already considered a distant sea. How could they carry out aquaculture at that location? "Are you sure you're not crazy?" Alex frowned. Even if she wasn't involved in the marine industry, she knew the basics. There was no land to rely on. It was just a sea area with no land to rely on for marine aquaculture. It was like throwing money into water. "You don't have to worry about that. You just need to tell me if you can get the ownership of that sea region." "It's not a big problem," Alex said. "How much will it cost?" "Not more than $5 million. It's a sea region with no economic value. It's not a necessary sea route either. As long as you don't pollute and do aquaculture, the government will love it. But are you sure your plan is fine?" Alex was still skeptical about Chen Zhao's idea. Alex, you know that $5 million is only my income for 2 days. But you can't throw $5 million into the sea. That's really throwing it into the sea. I have my own plan. Chen Zhao chuckled. Alex knew that Chen Zhao wasn't the kind of person who would throw money into the sea just because he had nowhere to spend it. She couldn't help but suspect that Chen Zhao had some other business plan. However, she really couldn't figure out what Chen Zhao's intentions were. Was there some kind of underwater treasure in that sea region? Even if there was, he could just hire a salvage company to fish it up. There was really no need to buy the entire sea region, right? Or was there some kind of underwater mineral deposits? Or oil? If that was the case, Chen Zhao might not have the right to participate in the energy industry. This was a very practical problem. It wasn't a matter of how much money he had. Some people had fewer assets than Chen Zhao, but they were qualified. Chen Zhao had a lot of money now. However, his connections weren't enough for him to enter. You really want to start aquaculture? Alex asked. After all, Chen Zhao's main businesses were beer manufacturers and restaurants. But both were countless times worse than aquaculture, right? Oh, Marina Restaurant's source of some ingredients was very mysterious. Apparently, many restaurants had tried to uncover the secret of Marina Restaurant's high-grade ingredients. However, there had been no news. Was the aquaculture part of Marina Restaurant's ingredients? In order to avoid people's attention, he purposely chose a sea region with no land to cultivate. If that was the case, it was possible. Chun, can I participate? How much money can you take out? Chen Zhao asked. If I get a loan from the bank, I can get about $20 million at most. Chen Zhao shook his head. Forget it. Alex looked at Chen Zhao. How much are you going to invest in this project? I'm not sure, Chen Zhao said, but $20 million won't even allow you to enter the market. Plus, the return period is very long. A loan of $20 million will drag you down. Plus, it's an uncertain project. They were on the same side. Chen Zhao didn't need to be mysterious with her. Some things were better to be direct. There was no need to create barriers. Fine. Alex wasn't stupid. After all, she could become a famous lawyer. She knew how capital worked. She also knew that $20 million wasn't much. However, just like every rich person's problem, Alex also had a headache about what to invest in. There was a very important standard for investing cash in a business. It didn't matter if it was profitable, but it had to be able to maintain its value. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1745. Boss, I need to take the day off. Tomorrow. Portia looked at Chen Zhao carefully. Sure. Chen Zhao quickly approved Portia's leave. Boss, aren't you going to ask why I'm taking a leave? Portia asked. I won't interfere with your private life, but I think you should deal with your relationship problems as soon as possible. That's right. Portia's face darkened. It turned out that her boss thought that there was something wrong with her personal feelings. But when he thought about it, it made sense. He was drunk that day. It was probably because he was drunk that day. Let him think that there was something wrong with his personal feelings. Of course, Portia did not intend to explain. It was better this way. If Chen Zhao found out that she had gone to work part-time to earn extra money, she didn't know if Chen Zhao would throw her into the sea. Just then, Chen Zhao received Stephen's call. Hey, Stephen, what's up? Chun, Stephen said. Our movie's about to be released. Tomorrow's the premiere. Okay, then I'll go over and discuss the details with you. Actually, Chen Zhao was going to give her the lucky coin. Portia, are you in a hurry? If you're not in a hurry, give me a ride. Boss, there's so many cars at home. I suddenly don't want to drive, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. How sudden? Then what will happen when you come back? Get someone to send me back. All right, where are we going? Portia dropped Chen Zhao off at Stephen's house. Portia had thought that the friend Chen Zhao was going to visit was some rich guy. However, when he saw Stephen's house, he realized that it was just an ordinary villa. To be honest, Stephen's house was too ordinary. Of course, Stephen was also looking for a suitable place to build a new house. He planned to look like Chen Zhao. It was mainly because Mirror Lake and Moon Coast that Chen Zhao had chosen were too outstanding. Boss, I'm leaving. Okay. Chen Zhao got out of the car and waved. There were only 2 maids in Stephen's house, and they were both elderly. When he saw Chen Zhao, he let him in. Stephen. Chen Zhao saw Stephen sunbathing beside the pool. It was already the end of September, and the temperature in Los Angeles had dropped. In addition, it was morning, so sunbathing was not a good idea. Didn't you go to the studio today? Chen Zhao sat down on a nearby chair. I bought a piece of land on the other side of Peaceful Mountain. I plan to build a villa there, Stephen answered without answering the question. How's the movie? Chen Zhao also didn't answer the question. It's the premiere tomorrow. Currently, the advance ticket sales aren't very good. Chen Zhao took out the lucky coin and handed it to Stephen. You know how to use it. Can I use it now? That's enough. Stephen pricked his finger with a small knife and dripped his blood onto the coin. Is it as effective as last time? It won't be worse than last time. In fact, the effect of the lucky coin is something that can already be done. Your ability, fame, and influence all determine the effect of the lucky coin. Compared to the last movie, your ability, fame, and influence are worlds apart, so this effect will only be better. Stephen kissed the lucky coin. Just wait to get your share. Oh, Stephen, Chen Zhao said. Save more money in the next 1 or 2 years. If you have cash, leave it in the bank. What for? Stephen turned his head to look at Chen Zhao. I have a super big project. Super big project? How big? If I invest alone, I'll have to mortgage all my assets to the bank. Stephen gasped. You can make money? I think it should be fine, Chen Zhao said. Stephen would not ask stupid questions like why he should share it with others if he could make money. Their relationship did not need to ask such questions. Of course, Stephen would not make up his mind just because of Chen Zhao's casual words. Even though they were already very close, Chen Zhao wanted at least half of Stephen's wealth as an investment. No one would make up their mind just because of some vague words. Of course, Chen Zhao only wanted him to save money. Putting cash in the bank would indeed cause some losses. However, this loss was completely within Stephen's acceptable range. His relationship with Chen Zhao was also enough for Stephen to trust Chen Zhao and temporarily put the money in the bank. What exactly are you going to invest in? Tourism, I guess. When will it start? Before the end of next year at the latest. I can't reveal too much now. Okay. Stephen nodded. Oh, are you really not going to the premiere? You know I hate those kinds of events. Fine. Stephen did not force it. Moreover, Chen Zhao was not an entertainment star. There was no point in attending the premiere. But Gaia seems very busy, Stephen said. I asked her about the publicity trip, but she said she can't find time for the time being. She's indeed busy. Gaia was one of the main producers. She played the antagonist and was also the action director. According to the contract, Gaia had to follow the crew for publicity. However, Chen Zhao, Stephen, and Rasfa were the producers, while Gaia was one of them. No one would make things difficult for Gaia with a contract. At least come to the premiere tomorrow, Stephen said. Fine, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I'll have her attend the premiere tomorrow. Just then, Stephen's phone rang. Hey, Rasfa, what's up? Stephen, our movie's premiere has broken the record, Rasfa called out excitedly. You're right. What? Broke the record? How is that possible? Stephen sat up abruptly. Didn't we only do 5 million before? I just checked with the pre-sale channel. They said that our pre-sale has always been very high, but there's a system error. That's why it's very low on the website. It only shows the first 2 days of pre-sale. In reality, our pre-sale has already exceeded 50 million. Rasfa could not hide his excitement. The pre-sale had broken the record. This was already a sign of the movie's success. Even if the movie was just for the 3 of them to entertain. Who wouldn't want their movie to be successful? The standard for a movie's success was the proof of the commercial box office. Stephen sucked in a breath of cold air. Did our ticket sales really reach $50 million? Yeah, I can't even imagine it. Chapter 1746. Stephen's new movie, Kidnapped, suddenly became a huge news item before it was released. The pre-sales for Kidnapped had already reached $52 million, breaking the pre-sales record. In just one day, this news swept the headlines of all the major entertainment companies. The new movie, Kidnapped, was based on a real case. The people involved in this case were the director of the movie, Stephen, and one of the investors, Rasfa. At that time, this incident had already swept across America and even the world. After all, Stephen's fame and influence were too great. Furthermore, Kidnapping had always used that real case as a selling point for publicity. They claimed that Kidnapped would reveal more inside information that the police didn't expose at that time. As one of the people involved, Stephen naturally had the absolute right to speak. Using the news of breaking the pre-sales record, the producer and distributor of Kidnapped once again hyped up that case. On the day of the premiere, the pre-sales had already reached $80 million. This made all the other movies released at the same time feel like crying wolf. That was because Stephen's new movie would be released, which meant that their box office would be stolen. Even movies aimed at different audiences were greatly affected. For example, the horror movie Death Foreseen that was released last week. It was completely different from Stephen's new movie, and the audience was also completely different. However, Death Foreseen, which had a box office of $5 million the day before, had already dropped by 70% to $35 million the day before. The drop was shocking. It was like jumping off a building. Originally, among the 6 major companies, there were 2 mid to low budget movies that were used to attack Kidnapped. But within a day, there was no news of these 2 movies. It was said that the distributors of the 2 movies planned to change their release dates at the last minute to avoid Kidnapped, because they were also scared by Kidnapped's momentum. Before the premiere tonight, Kidnapped pre-sales might very well exceed $100 million. Although Portia was in the crew now, she couldn't help but be bombarded with information about Kidnapped, because in the production crew, they were all discussing Kidnapped. Be it the actors or the crew, they were all discussing it. Portia couldn't help but fantasize about when she could also participate in Stephen's movie. Of course, Portia also knew that it was almost impossible, even if she was one of the main characters in James' movie. But there was still a huge gap between James and Stephen. Stephen used a shocking pre-sales result to defend his dignity as the world's top director. Portia scrolled through the entertainment news on her phone. Almost all of them were news about kidnapping or the actual incident at that time. Portia, it's your turn. Put your phone away. Just then, a crew member came over to inform her. How unprofessional. I really don't understand what Mr. James is thinking, Elisa said jealously. Of course, only Portia could hear her voice. She had not left the set today because she still had scenes to shoot. Although Elisa had fewer scenes than Portia, her filming time was a day longer than Portia's. As long as Elisa's scenes were more scattered, there were more people who acted with her. The filming method of the film crew was to gather the parts of a scene to film together. It was possible that the opening and ending scenes were actually filmed on the first day. After shooting 2 scenes, Portia let out a sigh of relief. As a newcomer, it was very difficult for him to take on an important role. There were more than 20 NGs in her 2 scenes. But because she was personally selected by James to join the cast, so no one made things difficult for her. Only Elisa kept looking at Portia with jealousy. Just then, Portia received a call. Portia picked up the phone and saw that it was from Gaia. Hey, Portia, are you free tonight? Tonight, I'm afraid I don't have time. Because Portia had a night scene with the same scene that was also going to be filmed today. So Portia could not leave the set at all. What's up? The crew I was in wants me to attend the premiere. I want to find a female companion. Gaia remembered that Portia was interested in Hollywood, so she planned to take Portia to the red carpet. Female companion? You're a female yourself. Portia was speechless. It'll be more troublesome if I find a male companion. With Gaia's temperament, it would be really embarrassing to walk the red carpet with a pretty boy. There were many men in the gym who wanted to walk the red carpet with Gaia, but Gaia was not interested in any of them. I don't have time. I have a very important job tonight and can't leave, Portia said. If you don't have time, then forget it. Gaia did not need Portia. Her assistant, Ola, could also be her female companion. Portia hung up the phone after saying her blessings. Then she went back to filming. Portia was busy until 8 o'clock at night. When she got home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. This was the first time Portia felt the fatigue of filming. She was only a side character and was already under so much pressure. If it were the real main characters, they would have to film 10 times more than her. How much pressure would they have to face? Portia turned on the TV again and switched to the entertainment news. The entertainment news was broadcasting the premiere of Kidnapped. Portia became more and more envious. When could you be like those stars? That night, many young people like Portia, who dreamed of becoming a Hollywood star, fell asleep with their hearts full of fantasies. The next day, Portia woke up early in the morning and was once again flooded by the news of Kidnapped. It was all about Kidnapped breaking the box office record again, reaching $81 million. Breaking the box office record was different from pre-sales. The $81 million of pre-sales doubled the original record. She could imagine how this movie would wreak havoc on the big screens all over the world in the next 3 to 4 weeks. I'll watch this movie sometime, Portia muttered to herself, but then she suddenly thought of Gaia. Right, the movie that Gaia participated in was released yesterday too. I should go support Gaia's movie. Portia then realized that she did not know what movie Gaia was participating in. Could it be that Gaia was embarrassed to tell her? That's right. She participated in a movie that failed completely. It was indeed embarrassing to tell her. It was better not to trouble her. Chapter 1747. Portia finished the day's filming. It was much smoother than yesterday. She seemed to get into the mood more easily. But as soon as she got into the mood, all her scenes were completed. Portia rested in the crew and watched the other actors. She mainly wanted to learn. Portia's acting skills and abilities were the lowest in the entire crew. This was a well-known fact, but she had James as her backer. In fact, Portia didn't even know. James wasn't her backer. In the past 2 days, the crew had been saying that Portia had slept with James. Portia knew it was a rumor, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even if she explained, no one would believe her. She also knew who started the rumor. It was definitely Elisa's work. Ha! Just then, someone patted Portia's shoulder heavily. Portia was watching the filming in front. Caught off guard, she was almost scared out of her wits. Hi, Portia, you're here. Portia turned around and realized that it was Gaia. Gaia, why are you here? I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here? Did Chin send you here? Gaia asked in confusion. At this moment, Elisa saw Gaia's face and immediately went up to her. Portia, you've brought an irrelevant person to the crew again, and she's even disrupting the filming process. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Elisa raised her voice on purpose, as if she was afraid that the crew didn't know her. Portia blushed and whispered, Gaia, let's go. Let's talk over there. You go first. I have something to do, Gaia said. What? You don't think I'm here for you, do you? Gaia glanced at Elisa. Who's this idiot woman? Who are you calling an idiot woman? Do you know where this is? Elisa raised her voice even higher. This time, she really affected the progress of the filming. Let's take a 10-minute break. James stood up from the director's chair and walked over. Ms. Gaia, hello. You're here. Hello, Mr. James. Gaia shook hands with James. Gaia and James were not familiar with each other. During the filming of Abduction, James had come over to help with a few scenes, including Gaia's scenes. In addition, Gaia was the motion director for Abduction, so they had interacted before. This time, James also needed some action support. He had a good impression of Gaia. Gaia was a very creative person when it came to choreography. That was why he had asked Steven for Gaia's contact information. Elisa's expression changed when she saw that Gaia actually knew James, and that James was the one who called her over. Portia was also surprised that Gaia knew James. Ms. Gaia is the choreographer I hired. Your name is Elisa, right? You'd better keep a low profile in the crew. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. James glanced at Elisa. He was just too lazy to ask about Elisa's little tricks, but it did not mean that he was completely unaware of them. James had been an assistant director for more than 20 years. He knew the dirty tricks in a crew like the back of his hand. If it was not for the bigger picture, he would have just chased Elisa away. James would rather have an actress like Portia, who did not know anything but kept a low profile. He would not have an actress like Elisa, who only had a little bit of experience and acted lawlessly in the crew. Gaia's visit this time was purely due to their friendship. She did not receive a single cent in return. It was completely voluntary. Who was Gaia? She might not have been famous in the past, but she was not completely unknown now. Abduction was like a box office record shredder. Box office records were broken one after another. For example, the first day box office yesterday. Abduction had already broken the first-day box office and reached $150 million. It had reached 150 million US dollars, and on all the major media platforms, Kidnap's ratings were also very high. Now, no one could guess where Abduction's ending point would be. Several movies had already quietly changed their release dates, all to avoid Abduction's sharpness. And Gaia, as an important character and also the choreographer, also received a lot of attention. To put it bluntly, Gaia's current status was higher than most of the actors in this crew. Gaia, I'm sorry for offending the actors just now. Gaia shrugged. It's fine. Let's talk about the filming. Portia, I'll go first. We'll talk when we're free. Oh, okay. Portia nodded somewhat stiffly. After James and Gaia left, Portia looked at Alyssa mockingly. No matter how happy you were, you would still be the one who suffered in the end. Alyssa was even more furious. She realized that she always suffered in front of Portia. It seemed that from the day of the audition, she could not gain any advantage over Portia. Portia did not leave. Instead, she stayed with the crew. Only then did she know that Gaia was the choreographer hired by James. Their movie, Apocalypse Now, was not an action movie, so they did not hire an action director. Gaia's work was not much. It was just a few ordinary fighting scenes. Portia waited until the crew finished before looking for Gaia. Gaia, let's have dinner together. Okay. Gaia nodded. By the way, do you want to watch the movie I'm in? Sure. Since Gaia invited her, Portia would not refuse. Actually, she also wanted to see what movie Gaia was in. But she also knew that all the movies that were released at the same time as Kidnapped had become cannon fodder. The movies that were released the week before Kidnapped had their box office halved again and again. The daily box office fell by more than 80%. If it was a small, unknown production, the outcome would be even more tragic. It might not even reach 100,000 US dollars in a single day. It was even possible that they wouldn't even get a screening. That was the scary thing about Kidnapped. The media was singing praises. Even the competitors in the box office gave up. Now that Steven was in the limelight, no one wanted to be on bad terms with him. Even the big six of Hollywood wanted to work with Steven. Although they were sniping Steven's movies, it did not mean that they were his enemies. Sniping other movies was a tradition in Hollywood. After all, everyone was in the same industry. Also, they were trying to prevent Steven's studio from getting bigger. Chapter 1748. After dinner, Portia and Gaia went to a movie theater. After getting out of the car, Portia saw Gaia put a hoodie on her head and a cap on top of it. Seeing Gaia's behavior, Portia secretly laughed. Gaia's action looked like a superstar going to a public place. Did she think she was a superstar? Of course, Portia did not point it out. However, before entering the theater, Portia suddenly saw the trailer of Abduction playing on the big screen at the entrance. In the trailer, she happened to see a figure. It was only a few seconds, but the appearance of the figure was full of power. Gaia? Portia's mouth fell open as she looked at the big screen in shock. Although the scene had already passed, Portia could not calm down for a long time. That was Gaia, right? That was Gaia in the scene just now, right? Gaia directly landed on the roof of the kidnapper's car and killed the two bodyguards in a cruel and violent way. Then, she grabbed Steven's actor by the neck and lifted him in the air. She even said a line, "Good evening, great director." Gaia's movie was Abduction. She was also the motion director for Abduction. Portia's face was full of shock. How is that possible? Gaia actually played a very important role in such a heavyweight movie. No wonder Gaia wore a cap. Portia was still in a state of shock as she watched the entire movie. The movie was very exciting. To an amateur like Portia, this was the perfect commercial movie. Gaia had a lot of scenes, and she was also the only person who had tortured the three main characters in the movie. At the same time, she was also the main antagonist's top fighter. Every time she attacked, it was full of explosive visual impact, even a kind of extreme beauty of power. In Abduction, the three main characters were the two old men who played Rasfa and Steven, and the Chinese bodyguard. The two old men's characters were very clever. They were old friends with many years of grudges, and they competed with each other. Although Gaia was the antagonist, because of the character setting and the heavy editing, Gaia had a slight tendency to be the antagonist. Her role and strength were very important. In the beginning, she defeated the bodyguard. In the middle, she fought the bodyguard to a draw. In the end, the bodyguard defeated Gaia in an explosive battle. All three clashes left a deep impression on the audience. After watching the movie, Portia and Gaia went home separately. Portia was still in a state of shock. On Sunday morning, Portia subconsciously checked yesterday's box office rankings again. Of course, Kidnapped was as stable as a mountain. The box office earnings were very stable, maintaining at $130 million. The box office for the past 2 days had reached $360 million. If today's box office earnings continue to exceed $100 million, then the box office earnings for Kidnapped could possibly double the original box office earnings for the first weekend. Currently, the overseas box office results had not been released yet. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Now, the entire Hollywood was waiting for the overseas and North American box office results. On Monday, the North American and global box office results were released. Without a doubt, Kidnapped dominated the North American box office for a single week with an advance of $81 million, $150 million on the first day, $130 million on Saturday, $120 million on the weekend, and a total of $481 million. It was close to the previous record for the first weekend, Star Wars, as $250 million in its opening weekend. The global box office earnings were even crazier. Excluding the North American region, the global box office earnings reached $650 million in the first weekend. China, which was the largest box office outside of North America, also performed well. The 2 billion renminbi box office earnings were equivalent to $330 million in USD. The North American and global box office earnings reached $131 billion. Crazy, the entire Hollywood went crazy. The global box office earnings exceeded $1 billion in the first weekend. Could there be anything crazier than this? But such a crazy thing happened last weekend. Steven not only defended his dignity as the world's #1 director, he was also acknowledged and recognized. Wang He became famous overnight, although he had a bit of fame in China before this. But it was completely different now. In the past, he was only considered a new generation actor in China, a B-list celebrity. But now, he was likely to become the holder of the global box office earnings record. Meanwhile, the film crew and Wang He had already started their promotional tour in China. In China, Wang He was, of course, the main character. In fact, his promotional priority was even higher than Steven's. After all, China was Wang He's home ground, and the Chinese audience's recognition of Wang He was much higher than others. Not returning home after getting rich was like walking at night in brocade clothes. Wang He's promotional tour in China could be said to be as high-profile as possible. The Chinese media also did their best to praise Wang He, treating him as the new king of the Chinese entertainment industry. On Wednesday, Steven suddenly came to Mingyue Villa. His assistant and bodyguards even delivered big and small bags to Mingyue Villa. Steven, weren't you busy with the promotional tour? Have you finished your promotional tour in Asia? How is that possible? I remember that you only arrived in China the day before yesterday. Even if you were Superman, you couldn't have run to all the promotional spots in Asia, right? I had no choice. I only went to 2 cities in China and ran back overnight. Steven's face was full of fatigue. But under Steven's tired face, there was also a hint of excitement. Why? Are you sick? I don't see how you're sick. I'm not sick. I just came here to hide for a few days. Steven said helplessly. Do you know how many investors came to me the moment I arrived in China? After I left China, I went straight back to Los Angeles, but my door was already blocked by reporters and many investors. I feel like the whole world has gone crazy. Then I'll help you destroy the lucky coin. Then you won't have to worry about this. Piss off. Steven rolled his eyes. This was his happiness problem. Only an idiot wouldn't want it. How much can our movie earn in the end? Can the global box office exceed $3 billion? Definitely $3 billion. Let's see if it can exceed $4 billion now. How much money will the 3 of us get in the end? After deducting the commission from the theaters and distributors, we'll get about half of the box office in North America. The global box office is more complicated. Each region's share is different, so we have to calculate it. But we'll definitely get 10 times the profit of our initial investment, Steven said. Chun, let's work together on the next movie. Let's talk about it later. If you make such a foreign movie again, you'll become the public enemy of Hollywood. Nine Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1749. Steven thought about it. That was true. It was enough to play outside the circle once or twice. If he played too much, he might be ostracized by Hollywood. Even as the legitimate king of directors, he couldn't go against Hollywood's rules. You should rest for a while, Chun Zhao said. After all, my lucky coins are limited. I only have a few now. If you make one movie a year, I won't have many coins for you to spend. Steven thought about it. That was true. Moreover, Chun Zhao had invested in the movie this time, so he'd given him 2 lucky coins. Why would Chun Zhao give him one next time? In the last movie, Chun Zhao had given him a lucky coin unconditionally to save him. Steven calmed down very quickly. He knew better than anyone the value of a lucky coin. Under normal circumstances, would the box office have such a huge chance of exploding? That was clearly impossible. Steven secretly made up his mind. He had to get Chun Zhao to invest in his next movie. With his influence and charisma, he could negotiate with any of the big 6. He also had the power to bring money into the production. Without a doubt, Chun Zhao was his best and most important friend. Hi, Rasfa. Do you want something to drink? Fei Lai walked out. Please give me a bottle of nameless wine, Steven said. I want to celebrate with Chun Zhao. As you wish. Fei Lai turned and walked back in. She'd also paid attention to Kidnap's box office. She knew that Steven was overjoyed. By the way, can this movie enter the Oscars? Chun Zhao asked. I'm afraid not. No matter how high the box office is, it's undeniable that it's purely commercial, Steven said with a bitter smile. Fine. Just then, Steven started taking off his clothes. What are you doing? I'm going to change into my swimming trunks. I'm going to swim for a while. Fuck, go to your room and change. If you dirty Fei Lai and my little princess's eyes, I'll crush your dick. Portia parked her car in the garage. She saw a few unfamiliar cars in the garage. They shouldn't be Chun Zhao's cars. There are also a few people going in and out of the elevator. They seem to be moving luggage. Did Minghua Villa have guests? Portia went to the living room and saw Chun Zhao talking to an old man in swimming trunks in the yard. Portia rubbed her eyes. That old man. That old man is Mr. Steven, the king of directors. Portia rushed out of the living room and into the yard. It really is Mr. Steven. Boss, Portia called out. Steven and Chun Zhao turned around and saw Portia's excited face. Mr. Steven. Hi. Hello. Portia couldn't calm herself down and stuttered. Chun, who is she? My personal assistant, an amateur actress. Oh, I helped her get a role in James' new movie. Portia's heart skipped a beat. Chun Zhao. Was it her boss who helped her get the role? Oh, I see. Steven looked at Portia. Do you want me to give her a role in my new movie? It depends, Chun Zhao said casually. Who knows if she's still working beside me when you're filming? Portia had already made up her mind to stay by Chun Zhao's side. Everything else aside, Chun Zhao's words alone were enough. She had to stay. As long as she stayed, she would have a chance to get a role in Steven's new movie. What was Steven's movie? It was a star-making machine. Portia couldn't imagine that Chun Zhao and Steven were such good friends. It seemed that Chun Zhao only needed to say one word to get a role in Steven's movie. And Portia had already felt it from James. With one word from Chun Zhao, James called her personally. Oh, Gaia had mentioned it in Tokyo. Chun Zhao had invested in a movie that she'd acted in. Did that mean that kidnapping was the movie Chun Zhao had invested in? Oh my! Chun Zhao could earn hundreds of millions of dollars with this movie, right? His influence in Hollywood was so great. Portia couldn't believe it. So her greatest resource was right beside her. How could he be so slow to realize it? Portia watched as Chun Zhao and Steven ran to the yacht with their arms around each other's shoulders and then jumped into the sea. Unfortunately, she couldn't get close to Steven. After all, Portia was only Chun Zhao's personal assistant. Even if she tried to get close to him, Steven might not even respond. Steven, do you want to see my new pet? Chun Zhao looked at Steven, smiling. Soaking in the sea, Stephen raised his head. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, his interest was piqued. He knew that Chun Zhao liked to raise strange pets. Moreover, all of them had been trained by Chun Zhao to be extremely obedient. Sure. Is it at Minghua Villa? No, it's in the sea. Sea? Dolphins? Chun Zhao chuckled. I have dolphins too, but there are others. Just then, the dolphin family appeared not far from Stephen. Wow, they're really dolphins, Stephen exclaimed in surprise. I love dolphins. The dolphin family swam to Stephen. Stephen, do you remember that groundbreaking summer movie? Of course. You're talking about Jaws, right? Jaws wasn't just a classic monster movie. It was also the groundbreaking summer movie. In the 1970s, the concept of summer movies didn't exist in Hollywood yet. It was the release of Jaws that created the hottest summer season in North America. From then on, the summer movie became a period that all the major Hollywood film companies fought over. In addition to the summer holidays for students, it was also a break period for major sporting events. Therefore, the public turned their attention to the movies. Why did you bring this up? Stephen asked, confused. You'll know the reason soon. Chun Zhao grinned. Stephen suddenly shuddered. He had a bad feeling about this. Just then, the dolphin family, who were having fun, suddenly dispersed. Stephen looked into the distance and saw a huge fin appear on the surface of the sea. Instinctive fear spread through Stephen's body. Shark, 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 run! Stephen screamed and swam toward the yacht with all his might. Splash! Suddenly, Stephen heard the sound of a wave behind him. Then a huge shadow flew past his head. Stephen looked up and saw the huge white belly of the fish. Splash! The big white shark, Old Guan, jumped over Stephen's head. Stephen was stunned for a moment. Chapter 1750. Stephen looked around for Chun Zhao with his mouth open. He realized that Chun Zhao was looking at him with evil intentions. In that instant, Stephen suddenly came to his senses. Chun, is this your new pet? How is it? Are you scared? Chun Zhao grinned at Stephen. Stephen glowered at Chun Zhao. Do you know how old I am? He roared. You know, I might be scared to death. If I had an AK-47 right now, I'd just shoot you. This is my territory. Do you think anyone can threaten Fei Lai, little Jerlin, and little Larissa without my permission? Stephen thought about it. That seemed to be the case. Moreover, he knew that Chun Zhao had some extraordinary abilities. Just then, the 5 Tiger Generals appeared. Although Stephen still had a lingering fear, he was not as panicked as before. This was also because he trusted Chun Zhao and his abilities. Once again, Stephen experienced Chun Zhao's magic-like control over animals. Chun Zhao didn't need to say anything. Stephen told Chun Zhao what he wanted to express. Then, Chun Zhao could make the shark do all kinds of things with a glance. Chun, are you planning to make that girl a star? If she has the qualifications, it doesn't matter if she becomes a star. Chun Zhao didn't think that there was anything wrong with wanting to be a star. Being a star was obviously better than being a personal assistant. This was a universal value. Could he use his charisma to make Portia give up her dream of becoming a star and focus on being his personal assistant? Stop joking. If Portia really did that, Chun Zhao might not even dare to use her. It was definitely an idiotic decision. Of course, Chun Zhao would only give her a push at most. Chun Zhao wasn't her father. He couldn't always help her. As for whether Portia could become a star in the future, Chun Zhao didn't care. If she became a star, he could just be an assistant. If she couldn't become a star, she could just stay by his side and be an assistant. No one couldn't live without her. Since he had resources and had a good impression of Portia, he could help her. He could just go with the flow and help her. Chun Zhao didn't plan on having Portia work for him for the rest of her life. That was even more unrealistic. By the way, what's Gaia doing recently? She's going to Norway, Chun Zhao said casually. Norway? Why are you going there? Work. Stephen stopped talking. Didn't Gaia own a fitness center? What was she doing in Norway? You said a few days ago that you want me to save money for the past 2 years. What exactly is it? Can't you tell me a little more? No. Chun Zhao shook his head. Put it in the bank and take 2 years of interest. In any case, even if this matter fell through in the end, Stephen puts money in the bank to depreciate minus the interest. Even if it was $1 billion USD, Stephen would only lose 10 million USD at most. This amount of money was nothing to Stephen, especially since they had just earned a large sum of money. If Stephen were to accept an endorsement or do an advertisement, he would be paid $20 to $30 million. Moreover, Stephen also had endorsements. Although he was the director, he was the most influential director. The king of directors, the god of directors, the king of box office, and so on. Whenever he appeared in front of the media, even a sneeze would make the headlines. So, his endorsement fees couldn't even be compared to A-list celebrities. Of course, as a product spokesperson, there was a contract that stipulated how many times he had to appear in front of the media every year. Stephen wanted to stay at Chun Zhao's place for a long time, but in reality, he was thinking too much. He brought luggage of all sizes. If it were a normal family, they would be moving. In the end, he was called over by Rasfa the next day. Rasfa was so busy now that his feet couldn't even touch the ground. He was the investor of Kidnapped, the party involved in the previous case, and PLM's distributor. He kept accepting interviews from all kinds of media outlets. In the past, as a CEO, he wouldn't accept interviews. But Kidnapped's returns were too high. He was also asked to cooperate with the publicity and had to participate in all kinds of interviews. In the end, as the main publicity point, Stephen actually hid in Mingyue Villa. How could Rasfa bear it? I'm here helping you with the publicity, but you're hiding in Chun Zhao's house to enjoy yourself? Rasfa sent a few burly men to drag Stephen out of Mingyue Villa. One had to admit that Stephen's influence was huge. He was also in the middle of a volcano. After disappearing for 2 days, the moment he reappeared in front of the media, Stephen was once again on the front page of the various newspapers. Not to mention Stephen appearing in person. Even if some media outlet revealed the direction of Stephen's next movie, it would still be on the headlines. Stephen was interviewed for an announcement and hadn't left the TV station yet. DSN, one of the big six, came to him. Stephen could pick the script or write it himself. The screenwriter would still pay for it. The casting and editing rights would all be given to him, as long as Stephen was willing to use their brand. Of course, Stephen listened to Chun Zhao's suggestion. He planned to rest for a while first. It wasn't just DSN. The other companies also acted upon hearing the news. Not just the big six, but the other second-tier film companies also wanted to pull Stephen into their camp. Even the big management companies were frantically trying to contact Stephen. Stephen had his own manager. But in Hollywood, it was normal to have a manager. Which company didn't want Stephen to join them? If Stephen joined their company, it would be a piece of cake to get 2 or 3 important roles in every movie. Even a sly old fox like Stephen couldn't handle it. It was mainly because the box office explosion this time was too shocking. All the box office records were destroyed like paper. A brand new, almost unshakable box office record was erected there. Everyone was saying that only Stephen could rewrite the records again. Chun Zhao was very free these 2 days. He stayed at home and counted his money. Kidnapping's box office on weekdays was still very high. It was certain that it would win the box office for the second week. In the first 5 weekdays, it got another $350 million in North American box office. The total global box office was close to $2 billion. Just then, West told Chun Zhao that they were ready to go to Norway. This was the second time after the trip to Tokyo that they were all moving out. Chapter 1751. Chun Zhao arrived at the headquarters. West, when do you plan to go to Norway? As soon as possible, West said. West said, a week ago there was news from Norway. Someone found a giant in the Norwegian forest. A week ago? Chun Zhao asked. Has no one succeeded yet? Not yet. Rumor has it that the giant has power as terrifying as Tamamo no Me. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. Will it be too difficult? Chun Zhao was still worried. The supernatural organization's lineup was complete now. Chun Zhao was very satisfied with this. Chun Zhao didn't want to see any casualties. Chun Zhao wasn't like the person in charge of the counterterrorism department. He wouldn't let half of the psionic team die to build confidence. So, Chun Zhao wanted him to come along. If something went wrong, Chun Zhao would attack directly. To put it bluntly, Chun Zhao was like a parent. President, we agreed that you won't come this time. But, President, sometimes you have to learn to let go and let us face the danger ourselves. Okay, West, I want you to promise to bring everyone back in one piece. Chen Zhao looked at West solemnly. I mean, every single one of them. If anything changes, call me immediately. I'll fly to Norway directly. I know. West was very satisfied with Chen Zhao as a responsible president. He'd chosen Chen Zhao back then, and Chen Zhao hadn't let him down. But Chen Zhao had his own problems. He was too protective of the people in the association. A team that didn't know how to face danger and thought of Chen Zhao first when there was danger would never achieve greatness. Actually, to West, the psionic team's choice wasn't wrong. Through casualties and danger, the psionic team could grow. Of course, if West and Chen Zhao said to let half of them die first, Chen Zhao would probably fill the sea with his dead first. West didn't really want to use death to inspire courage in his own people. The choice of the Scarlet Red mission had been discussed and researched with Chen Zhao many times. West finally convinced Chen Zhao. Tomorrow, the entire association would go to Norway. Of course, Aduz wouldn't go this time. Adonis intended to stay and watch the house. At this moment, Klaus came in from outside. President, I've completed the task you gave me last time. In the next 2 or 3 days, someone will be coming over to install the speed measuring device. However, we're flying Norway tomorrow, so I've left your contact information. Okay, I'll transfer the rest of the payment to you. You could transfer it to the arms dealer later. Then, Chen Zhao left the headquarters. Edos was playing with Gaia's son, Evans. The old man was the mascot of the association. Coupled with his amiable personality, he was very popular in the association. Even the Evil Spirit Society had a few buddies who could play. When he was bored, he dragged a few evil spirits and ran out to subdue demons. Occasionally, he would do some harmless swindles and pretend to be an otherworldly expert. Uncle Chun, seeing Chen Zhao walk over, Evans immediately greeted him. Evans had grown a lot taller. He was almost 7 years old. Chen Zhao touched Evans' head. President, Edos greeted Chen Zhao too. Edos, you have to work hard when they're not here. I'm not usually at the headquarters. If there's any problem, call me immediately. Okay, I know. Edos nodded. If something really happens and I can't get here in time, release all the demons you sealed, Chen Zhao said. But nothing would really happen in the association. The association wasn't completely empty either. Most of the evil spirit groups were still here. Only Pamela and the Wailing Banshees went to Norway. Just then, Chen Zhao received Ethan's call. Chun, there's a client. Do you want to take it? Ethan was one of Chen Zhao's closest friends. Chen Zhao's current wealth couldn't be hidden from Ethan. However, Ethan didn't often introduce clients to Chen Zhao. It was mainly because the client's price was low. For Chen Zhao's current income, it was really meaningless. Moreover, there weren't many clients who could pay a high price. Ethan and Chen Zhao's relationship hadn't changed since they'd started working together. Ethan would still introduce clients to Chen Zhao and take a 20% commission. Neither of them thought about changing the commission. Their relationship wouldn't change because of the commission either. What's the client offering? $2 million, Ethan said. Okay, give me the address, Chen Zhao said. This patient is in big trouble. What kind of trouble? I've heard of him before. He seems to have ALS. Sclerosis, one of the 3 incurable diseases of the century. It was also known as the hardest disease to cure. The other 2 incurable diseases are AIDS and cancer. There had been some results in the treatment of these 2 diseases. There was even a chance of success, but there was still no progress on ALS. Chen Zhao frowned. He hadn't seen a patient with ALS before. He didn't even know much about pathology. He only knew the basics. ALS was also known as motor neuron disease. It could be inherited. It couldn't be prevented or treated early. It couldn't be alleviated or even slowed down the deterioration. I understand, Chen Zhao said. Ethan told himself in advance, mainly to prepare himself mentally. Someone who could afford to pay $2 million for treatment was naturally wealthy. The patient this time lived on the coast of Malibu. It was one of the wealthiest areas in Los Angeles. It was only second to Beverly Hills. It was also a place where Hollywood celebrities gathered. Malibu Beach was also known as the beach where it was easy to meet celebrities. Just like Beverly Hills, There were luxurious villas and manors everywhere. Chun Zhao arrived at the coast of Malibu and found his destination. There was a huge manor with a huge area and a circular 5-story building. All of this showed how luxurious the manor was. Chun Zhao explained his purpose to the security guard outside the gate and was allowed to enter. Chun Zhao admired the interior along the way. It was different from Mingyue Villa's scenery and design. This place had a bit of European beauty. Led by the butler, Chun Zhao entered the huge mansion. Gold and white interweaved to form an extravagant and intense Rococo style. Chun Zhao strolled along the winding corridors. Finally, he came to a living room. In the living room, Chun Zhao saw someone familiar. It was Rasfa's health consultant, Rydra. When Rydra saw Chun Zhao, she wasn't surprised at all. Beside Rydra sat a woman in her 60s. Rydra, is he the doctor you strongly recommended? Chapter 1752. Ryder's gaze toward Chun Zhao was filled with unfriendliness. She could count the number of times she'd met Chun Zhao with one hand. However, every time they met, it was filled with humiliation. Ryder had to admit that she was an adult. Chun Zhao's medical skills were really good. Moreover, it was so good that it was unbelievable. It's him. Ryder nodded. Her gaze toward Chun Zhao was still filled with hatred. If there's someone in this world who can cure you, it can only be him. Do you need treatment? Chun Zhao asked, putting down his toolbox. The old woman nodded slightly. Chun Zhao could tell that her body was a bit uncoordinated. However, before checking, Chun Zhao couldn't be sure if the old woman really had ALS. Some elderly diseases would also have this kind of uncoordinated feeling, such as muscle damage and osteoporosis. They would also make the elderly's body weak and uncoordinated in certain areas. Please sit, the old woman said. Chun Zhao glanced at Rydra and then sat beside the old woman. Can I check for you? Rydra took out a case report. It was over 100 pages thick. Chun Zhao glanced at Rhett. He was also surprised. Rydra had actually recommended him. Chun Zhao looked at the case report. He could understand it, but he couldn't. The old woman's name was Ellie Rodriguez Alexander. Chun Zhao didn't know the data or pathology of ALS, but the final conclusion of the case report was that it was in the early stage. The early stage of ALS wouldn't directly make the patient lose the ability to move. The first symptom was that the old woman's left arm would suddenly lose strength, lasting from a few minutes to half an hour. In the following half a year, the symptoms would worsen. The old woman's arms and legs would unpredictably lose strength. The old woman's breathing would also become difficult sometimes. The old woman looked at Chun Zhao. Sir, do you think there's still hope for me? Chun Zhao said honestly. I've never come into contact with a patient with ALS, so I don't have any relevant treatment plans or abilities. I'm afraid I can't help you. The old woman seemed to have expected this, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. After all, she also had hope. She'd hoped for a miracle. Chun Zhao's answer was not unexpected. Rydra's face darkened, and she asked in a questioning tone, Aren't you able to cure any illness? Why can't you cure ALS? Glancing at Rydra, Chun Zhao said indifferently, I never said that I can cure all illnesses. But you've cured so many incurable diseases. That's because I happen to know the cure. Rydra, forget it, the old woman said calmly. If he could be cured, then he would be cured. If he couldn't be cured, then he couldn't be cured. This kind of thing couldn't be forced out. ALS was not a disease or injury to a specific part of the body. Instead, it was neuronal damage, which meant that the key was in the neuronal tissue. Human muscles are made up of neurons that send signals to various parts of the body and then control the movements of the muscles. If the muscle cells of the human body were to be likened to a cell phone connected to countless signals, then the nerve tissue would be the main signal station. Since the main station had malfunctioned and could no longer connect or send signals, all these phones had turned into bricks. The pathology of ALS was completely different from other diseases. There was really nothing Chun Zhao could do. Chun Zhao stood up. I'm sorry. It's okay. Goodbye. Chun Zhao picked up his toolbox and left. Rydra looked at Chun Zhao's back, dissatisfaction in her eyes. Forget it, Rydra. The old woman patted Ryder's hand. Ethan, I failed. I couldn't cure that patient. Chenjiao was also a bit disappointed. After all, this was the first time he'd encountered a helpless patient since coming to L. Hey, it's okay. Ethan also knew that he couldn't force Chenjiao. Chenjiao was in a bad mood. When he was on the highway, a black-tailed deer, also known as a mule deer, suddenly charged out from the inside. Chenjiao immediately stepped on the brakes. The deer's movements were strange, as if its limbs were out of control. It crashed into the front of Chenjiao's car and fell to the ground with a thud. Chenjiao parked the car by the side of the road and got out to check the deer. The deer wasn't injured, but it couldn't get up. Its limbs kept kicking. Chenjiao looked at the black-tailed deer in confusion. Chenjiao rubbed his chin and thought for a while. The black-tailed deer looked like a patient with ALS. Chenjiao went up to comfort it and then carried it to the back of the car. Dear, dear. When Zherlin saw Chenjiao carry the deer back, she couldn't contain her excitement. The small pets at home couldn't satisfy her needs anymore. Now that she saw a deer, it immediately caught her attention. When the other pets saw the deer, they all surrounded it. Princess thought that Chenjiao had brought them food. They were already drooling. Chenjiao guessed that Princess had eaten the deer before. However, Chenjiao still chased them away. The deer was so scared that it curled into a ball, not daring to get up. When Feilai saw the deer, she walked out with little Larissa. When little Larissa saw the deer, she had the same expression as her sister, joy and excitement. It was like seeing a new toy. Chen, are you going to adopt a new pet? Feilai didn't object. Their house was big enough. They could have any pets. As long as it wasn't a mouse, Feilai was very tolerant of other pets. I'm going to study it. You're going to dissect it? No, of course not. I just encountered a troublesome disease and happened to find this mule deer on the way. It seems to be the same as the patient I met before, so I brought it back. Is it sick? It looks pretty healthy. ALS, Chenjiao said. Butler, search for ALS. ALS was a sudden disease at first. Then it would gradually spread and get worse, eventually turning into permanent paralysis. Patients with ALS would eventually die from breathing difficulties because they couldn't even maintain their airway muscles. Therefore, many patients would choose euthanasia. Even for church members, suicide was a great sin. Patients couldn't bear the despair and pain of losing control of their entire body. As the butler projected the search results on the wall, Chenjiao had a deeper understanding of ALS. Chenjiao picked up his phone and called for, do me a favor. I want all the cases related to ALS in your hospital. Chapter 1753. Neurons were nerve cells. They were the most basic structural and functional units of the nervous system. They were divided into cell bodies and projections. The cell bodies consisted of a nucleus, a cell membrane, and a cytoplasm. They could connect and integrate incoming and outgoing information. There were two types of projections, dendrites and axons. Dendrites were short and had many branches. They expanded and protruded from the cell bodies, forming a dendritic shape. They were used to receive impulses from other axons and transmit them to the cell bodies. Axons were long and had few branches. They were slender projections of uniform thickness and usually originated from the axon. They were used to receive external stimuli and then transmit them from the cell bodies. Apart from side branches, the axons formed branch-like nerve endings at the ends. The endings were distributed in certain tissues and organs, forming various nerve endings. The sensory endings formed various receptors. The motor endings were distributed in bones and muscles, forming the central nervous system. Chenjiao pressed the deer to the ground and sent his celestial power into its body. However, the moment he did, the deer leaped up. The black-tailed deer leaped up fiercely. Its body seemed to have been injected with stimulants. It charged out, dashed to the cliff, and jumped down. Chenjiao hurriedly rushed out and picked up the deer. What a joke. It was an extremely rare experimental material now. If he lost it, he wouldn't be able to find another one. Chenjiao had seen the treatment plans for the patients with ALS that Four had sent over. Some patients had undergone electrical stimulation before. Basically, ALS meant that the nervous system couldn't send out signals. Thus, he used weak electricity to stimulate the nervous system. When he sent the celestial power into the deer's body, it felt like it had been electrocuted. It also seemed like it had been electrocuted. It seemed that this stimulation method really had some effect. However, the effect was difficult to control. He couldn't confirm the mechanism of the stimulation either. There were two reasons for ALS. One was the abnormal death of the nerve cells. For example, a signal station had been smashed. The communication company was going bankrupt and didn't pay the repairman, so no one came to fix it. Sports injuries or the elderly were all like this. The other was hereditary. The nerve cells would shrink, which meant they were disabled. Chen Zhao wasn't sure if a celestial power had stimulated the nerve cells or sent signals on their behalf. Nerve cells controlled muscle movement. Basically, it was the same as a signal station sending signals to the user. The ultimate solution was to recover the nerve cells, so that the central nervous system could move again. Repair the nerve cells. How? Nerve cells were distributed throughout the body. Acupuncture? Through acupuncture, immortal energy was transmitted into the body to stimulate the nerve cells to become active again. Malibu Minora young man stood in front of Ellie Rodriguez Alexander. Grandmother, you're Loher? The old woman couldn't recognize him. After all, they hadn't seen each other for almost 20 years. The last time they met, Lohil was only 2 years old. But then Lohil's mother passed away. As for his father, he brought Lothil to emigrate to England. Since then, the old woman had never seen her grandson again. However, even after 20 years, the old woman could still vaguely see the shadows of her parents. It's me, grandmother. Lothir nodded. Where's your father? My father passed away 2 years ago. Cancer, Lassier said. I see. Do you have any plans now? I'm currently studying at East LA College, Lohil said. You arrived in Los Angeles a long time ago. Why did you only come to see me now? The old woman's tone was a bit dissatisfied, although the old woman and Lohil's father were at odds. But that was a grudge between the previous generation. She felt that Lohil shouldn't be dragged into this. Grandmother, I only recently found information about you from my father's belongings. Lohil took out a few letters. The old woman felt relieved after seeing these letters. Then you can stay here with me. Accompany me for a while. The old woman was already at the age of knowing her destiny. Now that she was seriously ill, her only hope was to enjoy family in the limited time she had. Lohil was her only family in this world. The old woman was actually a bit happy. After all, she could see her family in the last moments of her life. In Lohil, the old woman seemed to see the shadow of her daughter. Just then, Rydra walked in. Rydra was stunned when she saw Lohil. Lohil nodded slightly at Rydra. Lohil, this is my health consultant, Rydra. This is my grandson, Lohil. Hello. Rydra nodded. Hello, Ms. Rydra. Rydra frowned discreetly. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable, and this discomfort came from Lohil. Meeting Rydra's gaze, Lohil's eyes squinted. But then, Lohil gave off a sunny aura, as usual. Rydra, let's have lunch together. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare. Chun, come and help in the garage. For stood in the garage and called Chun Zhao. A while later, Feilai came down. For saw Feilai. Where's Chun? He's not free. For opened the trunk. Feilai saw hundreds of files and medical forms. So many? That's why I asked Chun to help. Just then, another car entered the garage. Portia got out. Ms. Feilai, do you need help? You came just in time. Let's carry these up. Portia realized that they were all medical reports. Although she was confused, she still carried the reports with Feilai and Four. When Four and Portia reached the living room, they saw Chun Zhao in the yard. There was a mule deer before Chun Zhao. The two women's hearts raced. Chun Zhao wasn't dissecting the mule deer, was he? Chun, what are you doing? For asked. Ignoring Four's question, Chun Zhao focused on performing acupuncture on the mule deer. Four and Portia saw that the mule deer's body was covered with needles as thin as hair. After a while, Chun Zhao finally raised his head. For when did you come? Four's face darkened. She just called Chun Zhao a few minutes ago. He'd forgotten so quickly. What are you doing? As you can see, Chun Zhao said. I picked it up on the road. It's a mule deer with ALS. Are you planning to conquer ALS now? I've never met a patient with ALS before. I only have some ideas, but it's still too early to conquer it. Portia felt that Chun Zhao was too good at bluffing. ALS? Even an outsider like her knew what kind of disease it was. Chapter 1754. But then, Chun Zhao and Four's conversation, Portia couldn't understand at all. She blurted out all sorts of technical terms. Portia felt like she was listening to a book from heaven. Why are you suddenly interested in ALS? For asked, is it because of this mule deer? Look, I'm very caring. He went to see a patient today and encountered his biggest challenge in his career. A patient with ALS. Fei Lai walked out with a few bottles of beer. Only Chun Zhao didn't take the beer. Fei Lai knew that Chun Zhao never drank beer at work. Boss, you pricked this deer with needles. Are you sure it won't die? Don't doubt the boss's ability. Chun Zhao glanced at Portia. To be honest, this kind of treatment was too exhausting. Plus, Chun Zhao wasn't confident. Chun Zhao started putting away the needles one by one. The moment the last needle in the vagus nerve was withdrawn, the mule deer sprang up and crashed into Portia. Portia screamed in pain as she was knocked over. The mule deer continued running. It was about to hit Jerlin. In the end, a gigantic palm slapped over and sent the mule deer flying. Roar! Princess roared and bared her fangs and claws. The mule deer was so scared that it turned around and ran, burrowing into the bushes nearby. However, Mingwei Villa was full of danger. A few seconds later, the mule deer ran out of the bushes in fear. Whoosh! A series of densely packed sounds came from the underbrush. Portia was also shocked. What's in there? Why you care so much? Drink your beer. Chun Zhao glanced at Portia and dragged the mule deer to the ground by its neck. It was a female mule deer. She was close to adulthood, but she wasn't very strong. She was probably only 60 centimeters tall, and her slender legs kept kicking. Most of the pets in the house were bigger than her. Even those that were younger than it were all extremely fierce and vicious. After all, apart from King Kong, no one in the house was vegetarian. King Kong was a vegetarian, but it had a bad temper. Even though Chun Zhao had already comforted it, it was still in a state of fear and agitation. Chun Zhao's comforting was completely useless. This place was too scary. To it, this was hell. Hua hua. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass. Raymond hid in the bushes. Portia's scalp went numb. Boss, are there any pets in the bushes that I haven't seen before? Portia asked nervously. For some reason, Portia felt terrified. Val knew what it was. As for Portia, there were still 2 pets in the Bright Moon Villa that she had yet to see. One of them was King Kong. King Kong usually played in the forest behind the Sandra National Park. The other one was Raymond. After shedding his skin last time, Raymond's body had grown a little exaggerated. That was why Raymond usually didn't see any visitors. Even Portia, who came here every day, did not know that there was such a terrifying existence in the Bright Moon Villa. It's better if you don't know, Chun Zhao said, glancing at Portia. Hearing that, Portia was both scared and curious as she approached the bush. Suddenly, Portia's hand was tugged. Portia, don't look, Fei Lai said. You'll be scared. Last time, Val had been scared. That was when she'd seen Raymond's body before. If Portia, who was completely unprepared, saw Raymond, who knew how she would feel. It's okay. I'm brave, Portia said. Even she did not believe what she said. Portia finally pushed the bushes aside. She finally saw what was in the bushes. Raymond was right in front of her, and what scared her the most was that Raymond had a mule deer in his mouth. Portia was still scared, even though she'd been mentally prepared. However, the impact that Raymond had on her was too great. A colorful body, a terrifying snake head, and a scene of him eating. All of them were visually shocking. What did they know each other? It's called Raymond, Fei Lai said. Raymond, say hi to Portia. You've seen it before anyway. Suddenly, with a crunch, Raymond bit off half of the mule deer in his mouth and spat the other half at Portia's feet. With a thud, Portia sat on the ground. All the pets in the family were like Chun Zhao. They all had the bad habit of bullying strangers. Fei Lai went up to help Portia up. You want to know it? Now you're scared again. Ha, ha. Portia could not stand up. If you don't listen, I'll feed you to Raymond. Do you understand? Chun Zhao said. I understand. Chun Zhao looked at Portia. I'm talking to the deer. Why are you talking? How is it now? Fei Lai asked. I try to repair its motor neurons, but I don't know how it's working. Chun Zhao patted the mule deer. I need to observe it for a few days to be sure. Chun Zhao needed to see if the female mule deer would act up again. After injecting some immortal power into it, the mule deer was clearly very excited. Of course, the immortal power also expanded its senses and emotions, such as fear. However, the immortal power would not stay in its body forever. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if the motor neurons would decline again after being reactivated this time. Chun Zhao stroked the mule deer, and it gradually calmed down beside him. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. No. Chun Zhao interrupted Portia. Facing Chun Zhao's dominance, Portia could only give up. However, as long as she turned her back to the bush, she would feel goosebumps all over. She really did not understand where Chun Zhao had gotten such a scary pet. Also, wasn't he afraid that he and his family would be in danger? For the entire afternoon, Chun Zhao discussed medical knowledge with Fei Lai. Portia thought that she was highly educated and an intellectual. However, she could not even understand Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's conversation, let alone interrupt. Fei Lai, is the boss still a doctor? He's an illegal doctor. A legal doctor? But he's so rich. I'm interested, Fei Lai said matter-of-factly, just like how Chun Zhao would not stop her from returning to the coastal rescue team. Fei Lai would also not stop Chun Zhao from continuing to be an illegal doctor. So what if he was caught in the future? Chun Zhao had a large team of lawyers to help him get out. Chapter 1755. In the past 2 days, Chun Zhao focused all his attention on the little mule deer. In these 2 days, the little mule deer didn't get sick at all. Chun Zhao thought about it and decided to take the little mule deer to the hospital for a checkup. A regular veterinary hospital didn't have such equipment for neurological examinations, so he had to go to a regular hospital. Chun Zhao contacted Four and borrowed the hospital's equipment. The next day, Chun Zhao took the little mule deer to the hospital. Chun Zhao was already very familiar with Chantilly Hospital. After telling the director said it was fine. Director Kathiri was by Chun Zhao's side. Mr. Chun, what's wrong with your pet? Neurological disease. Chun Zhao didn't elaborate. Kathiri didn't ask. He watched as the little mule deer was sent into the ring-shaped X-ray machine in the examination room. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hi, Chun, it's Alex. Yes. Do you know Rydra? Rydra? I think so. Why? Chun Zhao asked. She wants to see you, Alex said. See me? Why would she call you to see me? Chun Zhao was confused. Anyway, he didn't understand the logic behind it. His work phone was with Portia, and his personal phone was with him. He couldn't find Alex no matter what, right? Because she's in prison. What? She's in prison? What happened? Chun Zhao was confused. Wasn't she fine a few days ago? How did she end up in prison in a few days? Poison. Poison? Chun Zhao was even more confused. Who did she poison for? Ellie Rodriguez Alexander, the founder and largest shareholder of the world's largest shopping mall, the United Shopping Mall. She is currently unconscious and her life is in danger. Once Ellie Rodriguez Alexander dies, Ryder will be charged with first-degree murder. Chun Zhao frowned. Ryder poisoned? He wasn't familiar with her, but he didn't believe that Ryder would poison someone. Does she want to see me? Yes. You didn't ask her to do it, did you? If so, you better tell me the truth so I can help you get away with it. Fuck off. The report wouldn't be out today, so Chun Zhao sent the deer home first. Coincidentally, the prison where Rydra was being held was under the jurisdiction of Caprice. Chun Zhao greeted Caprice. Then, under Caprice's arrangement, the two met in an isolation room. When he saw Rydra again, her face was full of fatigue. It seemed that she was in a very bad state of mind these 2 days. Ms. Rydra, I heard that you wanted to see me. To be honest, I was really shocked when I heard that you were sent to prison. Tell me, what kind of grudge do you have with that Ellie Rodriguez Alexander? You actually poison her? Chun Zhao teased. That's right. Rydra slowly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with despair and bitterness. I didn't poison it. Do you believe me? I don't believe you. Chen Zhao didn't know Rydra very well. The few times they met, they parted on bad terms. The last time was the most peaceful they had been since they met. However, Chun Zhao did not really believe that Rydra would poison him. Of course, he didn't have any evidence to prove this. That's true. Rydra's face was filled with bitterness. You said that you didn't poison her, so why were you locked up? Because I found a mercury-like substance in the medicine that Ali Rodriguez Alexander usually takes. I also found some refining equipment in my house, as well as some medical purification elements. What kind of equipment? Equipment that I use to refine some chemical elements. What do you need that for? Rydra looked up at Chun Zhao. Don't tell me you don't have that thing in your house. I do, but I use it to make medicine. You should know my identity. What's wrong with me having that thing? Just like you. I use it for whatever you use it for. Wait, you change professions? Chun Zhao looked at Rydra in surprise. Yes. In the past year, I've also been a legal doctor, Rydra said. And we have the same agent. Ethan? Yes. Rydra nodded. Even if it's true, I can't prove that you didn't poison her when you called me here. I can't help you. Of course, if you want to reduce your sentence by a few years, I can recommend you a lawyer, but she's very expensive. I hope you can save Ms. Ellie Rodriguez Alexander. Can she prove your innocence? No. Even if she wakes up, she can't prove it. What's the point? You still can't get away with it. Ali Rodriguez Alexander treats me very well. I don't want her to die. Also, if she dies, I might be charged with first-degree murder. Which hospital is she in? I don't know. I'll think of a way. It's within my abilities. Thank you. Chun Zhao was about to leave, but he suddenly paused. Do you have any suspects? Rydra lowered her head and thought for a moment. The second day after you came, Ellie Rodriguez Alexander's long-lost grandson came to visit her. His name is Lowhill, but he gave me a very bad feeling. Maybe I'm thinking too much. I don't have any evidence to prove that he has anything to do with this. For a family member who has been separated for 20 years to suddenly appear at this time, there is a huge problem in itself. Capri stood outside the door. Seeing Chun Zhao come out, she went up to greet him. Finished? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Is she your friend? Chun Zhao thought about it. Friend? She didn't seem like a friend. Sort of. When she first entered the prison, someone tried to kill her. Surprised, Chun Zhao asked who. Every criminal needs my signature when they're sent in, and then they're assigned to different cells according to their crimes. For people like her who haven't been officially sentenced, they're assigned to the outer cells. But when she came in, she was sent to prison without my signature, and she was assigned to a cell for serious criminals with serious violent tendencies. Moreover, the felon actually had a weapon in his hand. Fortunately, this woman seems to have practiced kickboxing. Otherwise, even I would have been dismissed. Help me look after her while she's here, Chun Zhao said. Yes, I will. Chapter 1756. However, there are thousands of hospitals in Los Angeles. Finding someone was like finding a needle in a haystack. Of course, this matter could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. It all depended on whether there was a way. Hey, David, help me find someone. While later, Sharon appeared before Chun Zhao. Why did David send you here? I'll take you to the hospital where Ali Rodriguez Alexander is at. Give me the address. I can go myself. She booked the entire hospital. Can you go in without me? Saran rolled her eyes at Chun Zhao. Fuck, she's crazy. Chun Zhao had heard of booking hotels, planes, and boats, but he'd never heard of booking a hospital. There were many patients coming in and out of the hospital. They couldn't chase all the other patients away just for one person, right? Fine. Sharon brought Chun Zhao to the hospital, Platinum Noble Hospital. Just from the hospital's name, Chun Zhao could smell the thick stench of capitalism. Like Chantilly Hospital, it was a private hospital. Private hospitals in America had always been much better than public hospitals. American public hospitals were naturally funded by the government. Because they weren't profit-making organizations, their conditions were naturally bad. Private hospitals, on the other hand, were mainly profit-making. Therefore, there were more investments. The more investments, the higher the fees. But unlike Chantilly Hospital catered to most patients. Anyone could live here as long as they could afford it. But Chantilly Hospital was different. It catered to the rich and powerful. This could be seen from the layout of the buildings and the environment. It wasn't big, but the environment was great. It was halfway up the mountain. Half of it was green, and the other half was built. Chun Zhao could see the bay ahead. Chun Zhao came in Sharon's police car. But when he got out, the security guard scanned him with a metal detector. Sharon couldn't escape the result either. Just then, a young man walked out. Lohil had 2 bodyguards beside him. Lohil had a faint smile on his face. However, his smile was also somewhat arrogant. In any case, it was very uncomfortable. How may I help you? I'm a police officer. I want to confirm Ms. Ali Rodriguez Alexander's current situation. My grandmother is in a critical condition right now. Ever since she was poisoned, she hasn't woken up. She's currently in the intensive care unit. I don't think she has the ability to meet any guests, let alone answer your questions, Lohil said calmly. Even Saran couldn't force her way through, much less force him to cooperate. After all, the Ellie Rodriguez Alexander they were going to meet wasn't the suspect, but the victim. Lohir was the only relative of Ellie Rodriguez Alexander. He now had the authority to decide whether Ellie Rodriguez Alexander would see guests. Sharon looked at Chun Zhao, smiling. Chun Zhao walked up to Lohir and put his head near Lohir's ear. Your body reeks of a disgusting stench. Lohil's eyelid twitched. He turned to look at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao wasn't just provoking Locker. Rather, it was because he had really abused Lot hair, which made him feel disgusted. They were completely different from the elves he knew. The elves had a kind of familiar aura. However, Lohir's aura was completely different. It was disgusting and disgusting. Chun Zhao was very sure that this person wasn't a normal person. However, Chun Zhao didn't feel any magic from him. After getting to know the elf, Chun Zhao knew that his vision was limited. If he didn't have magic, then he was a normal person. Chun Zhao returned to Sharon's side. Let's go. Sharon glanced at Chun Zhao and returned to the police car with him. You're giving up so easily? This isn't like you. With my personality, is there something wrong with Lady Ellie Rodriguez Alexander's grandson? Sharon asked. He probably poisoned her, Chun Zhao said. But I don't have evidence. This was the problem in a society ruled by law. Sometimes, you knew that there was something wrong with someone, but you still needed evidence. Even if Chun Zhao killed Lohir, Rydra wouldn't be able to get out of prison. Plus, Chun Zhao and Rydra weren't that close. If there really was evidence or some clues, Chun Zhao wouldn't mind helping. But without evidence, Chun Zhao couldn't do anything. Plus, Chun Zhao couldn't even see Ellie Rodriguez Alexander, let alone save her. On the way home, Chun Zhao called Zhang Tianyi. Celestial Master Zhang, it's me, Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao, what's up? I want to ask you something, Chun Zhao said. Do you know any way to make others hate you? Make others hate you, Zhang Tianyi said. I've never heard of such a spell. I can't think of its meaning. If you really want people to hate you, just splash a spoonful of it on yourself. I guarantee that you'll be hated by everyone. I'm asking you seriously. I'm serious too. Every spell has its own meaning, but I can't think of the meaning of the spell you mentioned, so I can't think of anyone who would develop it. Zhang Tianyi said, in theory, it shouldn't be hard to develop, but what's the value and meaning of it? To make others hate you? Not really, Chun Zhao argued. For example, when a man and a woman break up, this spell seems to be useful. Whatever, I'm not going to bullshit with you. Oh, did Tamamonome appear at the Tokyo Imperial Palace have anything to do with you? You're right if you say it has nothing to do with me. Just say it. What do you mean it has something to do with me? I didn't ask her to go there, but she stole the 3 Japanese divine artifacts to guard against me. Fine. Zhang Tianyi didn't dwell on this. I'm not going to bullshit with you, Chun Zhao said. I'll ask someone else. Since elves were born with the ability to make people feel close to them, perhaps they could find some clues. Chun Zhao planned to ask Lila Gavich and see if they could give him any clues. After hanging up with Zhang Tianyi, he called Lila Gavich. At first, Chun Zhao had some hope, but unfortunately, Lila Gavich didn't know anything either. Lila Gavich didn't give Chun Zhao any valuable clues. Wait, Why did he investigate Lowhill's ability? He didn't need to investigate it all. Chapter 1757. Chen, what do you think of mine? Very pretty. Chen Zhao's smile was somewhat forced. Fei Lai was going back to work with the coastal rescue team today. Let's go with this. Fei Lai didn't plan on dressing up since she was returning to the coastal rescue team. I'll go move your gift to the coastal rescue team to the car, Chen Zhao said. When Portia arrived, Chen Zhao's family set off for Angel Shore. Little Jerlin leaned against the window, while little Larissa fell asleep in Fei Lai's arms. Little Jerlin had been to Angel's Cove, but little Larissa had never been to where her mother worked. Walter wanted to go back with them and was very excited along the way. When they arrived at Angel Beach, everyone was either carrying or hugging their bags. Fei Lai's back. Everyone in the coastal rescue team was excited. At the headquarters of the rescue team, he watched Fei Lai and the others come over. Robio went up and greeted Fei Lai with a hug. Fei Lai, welcome back. Woof, Walter barked, as if to remind everyone that he had returned. Of course not, Wanda. Robio patted Walter's head. At the same time, he turned around and said to his teammates, "Two of you, come and help Shun and the others. They brought you gifts." Several female team members came over to pick up little Jerlin and little Larissa. The male team members helped to carry the gift boxes. The staff members of the coastal rescue team were quite mobile. Chun Zhao realized that a few familiar faces had disappeared, only to be replaced by a few unfamiliar ones. Only people like Robio and Fei Lai who truly love this kind of work would stay in the coastal rescue team. Very, this is for you. Is this Coco's latest bag? I don't think it's available in North America yet. I bought it in Tokyo, Fei Lai said with a smile. Rick, this is for you. Me too. Fei Lai had brought gifts for everyone, including the new members. Everyone knew that Chun Zhao was rich. After all, most of them had been to the Bright Moon Villa before. The grandeur and luxury of the Bright Moon Villa were beyond their imagination. As usual, the female team members winked at Chun Zhao. 2 years had passed, and Chun Zhao hadn't responded to them. Chun Zhao and Robio went into the office to chat. Robio, I released Fei Lai. You have to take good care of her. Don't worry. I won't let any of our team members get hurt. Of course, in Robio's eyes, Fei Lai was one of his generals. Brave, strong, passionate, kind, and unwavering in their pursuit. Of course, he also had excellent athletic ability. These were all essential requirements for a member of the coastal rescue team. Fei Lai was especially outstanding in this aspect. Of course, it didn't mean that the players who resigned didn't have such qualities. Everyone has their own pursuits, even the pressure of family and life. He couldn't ask everyone to do what Robio or Fei Lai wanted. I have one last request, Chun Zhao said. What request? I can't arrange night shifts for Fei Lai. Robio was in a difficult position. After all, Fei Lai was also a member of the team. He couldn't treat her differently or give her preferential treatment. That would be unfair to the other members. I'll donate $10 million to the coastal rescue team. You can buy the latest equipment and improve the benefits of the members, even lifeboats. You can also renovate the headquarters and equip it with a rescue helicopter. Robio smiled bitterly. Chun Zhao had made an offer that he couldn't refuse. The coastal rescue team relied on government funding now. Their treatment was average, even lower than regular jobs. Of course, the coastal rescue team accepted donations too. $10 million would be a great help to the coastal rescue team. Fine, that's the only condition. Don't add anything else. Chun Zhao took out the check he'd prepared. This wasn't an idea that Chun Zhao had come up with on the spot. Chun Zhao had thought of this long ago. He hadn't told Fei Lai, but he didn't care if she knew. I'll have to think about how I'm going to tell the other team members. Just say that Fei Lai has to go home to take care of the kids. See, it's a perfect reason. Chun Zhao didn't stay long at the headquarters. A moment later, he left with the 2 kids and Portia. Boss, where are we going next? To the Baroness store in Beverly Hills. I'm going to buy some new clothes for Jerlin and Larissa. Portia cursed the evil capitalists in her heart. Baroness clothes all started at $10,000. Little Jerlin and Larissa were still young, but they already had their own fitting room, which was filled with their new clothes. Reincarnation was indeed a skill. Not many kids in the world could be like them. They'd lived like princesses since they were young. Boss, it's not safe to carry 2 kids in the car. My hands are safer than the baby's seat, Chun Zhao said. Drive properly. They arrived at the Baroness store. Other than selling clothes, they also accepted custom orders. After Chun Zhao took out his membership card, the staff immediately went up to greet them warmly. Chun Zhao could finally put the 2 kids down. The staff took the 2 kids, helped the 2 children customize a few sets of clothes, then show them what they like. The staff's eyes lit up. Chun Zhao completely let go, because he felt that any clothes would look good on his kids. So, he couldn't provide any effective suggestions or opinions. Just then, a group of people came to the store. The leader was Lohir, followed by 4 bodyguards. Huh? Portia was puzzled when she saw Lothir. Chun Zhao turned to Portia. What, you know him? I think I know someone, but I think he got the wrong person. Portia shook her head. Lohir walked into the store. When he saw Portia, he was also stunned, but he quickly lowered his head and left the store. Chun Zhao immediately noticed Lohir's action. He narrowed his eyes. Portia, are you sure you got the wrong person? That person does seem to know you. Strange. If it's him, he shouldn't be so young. Portia was confused. She looked at Lohir's back. His back looked similar too. Did he get plastic surgery? Does the person you're talking about look like him? Yes, but his aura seems to have changed. What about his face? Younger. Chapter 1758. Who is he to you? Chun Zhao asked. He's my high school classmate, Portia said. Portia said, but his age obviously doesn't match. He looks a few years younger than I remember. High school classmate? Is that where you went to school in New Orleans? Yes. Who else is in his family? His parents are in New Orleans. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Portia looked at him. Boss, why are you asking? Judging from Chun Zhao's expression, he seemed to be up to no good. Where did he go to university? I don't know. In his last year, he left New Orleans. Apparently, he ran away from home. His parents called the police to find him. Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. Plastic surgery? But what's with that strange feeling of disgust? It wasn't his personal feeling. Ryder felt it too. Why did he run away from home? He colluded with a gang outside the school and sold drugs there. He was discovered and expelled from the school, but he was underage at the time, so the police didn't file a case. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin. If that person wasn't Low Hill, then what about the real Low Hill? Do you know where the owner is? If he didn't move, he should be in the same neighborhood as my parents, and I'll go make a call. Chun Zhao walked out and called Sam and Vicari in New Orleans. Hey, Sam, do you remember me? Mr. Chun? Mr. Chun, right? Yes, it's me. Chun Zhao didn't get straight to the point. Instead, he started talking about family matters. Are you and Vicari still doing street work? No, Mr. Chun. Vicari and I used the $20,000 you left and opened a burrito shop. We feel like we've wasted our 20 years. That's good. Chun Zhao was also very satisfied. Mr. Chun, do you have something for me? I want you to ask about someone for me. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to go back to your old ways. Maddie, I met someone I knew from the past. She recognized me, Low Hill said excitedly. Right now, he was no longer as calm and collected as before. After all, it was the first time, and the target was so big. Although Ali Rodriguez Alexander's name was not on the Forbes list, but she was richer than most of the Forbes top 10. If the matter was exposed, even if Ali Rodriguez Alexander was lying in a coffin, there would be a large number of people who could avenge her. I have to kill that woman. Help me. Matey, you have to help me. After a while, a casual voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, I'll help you. Send me her information and where you met her. Lohir heaved a long sigh of relief. Someone had investigated New Orleans, but what about the real Lot Hill? Chun Zhao knew nothing about Low Hill. How could he investigate? It seemed like he had to find a chance to meet Rydra. Now that there were clues, there was hope that Rydra could clear her name. Since that was the case, he would help them to the end. At this moment, the shop assistant came over with little Jerlin in her arms. Sir, what do you think of your daughter in this dress? Yes, very good. I'll take this one. Chun Zhao nodded. Chun Zhao spent another few $100,000 here and there. Just then, Zola called. Chun, you spent $600,000 in my Beverly Hills branch? Yes, why? It's little Jerlin and Larissa's clothes, right? Yes. Didn't I say they'll take care of any clothes you and your family need? That's right. This is your shop. Those are old models. It's okay. I'll bring little Jerlin and Larissa to Bear Mansion when I'm free. Okay. Chun Zhao and Portia each carried a child and walked out of the shop. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's shadow vision reacted. Then, he threw down the bag in his hand and blocked Portia with his hand. Stunned, Portia looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Smoke was coming from Chun Zhao's hand. Boss, what are you doing? Chun Zhao clenched his fist and retracted his hand. Nothing. I want to do a magic trick for you, but I failed. Boss, you're so childish. Portia was speechless. Ignoring Portia, Chun Zhao looked at the roof of the building in the distance. The sniper immediately put away his sniper rifle and hid behind cover. Damn, who's that guy? The sniper was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He was using an anti-material sniper rifle with a 20mm caliber. How powerful was a bullet from a 20mm caliber sniper rifle? If it hit any part of the human body, the force it carried could tear the body apart. Even if it was just a scratch, it would be fatal. If it was shot at a reinforced concrete wall, it could directly penetrate 80 centimeters and leave a bowl-sized hole in the wall. This was already more than some small caliber shells could penetrate. But this terrifying power was actually blocked by a single hand. The sniper had never experienced something like this before. He felt like it was a dream. No, I can't stay here. If that person discovers my location, I'm dead. The sniper didn't think that he could fight against a monster who could catch a bullet with one hand. Just then, the sniper suddenly heard a whoosh behind him. The sniper suddenly raised his gun and pointed behind him. He realized that there was a seabird behind him. It was a seagull the size of a pigeon. It was a false alarm. The sniper put down his rifle. But just then, the seagull suddenly pounced at the sniper. Ah! Huh. The sniper waved his arms and kept retreating. He wanted to catch the seagull, but he couldn't. The seagull had already scratched the sniper's face into a bloody mess. The sniper kept retreating. Suddenly, he felt something touch the back of his foot. Then, the seagull suddenly bumped into the sniper's forehead. The sniper lost his balance and fell out of the building. Ah! The sniper instantly lost his balance. Thud! Boss, what happened over there? Why do you care so much? Drive home, Chun Zhao said. Boss, did someone say that you're boring? Someone once said that, but I made him go bankrupt. Oh, what did you say just now? Huh, nothing. Portia looked at Chun Zhao in the back seat and cursed him silently. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1759. Damn it. Matey looked at the body on the ground. He'd sent the sniper. But now, the sniper had fallen from the building. It was obvious who did it. Matey immediately called back. Lohir, the situation has changed. Kill that old woman tonight. We can't delay any longer. But the hospital is full of surveillance cameras, even in the ward. I don't have a chance at all. Lohir was also nervous. Didn't we plan to wait for the old woman's poison to act up? The doctor already said that her organs are failing and she'll die in 3 days. Why do we have to take the risk? The assassin I sent to kill that woman died. They came prepared. There's someone else behind that woman. If they find out who you are, all our plans will be in vain. Their plan was nothing more than to seize Ellie Rodriguez Alexander's property. Lohir was the key to this plan. Once his identity was exposed, all the plans would be in vain. You shouldn't have gone out. After 3 days, when that old woman dies, you can do whatever you want. Why do you have to go out now? Then where should I be? In front of that dead old woman in the hospital? Lohir retorted. You can have fun outside with the money I give you. Why should I stay in the hospital and not go anywhere? All right, the most important thing now is to kill that woman, or directly kill that old woman. I have no choice. If I do anything, I won't be able to escape the hospital surveillance. Lohir had an idea. Do it yourself. Then remove all the bodyguards around that old woman and replace them with our people. Those bodyguards won't listen to me at all. You're the only legal heir now. Why won't they listen to you? If they don't listen to you, just fire them. I'll try. You also think of a way to kill my high school classmate. As long as she's here, I'll be exposed sooner or later. On the way home, Chun Zhao called Risfar. Of all the people Chun Zhao knew, Risfar had the widest connections. Risfar, do you know Ali Rodriguez Alexander? You mean the founder of the United Mall? Ellie Rodriguez Alexander. Yes, that's her. I guess so. What's wrong? She had a grandson by her side, and then she was poisoned and sent to the hospital. Do you know about this? Is that so? Risfar said. I don't know. I'm not familiar with her. I've only seen her a few times at banquets and chatted with her. Can you find out about her grandson's information? The more comprehensive, the better. Sure. Risfar agreed to Chun Zhao's request right away. He didn't beat around the bush at all. He didn't even ask why Chun Zhao wanted to get involved in this. Portia drove in silence. She always felt that Chun Zhao's actions were inexplicable. He didn't do any serious work either. He was either inquiring about this or that. Just then, a large truck that was going against the traffic suddenly crossed the center line and charged toward Chun Zhao's car. Portia was so scared that she forgot to turn the steering wheel. Looking at the truck, Chun Zhao grabbed the steering wheel. The car swerved at an unbelievable angle and narrowly avoided the truck. Portia stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped by the roadside. Just then, the truck's cargo box suddenly opened. A few gunmen with automatic rifles rushed out of the container and walked toward Chun Zhao's car. Thud, thud. Portia screamed in terror. But after a while, Portia realized that she was completely unharmed. The bullets hit the car window and the car, but they didn't go through. Boss, this. Portia turned around and saw Chun Zhao's calm expression. Let me drive. Chun Zhao was very confident in his car's bulletproof function. The car wasn't just modified normally. It had been modified internally by the supernatural organization. Technology and magic made it as strong as an armored car. Even a small caliber cannon couldn't hurt the passengers in the car. Chun Zhao switched seats with Portia. He stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel. He turned around and rammed the car into the gunman. This was the coastal highway. There wouldn't be a single car passing by in an entire day. Portia was scared out of her wits. She thought that Chun Zhao would just drive away. But Chun Zhao didn't. Instead, he turned around and rammed into the gunman. Only one gunman was sent flying. The others all dodged. Chun Zhao's expression remained calm. The gunman hid by the roadside and continued shooting at the car. Chun Zhao turned the car and said to Portia, "Look after little Jerlin and Larissa. Call the police." Boss, what are you doing? Chun Zhao twisted his neck. Portia suddenly had a bad feeling. Before she could speak, Chun Zhao had already opened the door and alighted. Then, the gunshots outside became even more intense. Portia's face paled. She covered her ears, her face filled with terror. A scream came from outside. Portia shuddered. Then, another scream came from outside. A few seconds later, there was another scream. Help! Help! The continuous screams terrified Portia. But after the fifth scream, the outside seemed to fall into complete silence. Crack! Portia heard the door open and screamed in fear. Portia, did you call the police? Boss, did you call the police? No, boss. Outside, it's fine now, Chun Zhao said calmly. Portia looked up and saw a few people stacked together in the rearview mirror. Portia's face paled. Boss, you killed them all? Portia didn't know how Chun Zhao did it. She was filled with nothing but fear. She never thought that she would be attacked like this. No one died. They're all alive, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. Forget it. I'll call the police myself. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and called David. David, I was attacked by gunmen on the coastal highway. I took them all down. There are 7 of them. 1 is heavily injured and 6 are lightly injured. Chun Zhao's so-called lightly injured referred to the few who had their hands broken. The heavily injured ones were run over by Chun Zhao. Chapter 1760. Angel Coast. Are you sure nothing will happen to Chun taking care of 2 kids by himself? Chun can solve any problem. I trust him, Fei Lai said in a trusting tone. Okay, I hope nothing will happen to him, Robio said. Oh, you know that Chun is going to donate to the coastal rescue team, right? No, Fei Lai didn't really care. But she also knew that Chun Zhao's goal was to make her life better. When Portia got out of the car, her legs were weak. She went to the shooters. The gunmen were indeed not dead, but their hands were all twisted and deformed. They were piled up by Chun Zhao in layers. Screams could be heard. Portia looked at Chun Zhao. He was standing in front of the car, holding little Jerlin and Larissa. The car was full of bullet holes, but none of them penetrated the car. Portia was really scared to death. She didn't even see how Chun Zhao had killed the 6 shooters. In any case, it didn't take long before they heard screams coming from outside. Every time, she thought that Chun Zhao had been shot. In the end, Chun Zhao was fine. Instead, the 6 shooters were all beaten to the ground. Just then, police sirens sounded. Police cars arrived one after another. David and Sharon got out of the car and looked at the shooters on the ground. "Chin, are you okay?" David was still worried about Chun Zhao. Sharon looked at the shooters and then at Chun Zhao's car. "Good thing you didn't drive a convertible," Sharon said. "How did you kill them?" "Ask them yourself." Chun Zhao handed the 2 kids to Portia. Then he pulled Portia and David. "David, come here for a second." "What is it?" Seeing Chun Zhao's mysterious look, David couldn't help but regret it. If he knew, he wouldn't have led the team himself. When he heard that Chun Zhao had been shot, he came here in fear. He only realized when he got here. His worry was completely unnecessary. He could tell from the shooters' pitiful looks. Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't be the one injured. It would be the shooters. Judging from Chun Zhao's expression, he was probably going to do something difficult for her again. "Do me a favor," David asked. "It's nothing." Chun Zhao smiled at David. "It can't be a small matter for you to ask me for help." David looked at him warily. "What are you guys talking about? So secretive." Sharon moved closer to the 2. "Fuck off. Don't eavesdrop on us." Chun Zhao pushed Sharon away, but Sharon was determined not to leave. She felt that staying with Chun Zhao was more interesting. She had been a police officer for so long, but she had never encountered such an exciting gunfight. Maybe they could get into another thrilling gunfight if they stayed with Chun Zhao. If Sharon didn't leave, Chun Zhao wouldn't speak. "Chun, just tell the captain. I won't leak it," Sharon promised. "But whatever you're going to do, you have to bring me along." Chun Zhao didn't speak. David glanced at Chun Zhao. "Tell me, it's not your first day with Sharon." "This isn't legal," Chun Zhao said. "Are you sure you want me to tell you? Is it related to the gunman?" Sharon asked. "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded. "Tell us what it is first," David said seriously. "Then we'll decide if we should help you or not." Chun Zhao looked around. Finally, he decided to speak. Police sirens could be heard outside Platinum Noble Hospital. As soon as Lohir heard the sirens, he was frightened. Then a bodyguard ran in. "Boss, a few police officers are looking for you. Can't you just tell them that I'm not here?" Just then, David, Sharon, Chun Zhao, and Portia walked over with their chests puffed out. "Mr. Jeff Ryder, you're under arrest for poisoning, fraud, and murder for hire." David took out an arrest warrant. "This is the arrest warrant." Lohir's face was drained of blood. No, more accurately, he was called Jeff Ryder. Jeff Ryder's mind went blank when he saw Portia behind David. Suddenly, Jeff's mind went blank. He turned around and ran. Everyone chased after him. Jeff charged into a ward. When they rushed into the ward, Jeff Ryder was pointing a gun at Ellie Rodriguez Alexander on the bed. "Get out, all of you, or I'll shoot. If you don't want this old woman to die, get out." Jeff stared at everyone with bloodshot eyes. "Jeff Ryder, you can't run. Put the gun down." To be honest, neither Chun Zhao nor David expected this. Jeff Ryder was so useless that he'd run away after taking out the arrest warrant. In Chun Zhao's original plan, David and Sharon needed to send Jeff Ryder to the police station and then slowly trick him into talking. In the end, he'd self-destructed so easily. Based on his current actions, Chun Zhao was sure that his guess was correct. He brought Portia here to let Jeff know that his identity had been exposed. Portia still didn't understand what was going on. "Jeff Ryder, you can't run." Chun Zhao strolled into the room with a faint smile on his face. Get out, get out. Don't come in. Get out." As if he hadn't heard Jeff, Chun Zhao stood before the bed and looked at him. "I told you, you can't run." How could Jeff Ryder not know? But he didn't want to give up just like that. He wasn't satisfied either. His fortune was already within reach. But in the blink of an eye, he'd lost everything. Suddenly, Jeff Ryder turned to Portia. "It's all your fault. You bitch, it's all your..." Jeff suddenly pointed his gun at Portia. Portia's mind went blank for a moment. But the moment Jeff raised his gun, Chun Zhao had already reached Jeff. Chun Zhao was already in front of Jeff Ryder. His gun was raised. Bang! Portia saw a bullet hole in the wall behind her. She'd almost fallen to the ground. Ah! Chun Zhao directly broke Jeff's arm. David, wait for me outside for a few minutes, Chun Zhao said and tossed Jeff to the door. Okay, hurry up. Help Portia too. Her legs are a bit weak. Too bad there's no gunfight. Sharon had come to this because she'd hoped for an intense gunfight. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Nothing happened. Chapter 1761. Ellie Rod Reese Alexander's condition was more serious than he had imagined. Her internal organs were all failing. Chun Zhao first cut off the surveillance. Then he poured a bottle of perfect crystal potion. Next, he pulled up Allie's palm and injected some immortal power into it. He used brute force to force out the poison. He couldn't wait for the slow process. It could be said that Ellie Rod Reese Alexander could die at any time. So, they could either endure it or be killed by Chun Zhao's immortal power. Chun Zhao poured her a bottle of perfect crystal potion to keep her alive. Large amounts of black poison started seeping out of Allie's skin. Immortal power was good, but it didn't mean everyone could handle it. Seeing that it was enough, Chun Zhao packed up and left. David saw Chun Zhao come out. How is it? Looks like that Ellie Rod Reese Alexander is lucky. She probably won't die. Chun Zhao glanced at Jeff Ryder. Are you disappointed? Don't lie to me. That old woman is dead for sure. The doctor already announced her death date. Idiot. Sharon glanced at Jeff Ryder. What good does Ellie Rod Reese Alexander's death do for you? If she's not dead, at least you won't be sentenced to death. If she's dead, you're dead for sure. He's not actually stupid, Chun Zhao said. Do you think that Ellie Rod Reese Alexander will let him go after she wakes up? He also killed Allie's grandson and impersonated her. No matter how you look at it, he's dead for sure. Instantly, Jeff's face turned ashen. Yes, no matter how you looked at it, Jeff was dead for sure. After pushing Jeff into the police car, everyone left. But before long, Chun Zhao suddenly spoke. Sharon, the gunfight you've been waiting for is almost here. David glanced at the rearview mirror. He didn't see anything wrong. Chun, is there someone following us? There's something wrong with the white MPV and the big truck. I'll call for backup, David said. Drive to the outskirts. Why? These people are either here to save him or to kill him. Pointing at Jeff Ryder, Chun Zhao said, and from the looks of it, they won't stop until they get what they want. Do you want to fight them in the city? Are you confident? Fail, I should be off work now. Chun Zhao said. I'm in a hurry to go home too. I'll take the coastal road. It's on the way. Everyone in the car was speechless. David asked again, Are you sure there's no problem? Shalon had already taken out her gun, checking that it was loaded and loaded. There was some excitement on her face, as well as a trace of fear, but it was well concealed. Boss, I want a raise or I'll resign. Portia wanted to cry. It clearly had nothing to do with him. So why was he involved in this gunfight? Okay, when you hand me your resignation letter, remember to include your repayment plan. Portia's face was covered in tears. When the car reached the coastal highway, there were no other cars along the way. David asked, Do we need to stop? No need. Chun Zhao suddenly opened the car door and disappeared into the night. Seeing Chun Zhao jump out of the car at a high speed, Portia went crazy. Shalon was also shocked. Chun will be fine, right? Captain, how fast are you going? 100 miles per hour? Boom. Just then, there was a huge sound from behind. The white SUV that had been following them all the way suddenly rolled over and landed on the road. The truck quickly braked and stopped. The people in the driver's and co-driver's seats were about to get out, but Chun Zhao knocked them out with a metal pipe. Then he quickly went to the back of the truck, strung the metal pipe together, and bent it. Bang, bang, bang. The people in the truck kept knocking on the door, but they couldn't come out at all. Just then, David's police car arrived before Chun Zhao. Chun, it's over, Chun Zhao said. Remember to let me know if you get anything from them. Shalon was furious. It was rare for her to have a gunfight. In the end, Chun Zhao cut the Gordian knot. She didn't even understand what had happened. Chun Zhao had already taken care of everything. Chun, how did you take care of the white SUV? Shalon asked, confused. Chun Zhao clearly didn't have a gun, and he couldn't charge into a speeding car. So, Shalon didn't understand how Chun Zhao had flipped the car. I used a rock to knock out the driver of the SUV, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. I think I smashed his head. Shalon and David were speechless. They'd thought that it would be a tough battle. In the end, Chun Zhao took care of it so easily. Portia knew that her boss was strong and good at fighting. After all, Chun Zhao had already proven it during the day. He could easily take care of a few armed killers. But this time, it was even more exaggerated. It was like he was playing. The police backup is here, right? They're already on their way. Clearly, Jeff Ryder wasn't the only one behind this. He definitely had a team behind him. However, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in who the mastermind was. Chun Zhao was more interested in where Jeff Ryder's disgusting feeling came from. He hoped that Risfar's investigation would help him figure it out. Of course, the most direct way was to find out from Jeff Ryder himself. But Jeff Ryder was dead for sure. So, they definitely wouldn't cooperate with the police. Ring, ring. The alarm in the ICU rang loudly. More than a dozen doctors and nurses rushed to the intensive care unit. However, when they arrived at the ICU, they found that Ellie Rodriguez-Alexander was already sitting on the bed. All the medical staff looked at Ellie Rodriguez-Alexander in disbelief. How was it possible? Wasn't she going to die? How could she suddenly wake up? Was this her final radiance before death? It might really be her final radiance before death. After all, they knew very well how serious Ellie Rodriguez-Alexander's condition was. Ellie Rodriguez-Alexander slowly looked at the doctors and nurses blocking the door. Who can tell me what happened? Where am I now? Ms. Alexander, you're in Platinum Noble Hospital. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor.